And Atlanta Rain also got Tonghak for another great tank as well for his Wrecking Ball. And Winston, Stalker, his Tracer has impressed me so much as well. I think everyone, and we can't forget about their backline. They have such a strong backline as
So you're really just calling out
star players, yeah.
because they're just so good.
They're just too good. They're too good. They're too good. Just give them the trophy. They're gonna win it.
Why even waste our time with this entire season? You know.
Well, okay, let me give a little bit of hopium for some of the other teams. I want to talk about the Florida Mayhem because this is a team that has made some great additions with Merit and Choron coming into the lineup. And, you know, we hyped up someone so much as a tank last year, citing how just energetic and how much sort of communication he brings to this roster. And you're seeing it here once again this year with the new additions. He is just leading the charge on all the heroes, Winston, Sigma, everything that you can do. And Florida's playing a very unique style in this Pro-Am so far as well. They really like playing Churung on that Ana that allows RuPaul to play this like aggressive flanking carry style. Both teams have really shown how to deal with that so far. So Florida Mayhem having a very unique and fun and aggressive style has just been very dominant across all of the teams so far. I think Vancouver today is going to struggle to deal with it, but hey, Vancouver's been looking much improved as well.
Indeed they have. Now, I don't want to rain on your parade, but here, let me give you a mild drizzle. I don't think Mayhem has been going up against the strongest teams as of yet, so maybe they can't get away with that aggression when they're facing off against the Atlanta Reigns of the tournament. Anyway, it's left to be seen, but with performances like this, I'm pretty sure there won't be a shortage of fans.
さて今日も長丁場です5試合。いやでもまあ普段のレギュラーシーズンに比べるとあれなんだけどね。普段のレギュラーシーズンはなんかとんでもないあれになるから。あ、ビンズガーさんどうもおはようございます。
Those will be starting on March 30th over on YouTube, so get yourself ready for that. Now up next, we've got casters, we've got an ops team, we've got live matches. What more do you actually need? Gameplay probably on your screens, and that's gonna happen right after this break.
まあ今日はショックタイムレスが一番かな。あとロンドンの試合がロンドンベガスがそれぞれ2試合あるんで、まあ、そこら辺どうなるか。
Overwatch League is back, but this time it's anyone's game. The top pros will be challenged by rising contenders. Can David topple Goliath?
Taking down Benhaven out of the fight. Finds the shot, gets another. Postal gets thrown out. Howdy, hit those.
New challengers have emerged.
Oh my God, look at the man cook.
But legends stand in their way.
Still hungry.
いやーショック。
Get up early if you want to come at the king like that. You're talking about. Oh my word, Edison. Still game over. There's no power up. Oh no.
ショックどうなるかね。
This is the Overwatch League Pro-Am.
あ、フィブレインさんどうも。そう。まあプロアマだけだけどね。まあそもそもミラー配信やっていいのがプロアマだけなんで、基本的にプロアマだけというか。メインヒムとバンは勝ち抜け。そう。勝てるかどうかで勝ち抜きが決まるね、メイヘンは。あれ、グループがどうなってん？ちょっと待って。グループがどうなってんだ？
bring it forth.
スタンディングスを見ないと。
Because we got some good ones coming your way, and we're starting things off with one which was really, really,
あれ
really
プロアマのスタンディングスないの？
Valiant and Vegas
どうなってっかわかんねえ
two
な。
teams which I don't think most of us had
まあいいや。
like a lot of expectations from either of those teams to perform any which way heading into this. Alas, here we are.
まあレギュラーシーズン入ったらいつも通りの
Let's take a look at the Valiant starting line.
いつも通りの配信になるけどね。
Quite well on the back of Seeker's high-level hit scan play, especially on this Hanzo as well. There was a little bit of shaky play yesterday, some questionable Genji decisions that I wasn't in love with, but this is important to note for the Los Angeles Valiant. If they lose this match, they are out of the potential to get into the bracket stages, so they have everything to play for today, otherwise they're out of this one.
It's fine. It's not gonna happen. Seeker's gonna pop off.
It's fine.
Seeker's gonna pop off.
いいと思ってましたでいこう。せっかく公式の方から公式の方にパイプがというか公式と関係性持ってたのに自分から立ちに行くスタイルだなそれは。
Really throwing me off, and we just discussed it prior to heading into the pre-show, so now it's lodged into my head. But yeah, they actually really impressed a lot of people watching them throughout the tournament so far.
Yeah, they pushed Atlanta Reign in
ベガスダメそう。
yesterday, really showing on the broad
いや
that they
思っ
can compete with
たよりは戦えそうだけど
Mercy action Genji. Maybe we'll get a Genji mirror.
なんかダブだけのチームって感じがする。
I think we're gonna get a Genji mirror. They'll play respectable gameplay. But as you said, Paris have been doing somewhat better.
ダブだけのチームかな正直。
Exactly. Well, I am going to be excited to see which of the two teams is coming out on top. Quite frankly, doing that prediction, that was a hard one. I should have just tossed a coin because I don't think I could have made an educated guess on which team might get the W. I do think I actually ended up going with the LA Valiant. But that's like 2 hours ago, so I'm not sure. I did in fact choose the Valiant, and I'm sure I had a lot of great reasons. But I'm not gonna share mine. I'm gonna throw it to you guys. Danny, who did you go with and why?
I'm actually surprised that you picked the Valiant, because I thought I was gonna be the only one. I went for the
まあバリアン
Valiant
ト
kind of flopped, so I was like, hey, this is.
まあでもバリアントも同じぐらい
You know,
なんか
I'm already on this side. I can't.
なんかこうまあちょっと強いとは言えないチームだからな。シーカーが結構ねいい感じなんだよな。シーカークラビラインが結構いいし、まあまあなんかあんだけそのツイッターとかプロモーションがグダグダなだけど戦績というか普通にまあ悪くはないんじゃないかなって思える程度にはなんとかなりそうな感じはする。
Hey, thanks so much. Get him out of here. But I'm just kidding. Hey, it's Lemon Gal, and we got Peach Guy. I'm pointing on the right side this time. And we have one team that's going to be winning today, although they haven't had any wins thus far. LA Valiant versus Vegas Eternal. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, we're not going to have a winless team at the end of this match. I can't believe somehow Videska ended up with 3 Preds for the LA Valiant. I mean, they are looking like an impressive team, but maybe Las Vegas, I think that this is going to be a much better year for them. They're with a coach who's much more familiar.
なぜクラウイはクビになったのかわからない。ね、アトランタまさかホークがちゃんと出てくるとは思わなかったね。ホーク入ったけどどうすんだろうって思ってた正直。思ったらちゃんと強かったし。ホーク。
Yeah, and Valiant lost to Saints and London Spitfire, who have gathered their own respect on how they're doing. We're going into Nepal first.
ベガス、ここは活躍してほしい 戦えてほしいけどな。
We saw brawl from both these teams, and as Haughty likes to call it, the rich man's brawl with the Reinhardt is what Vulcan much preferred on Antarctic Labs last time we saw them play. And on LA Valiant's side, they like the poor man's brawl with the Ramatra. So we'll see if they end up sticking to that. But I'm going to be depending on your little brain to really pick apart who's going to be the better
さあまずは
Well, at the moment, I'm a little bit focused in on this Pharah Mercy combo, which I don't know is.
もうベガスは
They've now gone to the
パラマ
Alien Man's Brawl. It's
マリアンとは
the Pharmacy coming out. This is
メイ
pretty hard for
メイバスコンプ
to actually counter. Not an incredibly consistent hit scan. Obviously, the recon form does have a good amount of poke that it can bring out, but no real burst to take down the Pharah. It's going to be all about Mouthful just taking their time.
そうダブ次第よマジでパリはパリじゃねえベガスは正直
CJ will likely be able to react in time to that for the with the
うわーそのメイ壁はうぜえさすがおでもまずはライアーが落ちてポイント取りに行くただポイントを踏み込んでったのはいやーそれマルセル落ちるんだ最初少しポイントは渡したものの取り切っていくのはベガス、ポイントの駆け引きに持ち込んでそこを袋叩きって感じだったね。まあまあまあここでクラビーがディーバーまあファラマーシーなのででもネスメインのままなのかメイなんだなメイなのか本当かポイントコントロールで使いたいのかパルスここは外してしまうがうわーここはバレッジ倒されてしまうがダブルキルで人数差持っていく
Yeah, that was bloody expensive. 4 ultimates there, and I think that the order of operations was certainly that Dove was trying to force out resources early using the
バスはね、まあなんかコンテナで結構流行ってる風だったけど、リーグになってからだと使ってるチームは一部だね。おお、綺麗なコンボ。クラビンは消しそびれたか。それかあれかなパンチでキャンセルしたかなマトリックスを。
Using the damage boost, here's a quick look at Luke Mino throwing that nade. Oh, the nano just in time as well to get on top of Vulcan and allow that additional damage. And now Vulcan once again gatekeeping.
まあバスはバスで強いよ結局。難しいけどね。難しいっていうか結局なんか半蔵とかキャス D の方が若干評価されつつはあるけど。それでもやっぱね強いもんは強いからな言うて。おおなんだ今スタックしたと思ったけどああ普通にあれか無敵で落ちたのか。さあ4対3状況やや有利なのはベガスか。いや取り切った。ただ復帰からキルを取ってったのはバリアント。いや惜しいな。あとちょっとが足りなかった。ここが割れたんで着替えの自爆。ベガスちょっとこれ怪しいぞ。勝てるか。時間使っちゃったからね。でネスがしかもここエコーになってるんでファラマーシー相当動きづらい。
choice of Valkyrie available here for Rakitech as well, but remember, the Valkyrie's at its best when your team is grouped up.
いや
that beam split to all receive
ー、皆さん
the
もったいねえ
resources.
な。これめちゃくちゃきついぞ。
Conversely, at best when they're actually apart and coming in from different angles. So the value of that ultimate is going to be heavily limited if Vegas continue this playstyle.
The Mercy Pocket is going to be so important for the diff between Malthul and Nos. Nos not having that. Nos dropping down to 1. Didn't get the barrier support from
お、ただバルカンがネスを落として、
5 versus 4, and Vegas have support ultimates. They give the nano to Dove.
これさすがに勝てそうか。あー、ただルークミノが落ちて、マーシーのバルキリーが切れると、あー、しかもここできつね。これ厳しい。触んなきゃいけないけど、ポイント中は地獄。触るけど、ここでマルセルが落ちて、かなり優勢に進めてたけど、
Yeah, incredible presence of mind from a Valiant when they had both the Kitsune Rush and the Blizzards just kind of rush over to the point and ensure that Vegas could never take a comfortable fight there. And in the midst of that kind of decisive fight where Valiant finally claimed control, there was a tiny play from Krawi which actually sealed their fate. And it was eating a concussive blast from Malthul that he really wanted to use to get in onto the back line of the Los Angeles Valiant. Is Nos managing to find that focusing beam, even with the Mercy changes, not enough to get through the 200 DPS focusing beam gives. Oh, and Rakitech there actually flew those mines into Dove. How unfortunate.
Just such a charitable guy. A true friend.
What a nice guy.
Even the Seeker Dove battle on Tracer's been pretty close. I
So-
just like that Krawi and friends went away from the Ramacha when they couldn't lock down
ベガスは
despite this being that being such a
お
brawl
互い
round.
お互いラマットラ、
Where it's a lot
マルセルがゲンジ、ゲンジ、まあゲントレの対面か。いや、どうだろうな、これ。ややゲンジがきつそうに見えるけど。
throwing down some punches. Good cycling also of the blocks, not take up too much damage. Right now, Krawi just staying to this half. Both shields up. You can see even maybe Nos getting close to a pulse bomb as he's been able to do a lot of good trickle damage.
あと付き合い、いや、マルセルがシーカーを取って、そのままシージャーまで取っていく。
And slices through a second. Malthul Genji has been one of his signature heroes and contenders, and I'm glad to see him return on it. Although the desk had their questions about it yesterday, seem to have worked for this first fight.
いやー、うまく隙ついてヒットスキャンからキルしてったね。
She was coaching these guys when they were Odyssey for a long time, and it might be that Empress knows a little bit more about
これでキル取れるのはすげえぞ。
results out of these players because they were highly successful in North American contenders, even if they did
正直めっちゃきついと思ったけどな。
very heavily as the Parasite Turtle last year. I think that Empress knows how
まあ、
to
お互いスキル切り合って、まあ一旦落ち着こうかなみたいなタイミングで一気にキル取りに行ってたね。さあ、しかも龍剣早い。わあ、そのスタックは強いけど、耐えきれず。ただ、状況としてはイーブン。ライアー落ちて、まあでも、ドロビがないとちょっときついかな、バリアント。なんだ引っかかった。いや、今の龍剣が引っかかってたね。なんだそれっていう引っかかり方してた。引っかかったよね、今龍剣。風切り。今なんか吊り下がってるオブジェクトに引っかかってたぞ、龍撃剣。いやー、まあまあまあ言うて、でも問題はさ、これクラビーのウルト返せなくね、ベガス。いや、まあでもうまく引いてさばいたな。ダブがなんかやべえタイプしてる。さあ、ウルト1個いなしてイーブン状況になるかどうか。さあ、ここはバティウルト。うわ、すっげえずれ方えぐ。あー、ネス無敵がなかった。いやー、今の厳しかったね。バティストウルトで、ベガス のルークミノに、キツネじゃねえわ、無敵切らせて、でその直後その壁際に隠れて固まったバルカンにパルスボムっていう連携だったね。ああいう状況のパルスボムね、めちゃくちゃ当たるからね。さキツネに対してカウンター、シーカー、さ無敵でしっかりさばいて、うわー、いいボルテックス、しっかりワンキルもぎ取っていく。ただヒール状況があまり良くない。さあリコル切ったぞ。チャンス、ライアーが落ちてる。あー、もったいな、このです。これリセットできるか。うわー、エイジャックス。こんばんは、どうもどうも。もうちょっとオブラートに包んでほしいな。もうちょっとオブラートに包んであげてほしいな。さあ、流撃剣、ナノ剣、決まらねー。キルを取ってるのはバリアント。いやー、耐えるけど、ネスが。いやー、誰か。
Vegas are feeling mighty confident moving into that one, Lemon, but unfortunately the sturdiness of the Annihilation, the armor refresh was too much, and without the shields of the Soundbearer that was given over by Rack Attack, they faded away by the time Maltha made it really into the backline. There simply was not enough meat to be able to make it happen. They likely would have been better served combining that blade with a Kitsune rush later and trying to play a defensive angle to allow Dove some space. Let's go look at our highlights. It's been a big game for Nos. A couple of very critical doubles, including.
いやまあベガスも惜しいけどな、だいぶ。いやここのマルセル運がなさすぎるマジで。正面に引っかかるの運がなさすぎるわ。ビートがあればね。いやでもよくキリコ、よくあの構成の対面でキリコでヒール回してたな。ヒール回してたというか回ってたな。あの構成マジでなんかトレーサーがキリコに圧かけ始めたらなんかかなりきつそうな対面に見えるんだよな。なんかやっぱバリアントなんかフロリダとバンクーバーってどうなんですか。いやメイヘムは強いよ。フロリダはガチ。バンクーバーはなんか前評判というか、なんか思ってたよりは戦えそう試合内容を見る感じだと。なんかバンクーバーというイメージでなんかバンクーバーかって思ってたけど、メンツ見ると結構戦えそうなメンツしてる。結構かなり戦えそう。中堅ぐらい。去年の中堅レベルは全然あるで。もしかしたらもうちょっと上いけるかもしれない。頑張り次第でと言ったらあれだけど。メンツはマジでバランスいいよな。バンクーバー。最下位予想どこですか。 最下位予想、いやちょっと試合見ないと何とも言えないけど、いやでもベガスかな。わかんない。わかんないけどベガスな気がする。今の試合見る感じは。ベガスじゃない？しかも下手したら圧倒的に最下位になる可能性があるけどな。ベガスマジで圧倒的最下位の可能性は全然あるよ。バリアントがもう結構頑張れそうなんだよな、マジで試合見てる感じは。で、バンクーバーはまあまあ、いい選手揃ってるからなんだかんだ。アジアはチャージとパンダが揃ってない。まだロスター発表がないじゃないかな。ウィキペディアに載ってない。ベガスはまだ6人目があるか。ベガス、いやどうだろうな。6人目で変わるかそんな。6人目で急に勝てるようなチームになったらちょっとびっくりするけど。わからん。とりあえずなんかバリアントベガス次第かな。バリアントベガス次第かな。この試合を、
further, but we go to Blizzard World, which is Vegas Eternal's choice. And if you remember, shout out to Giska, who interviewed and got some great insight out of Vegas Eternal. I talked about this yesterday, but in case you missed it, they feel like they got shaded kind of unrightfully so. A lot of their worst scripts were shown.
難しいな。DPS でももう1枚欲しくない？ちょっとメンツに対してそこまで知識がないから何とも言えないけど。そう、マルセルのピックプールがね、きつそうなんだよな。まずそこかなって気はする。2人目入れるんだったらタンクを入れたい。まあでもメインタンクかフレックス DPS はマジでそうだと思う。サポは別にそんなに悪いとは、まあなんかそのパッと見ただけだから何とも言えないけど。さあベガスはボールコンプ、ボールアッシュ回しトレゼニやった。ラックアタックってベガスの方針として回しをやってんのかな。サポも実はもう1枚欲しい。ルシオできるメインサポが欲しい。もしかしてマーシー別に、ルークミロなんかサポタン DPS に1枚ずつ補強が欲しいな。パッと見る感じ。ダブキャリー戦術ありそう。確かにそう言われると納得感はある。さあでなんか雑談してたら順当に押し込まれたな。バリアントはラマットラの航空構成ラマットラ
on Dove. And you have to worry when you're going up
ゆっ
against
くりそのラマットラがアンカーになって、飛び込んだ敵に対してカウンターしていくって感じの構成だね。コンセプトとしては。
incredibly aggressive Kiriko, and you kind of have this flanking duo of CJ and Nos, who both have excellent escape due to a TP and recall combination.
And Seeker has access to the Mega here. Now that there's no Sombras in play, of course. So you can just play this right side. Not really much consideration for the high ground, which is where Dove is going to be, but you can just go through that right staircase. I expect that rotation from Nos. If they safely make it across, look both ways before you get shot in the head, kids. Well, now Valiant have the ultimates. It starts with the Deadeye. Seeker just to maybe stop Vegas from looking at him while they cross.
今の粘るタイミングじゃないだろう。ベガス。普通にしっかりいなしてから当たりに行けばよかったのに。
I don't know why they attacked that bunker with the Deadeye active. Now Lyre has access to the Nano, and you know that's likely to be or someone who gets stuck by mouth in order to just keep them alive. Dove's got a nice angle here, but access will be ready for Nos.
Oh, here comes the storm. The Kitsune
さあ一気にウルトで飛んでいく。ここはなんとかなるか。なんとかなりそう。ああ、ただダブのウルトボブが倒されて。ラックアタック。サポ2人からキルが生まれる。ここは一旦抑えたでしょう。ただベガス売ると4つか。まあまあでも、ただ次のバリアントのシーカーのウルトがしんどそうだな。ポイント触りながらゾーニングとかされたら相当きつそうだけど。おお、ダブ。さすが。
Sometimes rack attack, sometimes rack defend and pocket, and that's what's helping Vegas right now, just being able to poke and whittle down the Valiant. Although this Ana Kiriko should be outputting heals, if you miss a dynamite, it's finishes you off. But I'd like to see from Vegas is, hey, can we cut off these rotations? Can we stagger out these people? Valiant are in shelter and really not getting punished.
CJ has created a little bit of an aura of fear around him. Oh, and yeah, as you say, Seeker taking that cross.
ただ結構ペイロード十分な位置まで下がってるんで、まあまあといったところ。
Because Vegas Eternal's win condition for this comp is to allow Luke Mino and Dove to operate untouched long enough to get an opening pick.
さあペイロードを少しずつ押し込んでいって、いやーダブがここでシーカーをしっかりキルする。ただ CJ がダブを落として即座にリザレクト。さあゾーニングしていく。ここでボブ耐えるしかないが一瞬で壊していく。おお、ルークミノこれでけえ。このいや、ただうわ、裏からシーカー。いやマジかー。いやー、まあ、ちょっと構成上人数有利になってもウェーブ畳めなかったのが、集団戦クローズできなかったのが最終的に響いたか。ちょっとウェーブを決定的にするタイミングがなかったね。いやボブがね速攻死ぬっていうことは、ボブを投げてるタイミングでアクションを起こしてないんだよな。ボブ何が強いって、もう明確にその6対5ができるわけで、そのタイミングでアクションを起こしていかないともったいないんですけど、ボブをフォーカスできるってことはボブ以外の、おお、なんか溶けたぞバルカン。なんかバルカンすごい溶け方した。もったいね。さあダブここは CJ 落として、
Number one tap headshots, but close enough to try and finish ahead of anyone who dares to get low. Nos's pathing here is going to be particularly interesting for me, as Luke Mino might decide to stack up on high ground or in this corridor. If noted, Nos needs to try and maybe go for a triple blink with a sticky
で
here.
もベガスの構成さ、この対面を考えるとさ、
From a defense matrix, and you can outspeed that with a triple blink.
うわーこれきつい。いやなのでカウンターボブも投げてる。バックラインが崩壊してる。ただキルを取っていく。しっかりキルを取っていった。ここはいい返しだったね。
Yeah, the surround of high grounds here really is doing its best to flummox a Valiant's approach. Krawi's lack of mobility on the Nemesis form is definitely coming out. You can see Malthum on the right hand side here is going to be
さあただここでキツネパルスボム、ハイヌーンもある。なんかキツネ走りすごいところに残してないか。バックラインから狩りに行ってんのか。マルセルが落ちて、ここペイロード下手な止め方すると、いやーこれその蘇生はあまり良くない。これディレイキルされると次がない。いやーよくねーよくねー。その試合その展開作るのはよくねーマジで。さあなんとか触ってクラビが落ちる。いやこれはチャンス。いやマジか止めた。あウルトが上がってたのがウルトが一回りしたのがウルトが一回りして上がってたから取り返しなんとかなったな。
Don't say there was a bob there. It's not legitimate. It is not what you want it. Let him. Don't let him type. That's illegal. Mislabeling. The advertising standards agency. They'll be all over you. But Vegas Eternal there. It was overall a really good plan for the recontest, letting Vulcan tank almost all of that Deadeye and using the self-destruct afterwards to keep that car contested and also force out Masuzu. That created a crucial opening for Malthor to be able to move in and stick the tank. Because Krawi, in any other situation there, would have been able to sustain themselves. And I believe for now,
本当は良くないけどな、あの蘇生。あの蘇生やる必要全くないけどな。あそこでワンチャンかけるぐらいだったら、そのペイロ止めて、ペイロ止めるだけ止めて、下がれるやつは下がって、2回目の集団戦作った方が、集団戦に備えた方が総合的な勝率は上がるはずだから、今回はウルトがなんか上がってたから勝てたけど、結構怪しいぞ、あのタイミングで蘇生入れに行くの。蘇生に入れに行く。入れに行って粘るの。粘れてないし。
Good pings, I imagine, as well, from Vegas Eternal. Just excellent comms. That's something that they likely needed to clean up from their previous tenure as the Paris Eternal before the transmutation occurred. Now Los Angeles Valiant playing defensively here once again. Not too many long-range options. CJ is going to be doing a large amount of the opening poke, and Seeker really wants to try and force for Vegas Eternal to move into these aggressive angles. So expect to see a lot of cover usage on the point to try and force Luke Mino and Dove to move into a more
さあ、包囲戦術。ただバリアントはポイントで待ち構えながら受ける形を作ってる。クラビ危な。
And Krawi's in a bit of trouble, but he's got backup, he's got buddies, and Vulcan can't say the same. Dove is at the back of the point for some reason. Odd rotation here for this attack.
Yeah, the lose condition here for Vegas Eternal is definitely allowed.
なんか普通に負けたな。ベガス。まあ完全にそのポイント中で陣取って安全地帯作ってたから、まあちょっとキルは起こせなかったなという感じだけど。
enemy tanks, so you're likely going to be having to try and force Krawi to keep himself at bay.
クラビの個人的な恨みが。
But not good enough when you're in pummel range. And still he is just hanging out here looking for an opening frag in order to create the space for him to move into a less compromised position.
Yeah, like Vegas's comp is a lot about these off angles with your Zen and Ash and Mercy on one
ルー
side.
クミのマルセルもっとポジション広げないと未来がなくねえか。なんかもっとオーラ回っていい気がするけど、そこまでいったら絡んでくるのどうせ。あーでもキリコも来るのか。ちょっと怪しいか。ドボが出てくる。いやバルカンがやられてルークミノがネスを倒して人数イーブン。いやただラックアタックが落ちる。1ウェーブは踏んだけども。
That's actually a really good plan there from Vegas as well. Cry was forced to use a Nemesis form early, and so while Krawi's more vulnerable without that Nemesis form, we have Seeker channel the Deadeye, not looking for kills, but instead just...
ボールメタって聞いてたらラマラッシュ入るとか聞いてねえよって感じましたね。ラマはね、ボールに対して結構カウンター取れるんで、ボールがパイルドライバー打ってきたところの足元にボルテックスを置くとボールが逃げられなくなってめちゃくちゃ火ダメ増えるんで、2回目のそのアタックが効かなくなるとかあるんで。
What seals the deal, really unlocks the payload, but coordination is something that's lacking with Vegas right now.
And sustainability is in droves for the Valiant. With both the Sand Barrier and the Armor Refresh available from the Annihilation, Krawi can stay on this point forever, even in the face of something like a minefield, which is going to be Vulcan's ace in the hole in order to try and commandeer this particular point. You can see that CJ's already cocked Vulcan's approach, but Malthus here too, and I'm not sure if that's been identified.
NA2 回優勝でも差があるんだからな。
Vulcan's hiding spot, but here come the ultimates, Transcendence, Mines. Krawi still has Annihilation. Surely they have to know this. They got it.
さあバリアン耐えてる。
There's no support ultimates from the Valiant. Krawi just has to block. And he gets rid of the mines too. So Vegas got little to no value. But maybe the kills can help out. It's 4 versus 4. And Vegas need to take this fight on the point soon. Dove's been discovered. Pulse misses.
さあマルセルシージャイを倒して最大のチャンスだけど、なんとか取れるかこれ。これは取れそうだ。やったりたいことが通ったな、メガス。
Yeah, Dove being an absolute tyrant from range, and CJ falling in a duel, I believe, after having used Vesuzu to sustain themselves was critical.
さあここでバルカンは D1 にチェンジ。
This is going to be able to maybe try and mitigate the quick kind of pincers we're going to expect from Seeker, Nos, and Krawi. The question is, can Dove do enough damage to Seeker and Nos before they set up in order to make sure those dives can't sustain in the fight?
まあ包囲してもゼニア毎回死ぬのはまあしょうがない。ゼニは最優先キル対象だからね、マジで。最優先キル対象だし、まあ、ロームしてその引きつけるのも役割だから。おでもベガスいいストールしてるぞ。一気にラッシュかけてルクミノ追っていく。そうゼニアッタはマジで対ラッシュとか対ライブとか特に、まあ、死なないことよりも死んでもいいから勝つためのアドバンテージを稼ぎ切ることが大事だから、ゼニアッタはデスすることはそこまでマイナスじゃない。ただデスしてもいいからデスする以上のアドバンテージ稼いでからデスするっていうのが必要。EMP めっ裏から EMP 来るぞ。いやー完璧完璧だけどキルが起きねえ。そんだけ完璧にやっててキルが起きないんですか。やっとマルセルが落ちた。 しかしマジであれだな、ブリザードワールドも戦い方変わったな。1の頃ってさ、結構その上の高台直接取りに行くムーブが多かったけど、2はマジで2のメンツはほとんど多分転がる方向やばくないか。今の味方のバルカになすりつけに行ってたぞ。なんか下のこの右側の大パックのあるそのなんだ階段のある部屋に入って受ける形でペイロードコントロールしていくっていうチームが増えたね。
Maybe Valiant have been tracking this and they'll have to hunt him down. But it looks like the defense have fallen back to the end of point B. And they're very split from each other as a double flanker setup would. Vegas meters away from a point B cap.
There's the sound barrier coming in. Luke Mino gets hacked out of his.
さあルークミノ落ちて。
Oh, two H-axes for two Lucio players. What are we doing? Vegas down. Also no mech, no presence on the card, and the Los Angeles Valiant will be taking the 2-0 and staying alive in the group stage. Vegas are okay for now, but they got one more match today, or else if they lose that too, they're gone.
I do wonder if that was a set play there from Lyre and Seeker, knowing we've tracked that Luke Mino has the beat, right?
そうなんかマップ攻略も結構変わってて、なんか攻め側が結構ね積極的にペイロード触りにくくなったんだよね、1に比べて。1はもうマジでトレーサー1人、トレーサーとか、まあ本当にフランカーディーバーに任せてしまって、あとの4人全員で上取りに行くみたいなのが割と主流だったけど、今はマジで本当に全員でペイロードに触りに行くとか珍しくないからな。
Going to continue to be something they need to work on, whether it's playing around Vulcan or just Malthus taking more safer approaches, because dying so early in these fights was really rough to see. But we have a player of the match ready to go. It's Nos. Started off on the May, swapped to the Echo. You're watching one of his 3Ks, and his Tracer made.
ベガス優勝したメタ上手。あー、なるほど。確かに上手強そう。ラックアタックブリギってできるし、ルークミのルシオで。あ、でも逆か、別にいや、そうだよな。
And Nos certainly had a great ability to path and actually take less damage compared to Malthus, which was super important, not being picked off early and maintaining the 5 players, because even if you aren't getting all the kills, which Nos in many cases certainly was, the threat of that off angle actually forces much more conservative positioning.
現実ソジョーンだもんな。まあ確かにそれは強そう。いやー、これちょっと今季イーストじゃない、ウエスト最弱はベガスになりそうかな、こうなると。
Considering just like I said, a pocketed Ash could just headshot you at any moment, so you have to be very smart on his chases towards the Hammond, and especially if he wanted to go after Rack Attack, the coach gun could waste a lot of his time too, and Nos was very intelligent with his pathing, as you said. But man, we got some content today. Sound barriers being cancelled, heroes swapped left and right, and the desk were right after all with their Valiant predictions. I'm going to be looking forward to hearing what they have to say on the other side of this break.
Ah, あ、訴状係にツリー。あ、なるほどね。 まあでもメタが噛み合えばあんのかな、ベガス。フィラデルフィアは、リブランドしてフュージョンはそうだね、リブランドしてソウルインファーナルになりました。セインツからツリーを見戻すと思ったら15歳。いや、そうなんだよな。そう。これからはダイナスティとインファーナルと呼ばないといけないです。そう。インファーナルのいつもインファーナルおかしいなインファーナルのいつものインファーナルの存在しない記憶がインファーナルの存在しない記憶がみんなの脳裏にある。なぜだろうっていう。今年からのはず。インファーナルは今年からのチームのはず。なぜその記憶がニューヨークはいますね。ニューヨークはいます。ただニューヨーク、いやー、なんか結構微妙かもしれん。ニューヨーク、いや、サポ4人抱えてんのなんなんニューヨークは人気あったのに勝てなさすぎて、勝てなさすぎてもうなんか人気も手放しちゃった。サポ2人おるやん。サポ4人おる。ああ、そっか、女性プレイヤーを入れるっていう話があったか。ニューヨークの人気半分はじゃなくだろう。まああとの半分はセビ呼びかもしれん。
Let's go.
What big brains we are. Let's talk about why we were right. Looking at that matchup, Valiant and the Vegas Eternal. Costa, as we were heading into those games, you were looking at those compositions, especially on the Vegas side, and you weren't a big fan of what you're seeing.
ニューヨークといえばジョナク、セビ呼び、リベロ、パイン、マノ。
They're leaning heavily into playing that Mercy to pocket Dove or leaning on the Genji from Mouthful.
フワイユ、あ、そうだ、フワイユもか。
It feels like you're putting too many of your eggs in the basket of just like you either need Dove to pop off with every headshot with and
2019まで考えて、あ、まあ確かに2019は確かに強かったな。2018、2019は強かったけど、そっからなんか去年もな、別に弱いメンツじゃなかったけど、パッとしなかったしな。
Indeed, but another thing, Kazu, you pointed out is that not all heroes, wear capes. It's those unsung support heroics, which you're always looking out for, and you found one for this match as well. Would you like to break that down for us?
Of course, whenever there's a good support play, you know I have to be there. Unfortunately for you guys, chat, it's not the double Ajaxes that we got in this series. It's going to be a great play.
まあでもバンクーバーは今年は言うて今年は結構
multiple people were going to die, probably 2, potentially 3. But CJ at the last second drops that Suzu, gets the invulnerability. Dude, do you look at Seeker? Seeker tried to murder everybody. You even see Seeker roll at the last second into Liar. So, fortunately CJ was the hero here, but Seeker,
バンクーバー今年はそこそこやると思うよ。少なくとも去年よりは強い。
I'm pretty sure CJ did this again. I think it was in Blizzard World at the very end. He saved everyone from a Diva bomb as well, right?
Yeah, he done it. He had a lot of great Suzus and played a great Kiriko in this series, and it looks good for this Valiant roster. Valiant seem like they've really got an idea of how they want to play the game. They're confident. You can see Corey on that Diva, even though it's not optimal, it's what he's comfortable on, and it can work sometimes, and it is working for them now.
I feel like I always say
ボストンの試合は来週ですね。ボストン来週だったかな。来週だよな。ボストンは来週のはず。
Yeah, we are going to have an interview ready now as well. This one is going to be with the player of the match. Nas is joining us now from the Valiant. Nas, congratulations on the W, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, rocking the jersey. I love to see it. Nice. We were discussing those beautiful colors already prior heading into that. It's looking good. Now, Nas,
ボストンすごいよなこれ。ロスターすごいよなボストン。とんでもないクズ。期待していいんですかバンクーバー。まあバンクーバーは中堅ぐらいまでは登るよ絶対。バンクーバーは中堅ぐらいまでは全然上がるね。それより上はちょっと何かしらの噛み合いが必要だけど、中堅は全然ある。ただ今年のなリーグなんかどっこも強えんだよな。ボストンのコーチの黒い噂、ストライカーが早々にチームされるかどうか。まあね。
This should really be the win that puts us on the board because I think most people expected us to win, and even ourselves, we all expected to win. We knew they were gonna do something cheesy, so we were kind of we were kind of
そこは何とも言えないね。
Obviously, I think we still have first match nerves. We're all pretty nervous still, so just had to kind of get over that.
So, Nas, I want to talk about this team a little bit more on top of that because it's an interesting roster so far. There's been a lot of stuff talked about in the community. How are you guys approaching this season? Because obviously, you're not in as good of a situation as some of these other teams. You guys just trying to have fun with it, get as many wins as you can, and sort of see how far you can climb up the Overwatch League ladder.
Yeah, I think everybody on the team is. I mean, we're all really motivated. We all really want to win, obviously. I think we will definitely upset some teams with more practice. I think we have a lot of potential. I think this tournament we didn't really have a lot of time to prepare.
メンツは楽しみだからなボストン。変な潰れ方しないでほしいけど。でも今年のさチームさどこも強くない？まあまあ以上に。なんか去年だったらなんか優勝争い加われそうだなみたいなメンツが集まってるチームが大半じゃない？メンツだけ見てちょっと怪しくねってなるのやっぱベガスとバリアントぐらいだよ。そうめちゃくちゃレベル高いよね今年のベスト。とんでもねえ本当に。
And one of them will walk away of this series
とんでもねえよマジで。
that tragic L.
なんかトロントもクソ強いっぽいしな。なんか救出したスクリームリプレイのコードを見ると、スクリームのリプレイ見る限りはトロントも相当強そうなんだよな。だからコルジ1枚タンク1枚なのがちょっと不安は残る点はあるけど、って考えるとバンクーバーな、バンクーバーどうなんだろうってなっちゃうよな。バンクーバーも別に弱かねえんだよな結局。
If you're looking at this group, so the Vancouver Titans, they've gotten over two of these contenders teams. Now they have to go up against an undefeated Florida Mayhem that looks to be firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, if Florida Mayhem were like the middle team last season, Vancouver Titans weren't even middle. But you know, judging from what we've seen the past 2 days, they look to be a completely different team. Aspire and Sugar Free, that DPS duo is pretty good, and Punk as well. He has been, I think, when we did the interview with him, he said that he has been practicing a lot on different tanks to sort of, you know, be more versatile, and that really shows as well. So I do agree with.
メッソの優勝候補はやっぱショック、トロント、アトランタ。うわ、ヒューストンも強そうなんだよな。ヒューストン。この4つか、とりあえず優勝候補、優勝第一候補。なんかどこのチームもなんか噛み合い良ければ結構優勝できそうなんだよな、マジで。
Maybe it takes a solid team like that who's just having that measured approach to knock down a little bit more explosive, a little bit more of an aggressive roster such as the Florida Mayhem. But the question is,
いやそう、ワシントンもね、仕上がればめちゃくちゃ強そうなんだよな、ここ。タンクがやや不安ぐらいかな。タンクがやや不安ぐらいだね。
I mean, I love what we've seen so far from the Titans, but I do think just when it comes to raw skills of the individual players, I do think in each individual matchup, it should be the Mayhem which has a leg up. What about you, Danny?
ワシントンも可能性全然あるよ。タンク次第かなって感じがするな。でも。
Yeah, I like how Vancouver's been playing. We even saw a little bit of Farah on an Antarctic map. Like, it's important to have that versatility, and they've shown us so many different looks. But Florida Mayhem look to be on a different level right now in this group, so I'm going for them as well.
And I have to say, though, as a caveat to this one, I do want Titans to win, though.
Yeah,
it's like my heart.
It would be nice.
You wanna switch? You wanna switch your ped?
No, not switching my ped. I do want to be right, but also, if I were wrong, I wouldn't be upset about it. I guess. Anyway, there's only one way to find out.
カーンゴーレもね戻ってきたし。
And that is, of course, by playing the game. And for that, we've got our casters ready.
Oh yeah, we're ready. These are game-ready faces. So what's with this Trader Joe's stuff? Yesterday you voted for the Titans. You kept your friendship with the Titans. I tried to be correct. I was wrong. Now we're double down. See, Titans, if I was on the desk, I would have voted for you, right, Like Day?
I agree that you would have. Yes, I don't agree that I would have. I just like I'm a Winston fan too much, and someone is that guy when it comes to Winston. But looking at the tanks here as we head into Ilios, I think that this is probably one of the easiest matches to characterize as like a battle of two leaders, right? Someone everyone knows he's a bit of a yapper. Manducom, and certainly has been leading these dives from Florida Mayhem to an absolute T. On the other side, Punk evidently does a lot of calming, but also very much a spiritual leader, it feels like, amongst every team he's on. Last year, Boston really needed Punk to be that adult, that big brother that everyone looked up to, and I feel like it's going to be the same here on Vancouver Titans, especially with younger players like Sugar Free. I can't believe how old I am, but Sugar Free is in the league now. It's finally Lenny time after all of these years, and I think that Punk is definitely the linchpin around which Vancouver Titans revolve. Yeah. But can he be supported in the duel against someone well enough?
Yeah, Sugar Free was like 13 when I was casting him, so as he graduated, I don't know, I feel old, but I'm sure Punk would
いやでもメイヘム仕上がっとるからな。
he had people who spoke the same language as him too, because Boston Uprising was kind of this mixed Korean roster too, so I'm excited for the battle of the Winstons, where I think everyone would put their money on someone just due to this experience. But when we heard from Punk's interview yesterday, He actually really likes the Winston, even though he's been floating sometimes on the ball. But we'll see how this goes on Ilios Ruins. This is
さあこれどうなるか。メイヘム勝ちそうな気もするけど、お互い割とお互いほぼミラーだね。ルシアナでソジョンキャス。
Florida beat the Shock. I don't know who's counting, who's keeping track. But we'll see how this initial dive goes. Someone has already placed his bubble and jump over on the Mega Pack side. Vancouver make the second move. They force Florida back. Great ante from Crimzo does kind of keep someone in his place. The point is unlocked. You're going to see maybe the Tracers pose themselves there.
さあここはお互い無理せず、ただ取っていったのはメイヘム。途中でのダメージトレードが功を奏したね。キャスティー出してる分縦割りではメイヘムの方が分があるんで、そこをどうさばいていくかだね。おおメリット。
Maybe some weight on the shoulders of someone like Merritt, who's touted as one of the best sojourns last season. Now that that's sort of out of the meta.
わあなんかタンク差出てそうこれ。サムワンパンクでタンク差ありそうだなこれかなり。さあナノブーストがお互いあるが、パンクはここでチェックメイト起きる。さあタイタンズはチャンスだが、ナノをどこで使ってくるか。ナノウィンストしっかりさばいている。さあサムワンにここでナノブーストを。いやただここスリープでさばく。ただウルトはしっかり持っている。ここでプライマルレイジ時間稼ぐ。アスパイアがメリットを倒す。チェックメイトがクリムズを倒してパンクがチェックメイトを倒す。なんとかここでバンクーバー取り切ったけど、時間的には一度取り返されるともう終わり。しかもセットアップができてない状況。ちょっと苦しそうだが、一応デッドアイはあるのか。ただバンクーバーもウルト状況ほぼ一緒だから、メリットがめっちゃ削れる。危な。
That could be a big problem for someone if that shield gets used out of turn.
アルパルが倒される。もう一旦仕切り直し。マジでソジョン出なくなったな。おおチェックメイト。パンクを倒して。いやこれきちいなバンクーバー。ただメリットが倒れてわかんない状況だ。わかんない状況だ。パルス。すれえなこれ。いやオーバータイムポイントに触れたけど。触れたけどシュガーフリーが頑張ってる。シュガーフリーが頑張ってるけど、ここでビート。いやでかすぎこのビート。いやしかもここでスリープ。バンクーバーまくった。エラーすぎ。
This needs to be a cautionary tale for the Titans, though. We need to have Crimzo in a supportable position if Punk's going to play up front. They can't allow.
キャスの距離減衰と、あとは特に今はもうヒットボックスでかくなりすぎてトレーサーに弱いんだよな。胴体のねヒットボックスがでかくなるということは、トレーサーみたいなスプレー系の射撃に弱いんで、スプレー系の射撃に弱くなるということなので。でもここで逆襲一気に取り返された。 いやちょっとタンク差かな。タンク差かなこれは。
That separated Punk from the rest of the team. Obviously, Punk had to pop the Primal Rage to try and survive the auspices of the Deadeye, but the second that you no longer have a sugar-free recall, at that point you've got to give up that fight, or at least give up that space, give up the dive, and set up for a fight on point instead. Because then if Sugar-Free tries to join you, he's at risk of getting killed from that off angle, just like we saw with a well-placed stick and a single shot. You aren't going to survive that as a Tracer. And I think that we need a little bit more modulation, a little bit of control, and maybe a little bit more information being exchanged on the Vancouver Titans when it comes to these dives.
タンク差はダメージディールとデス数ダメージディールじゃねえや、ダメージ食らってる状況とか、そのなんつうのかな、ウェーブ間のそのハラスの試合の時の体力の削れ方、ダメージが食らわない方がいいんで、そういうタイミングってタンクって食らっていいタイミングと食らっちゃいけないタイミングがあるんですけど、タンク。
One of the things that was quite interesting was I noted earlier in the round how Crimzo's using his nades a lot more offensively. Let's quick look at how Checkmate tried to shut that down. Crimzo's offensive nades were a lot better on the defense than they were in the neutral fights. But I think at the same time, the attempts to squeeze value out of a well-placed nade, Vancouver's maybe looking more for kills than they should have, and may well have been better suited to just settling for Florida.
パンクも別に弱いプレイヤーじゃないんだけどな。ここ最近のサムワンがちょっと調子良すぎて、パンクドゥームキリコアナのウィンストン VS ブリギッテアナ。わあ、アスパイアから取っていく。正直ポジション取りとかのエリア状況の知識に関しては、まあ、正直リーグレベルだと大差ないから、だからあとはその細かい被弾管理とかの判断になってくるね。ウィンストンは特にそう。あ、サムワンミスったな。でもサムワンもサムワンでこういうミスあるんよな、結構。少なくないミス。少なくないね、こういうミス。ここは、まあサムワン先落ちすると無理だよね。
This means you're going to have a really cool protected core of like Faith, Crimzo, and Aspire moving as a trio, while Punk and Sugar-Free can generally operate pretty independently and try and play off health packs or Crimzo's sightlines. But once again, the same issue, it needs to be considered for Vancouver Titans. How does Punk play in Crimzo's LOS to make sure that he's always supported in these dives? And how someone, on the other hand, going to try and block those LOSs with his shield?
チェックメイトマジでピン連打してるな。ポイントから、あーでけえ、そのパルスでかすぎ。
Well, the other thing you've got to think about when you bring in the Brigitte, there's much better support for Sugar-Free due to the homing nature.
サムはマジで攻撃的なウィンストンだな。なんかスキル切らせて、なんか寝てもいいから相手にスキル切らせてトレードできればいいやみたいな風味を感じる。
Forcing you to try and use your resources or trade your health in order to actually control that. Otherwise, you have to play on the low ground. That means that someone can access you at his leisure.
うわー、これきつい。いや、耐えた。いや、ただキルを取ってるのはバンクーバー。ようキル取ったな。あー、ただここでキルがひっくり返った。ひっくり返ってはないわ。どうす追いついてポイント確保。うわー、シュガーフリー強い今のは。おお、シュガーフリー。ポイントキープはできているメイヘム。うん、まあ十分でしょう。 ウルトがウルトがね
It's Lenny time now.
ウルトねえのきちいな。
Mark your clocks. It's Lenny time right now. Merit, if he gets access to high ground with Deadeye, could be very critical to Vancouver Titan's ability to operate with this Doomfist. They need to try and disrupt the rotation here potentially from Punk. Remember, the Punch can cancel the Deadeye, but if that's somehow Suzu'd, it would be super troublesome for Punk.
Merit has the Deadeye, but doesn't want to expose himself in the middle of the map due to the high ground control from it looked like the supports of Titans.
おおバンクいいキャンセルだけどダメージ食らいすぎてる。それうおーシュガーフリーえげつねえそのダメージいる。
Checkmate has to keep this guy in check and has done such a good job of doing so. As we go to 80% and growing for the Titans, it's last fight territory. Everyone's very split from each other. It's Punk and Sugar.
ゆっくりなテンポだな。メイヘンをちょっとウルトなくて、ああお互い。うわーどうだ？パンクが暴れてる。いやー人数同数2対 2？ いやーシュガーフリー強っ。メイヘム最後えおえああそうかバンクーバーでいいのか。バンクーバーだそうかそうかびっくりした今メイヘムが取ったのかと思った。メイヘム最後全然足がかりなかったな。
Checkmate's a little bit ahead on the stats, but I feel like Checkmate is getting a little bit of damage padding here from trying to overwhelm Punk on some of these dives and maybe doing a little bit of counter diving, especially on Ruins against the Winston, whereas it feels like Sugar Free is mostly concentrating all his damage onto squishy targets and not doing too much to try and shut down someone.
I feel like RuPaul, I'm not sure if the heals just came in too slow or if he was trying to get a headshot onto Sugar Free, because that would shut him up, but he ain't healing your team, they will also die, fun fact. So we go to the final round of Well. Same setups, Tracer Cassidy.
さあルシキリ、キャスディトレーサー、キャストレ。
Peeling backline, protect Crimzo. It could be very vulnerable if that sleep dart doesn't hit the target he's hoping for. Point one lock shortly. It'll be up to the Tracers to start that pressure already. Up now is Strong supporting Merit's rotation to the front. Titans all clumped up and Crimzo finds the ugly end of a pistol of Checkmate. But we're left with a 3v3 and Punk and Sugar Free just don't have healers to sustain through this while Florida can speed right into them. Feels like a truly a Tracer face-off.
ルシキリ穴ぶりの構図もね増えたね。まあキリコがナーフされてやっぱりキリコだとねどうしてもなかなかヒールとかなんかその継戦能力が足りねえとかいうのもあるから特にウィンストンがメタに上がってくるとウィンストンじゃねえわディーバとかと組み合わせるとなってやっぱ被弾多いから体で受けるタイプのタンクが増えるとバナがね
Keep an eye on how they use their whip shot here. If it can be forced out early by Checkmate, that lets someone get full dive damage without having his leap interrupted.
Remember, Titans chose this map because of their success against Timeless, but it's Florida. They're just taking such great initiative of picking off Titans before they even know what's coming. And a stagger on the Punk could be possible. Checkmate's gonna come in.
チェックメイトも負けず劣らず強えなマジで。
That'll at least shut up Checkmate for now. But Florida are stable as long as they just protect this Cassidy and they're fine.
ブリはちょっとでも正直ウィンストンギャップな気がするパンクとサムワンはウィンストンはちょっと差があるかなって気がするなんか非対称なタンクだったら全然戦えるけどみたいな非対称のタンク対決だったらいいけどなんか PP 変わった
Someone is bullying, and Titans are not starting this fight off well without Aspire.
Yo, pause, we're gonna go find our Cassidy.
Where is he?
He's gone somewhere. That was a brave Deadeye. Let's put it that way. Likely gambling on the fact that maybe someone would be able to negotiate him out of a door, because obviously, like, it's only a small doorway and a larger wall. But someone keeping his calm, managing to find that kill is very impressive when it comes to the control of the Primal Rage as well. And like I said, I don't know if we wanted Crimzo to be able to get that nano onto Punk potentially, or if a dive just came too soon, because it felt like Crimzo was lining it up there from our observer POV, but just so, woo, he's gone, and suddenly no more Winston. We're going to head back in now here, as Florida Mayhem are about 1.5 fights away from claiming Ilios.
Yeah, and if Florida get any more staggers, oh yeah, that answers my question. That sucks. Sucks for them. But yeah, I agree that the Titans trying to peek out through main is a little difficult. I expect more information coming out of Punk, but the right side mini is always a safe place to rotate if you don't have tank presence. You all have the shelter of the mini pack room, but yeah, last fight coming up.
Florida Mayhem have plenty of resources for this fight as well. You can see the checkmate lying in wait, pulse bomb in hand.
うわー、完璧なパルス。
That's huge.
Oh, the queen has been found. Crimzo dead. 5 versus 4. Kitsune rush. Support healing? Where? We'll have to pause to find that out again. Overtime into effect. They'll be up to Sugar Free and Punk's Primal to buy as much time as possible. And even getting the flip, so that's even more time. So Soundbeer is being used, because why not? And a Deadeye to get swat that fly from the sky.
ポイント確保してオーバータイム。触りに来るけど、いやー、一気にキル重ねられて。まあまあまあ。そうなんだよな。別になんか逆に言うとよく逆に言うとここまで戦えてるから、なんかマジでバンクーバーはなんか壁乗り越えれたらマジで本当になんか上位争いに食い込んできそうなんだよな。メイヘム相当今仕上がってるっぽいからな。
have a good amount of tools to be able to try and mitigate that possible with Fasuzu. And that's something that needs to be factored into the ultimate calculus for Vancouver Titans if they're going to continue to try and play this pseudo mirror.
And 12k damage for checkmate versus the 8.6k of Sugar Free. I was not capping when I said I'm looking at the tracers to make a huge difference. I mean, even
Sugar Free はマジでやばい。そう。いやまあでもシュガークラッチとはいえチーム全体の自力もそんなに劣ってるわけじゃないと思うよ。まあそのチーム全体としてもまあメイヘムの方が正直強いと思うけど、でも別になんかめちゃくちゃその絶望的な坂と言われるとそんなことはないと思う。メイヘムとバンクーバー。
Punk in that moment, because someone's getting all the nanos. You maybe want to match that, but not connecting on that front. Our next map has been chosen.
なんか噛み合えば全然噛み合ったりとかメタ次第では全然バンクーバーが勝ってもおかしくないなって気はする。あと気になるのは、そう、あとね、ソジョンとキャス D に関してはね、キャス D 距離減衰が伸びた段階で結構キャス D 強かったよ、すでにその時に。その時にすでに、まあ、割とソジョンと張り合えるぐらいの性能はしてた。で、胴体のヒットボックス増えたことで明確にそのソジョーンがトレーサーを苦手、トレーサーとかソンブラみたいなスプレー系の射撃を苦手になったから、そこで結構やっぱりまあ差が出たとは言わんけど結構差が縮んで、 まあじゃあその継続的に火力を出し続けられるエイムさえあれば出し続けられる、まあ、キャスディの方がまあ好まれてるっていうところはあるかもしれない。そうなんだよね。もう爆発力とかきっちり使いこなした時の爆発力はもちろんあるし、戦術的な価値っていうのもソジョンの方が高いから、だからまあその辺はやっぱり、まあ、連動によるかな。連動によって使い分けられるのが使い分けていいんだろうなって気はする。ソジョンが強いならソジョンでいいと思うんだけど、やっぱエイムがあって立ち回りとかが全体的なそのエリアコントロールとかっていうのがチーム全体できっちりできるんだったら、まあ別にそのソジョンじゃなくてもいいなっていうシーンはある。あとその結局そのキャスディ飛び込まれちゃうから、なんだかんだその飛び込まれた時にきっちり大丈夫になるかっていう。ソジョンでトレーサー対象難しくないですか？難しい難しいよ。理不尽なワンパンができるだけで常にそれができるわけではないからね。理不尽さで言えばキャスディの方が強いし。ソジョン VS トレーサーで今ソジョンが結構きついっていうのが一つソジョンが減ってる理由じゃないかなと思うな。俺はヒットボックスでかくなったせいで。
Yeah, Checkmate's the big dog, and if you have a backline of the other team, things are going to get rough. As we had 12k hero damage coming out on Ilios. Huge amounts of final blows as well, more than half of the overall elimination for Checkmate were closes, and one of the things that Checkmate's done really well is those pulse bomb kills we highlighted before, 4 of them, and those are incredibly integral to try and take, especially when the enemy is playing something like a Brigana, because that really messes up the engagements of your Winston. They're often going to get whip shot during the leap, they can get slept upon landing. You need to be the one to open that up as a tracer by taking the Breed's attention away, or by instantly eliminating them with the pulse bomb, and that's exactly what we saw.
The Checkmate was aggro, getting 18 final blows there at the end, but 7 deaths versus the 12 final blows, 4 deaths of Sugar Free. But that's where Checkmate, he giveth, he taketh, he takes the risks, and it pays off.
そう、まあさすがに、いやでもソジョン、まあでも結局スライドは強えなって感じはする。
They took, playing a lot around, you know, the same usual comp for the Titans of the dive with the Winston Tracer. What the difference is with what Aspire likes usually, which are Sojourn for more mobility on attack, maybe Cassidy on the defense for more consistent damage, and then even the backlines change up with the Lucio on attack to a Brig on defense. And we'll have to see what they cook up on the attack, as they still have time to decide.
まあでも今のソジョンは結構スライディングが本体みたいなところある。
Embrace a mix of both flexibility and identity. Florida Mayhem in particular, they have a super flexible.
試合数多すぎて2-0してほしいの気持ち。まあちょっとわからんでもないけど。5試合だからね。まあ BO3 でテンポいいのはいいけど。
But generally, someone in Checkmate on Winston and Tracer is the bastion of kind of identity that we've come to expect.
攻め穴ぜに。
On the other
キャ
side,
スディトレーサー
going
メイヘムは穴切り子
Punk's had himself quite a good era here.
1日目は結構2-1あったよ
Title of off tank and just becoming the tank. He is the guy. He is
ほぼ 2-0 だけどでも
He is him. And also a
1日
different
目は
look
2-1
from the
結構多くな
fights
かっ
from
た
what I just talked about, where they usually prefer the Lucio. So it sounds like this almost kind of counter dive setup of having the break.
昨日は全部 2-0 だったけど
You have the magnetic grenade to kind of ward off these tracers. Mainly checkmate looking at you. As the Titans, they thought they were safe on the high ground, but they got stomped like bugs. And what kind of coordination from Florida? But
やっぱトレーサーは差がねえな
someone who
ほぼほ
overstayed
ぼ
his welcome on that high ground. So with a 1-to-1 trade and a tank still alive for the Titans.
でもややチェックメイト強えなああいい阻害だ
And that anti-grenade from Crimzo again. And the most impressive on, as you can see in the league, that definitely deserves more credit.
Oh, Crimzo, what a nade. Big Kobe coming through. Someone now does have a chance to re-enter here with Churong soon to be in range for all of this healing. It's going to be a first touch from Checkmate, trying to build up towards that pulse bomb. However, with Checkmate being forced out so fast, Florida Mayhem decided to call it there, and are instead going to try and invest in a high ground defense instead. I mean, Punk did a very good job there of not overcommitting on the jump and just waiting for Crimzo to be able to find the angle. They simply took the attention of Merit for long
さあ
enough to
メイ
make
ヘ
sure
ム
that Crimzo wasn't going to be a
かなり早いタイミングで第一手放してしまったがまあポイントは確保高台は確保できてるんで まあ悪くない出だしを作れるが
Going to the high ground soon, I would think, as Florida may be thinking of going crossing over to the other saloon as Sugar Free was doing some scouting, gets headshot. Merit's not even done headshotting people, and now Florida take the initiative. They descend down, see what else they can hunt, but Titans are so far back in their spawn, Mayhem ain't gonna get much.
So now you can dink buffet here for the old Florida Mayhem. Question is, how does Sugar Free get up to high ground? You have to be super telegraphed here with the Tracer unless you've got some nifty mobility tech using those elevators. However, the drop down here of Checkmate to the low ground might give it an opportunity for a duel.
Titans coach has had enough of this. We'll analyze map 3. But Nano for Crimzo, maybe giving this over to Punk. I think they gotta connect better, those two, like they did on Ilios. Or unlike they did on Ilios. But these anti-grenades from also Churong is slowing things down. Looks like they'll get a free teleport to the high ground. Jump scare. Checkmate waves, all good. But who's waiting above is someone who has the
さあ
primal.
置いてかれたが
Crimzo is looking for a
ここは狐
nano
走り
target.
一旦いなすけどいや
Right away.
ーパルス
Rally starts. Now Titans have messed up their rotations to the high ground. Mayhem can now descend upon them with the nano Merit. Looking for headshots, but Titans take shelter.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion there in terms of the overall objective. So we saw a rally disengage from Faith and those who went up top. Crimzo also had to try and play from behind without an
さあお
ideal
互い
sight line.
というかバンクーバーかなり高台取り返すのに難儀してるけどさあこれナノブーストうわーチェックメイト倒していく
Checkmate couldn't see that one coming in. Well, he had his back turn, that's why. So Titans sure love nanoing a
一
spy
気に
a
削
lot
っていく
more
けど
than
ここは倒しきれず
Some more love.
まあただ一旦バンクーバー難所一つ突破できそう
He's at full health. Supports dropping dangerously low as Suzu has to be used by RuPaul after a two-man anti by Crimzo as Titans hope to zone the high ground, doing just that. Meanwhile, I'm sure it's Sugar Free pushing the cart. Now it's the dual checkmate because that is getting close to point B, and the kills are falling through with the Titans. And if they cap off of this, that's
やっ
gonna
ぱ
be
バンクーバー結構やれるな
As Florida try to
なんかもっとボロボロになるかと思った俺このマッチアッ
They
プ
will have to re-emerge, maybe thanks to a Nano or a Deadeye. Churong and Merit gotta step up with these ultimates, but someone's been slept. As Titans converge on that and also have
いやーここのナノブ強い
pushing.
あ
Someone
ークリムゾ
emerges
あ
with the Nano,
ークリムゾ
zaps
あ
away
ー
Crimzo, and Titans find themselves in an
いやーここしっかり
very
返すメイヘム 不利状況だったのに耐え切ったね
I think the Vancouver Titans may have taken a little bit more of a bait than they needed to, fighting inside that house when ideally you could have guaranteed a fight on the cart with Faith being able to have maximum uptime on Inspire rather than allowing someone to be able to cleave through multiple people at once. Now Florida Mayhem once again can retake this high ground, and someone with the Primal Rage is going to be able to make sure no one can get up here if it's deemed imperative by Florida Mayhem that control of the high ground be continuously. Oh, hello. Could we see a back gap here from old Lenny?
They actually go under, and Punk, yeah, gets nanoed, but I think someone is also primarily his backline. He's already squashed Crimzo on this exchange. 4 versus 4. Deadeye from Merit to maybe peel for his backline or be out, find a kill from up above. No, he's down on Saloon. Florida have anchored the cart and they have the high ground, so Titans have to reassess this.
Yeah, fighting on the cart now no longer in favor of the Vancouver Titans with the rally, yes, but any coordinated fire on the Kitsune Rush on top of the cart would be absolutely brutal to any member. Sugar Freeze, this looks like a mouse disconnect to me. Yeah, and there's the pause called. Yeah, Sugar Free.
You're testing me, testing my knees. I have to keep getting up all these damn pauses.
Yeah, that definitely looks like a mouse disconnect coming through from Sugar Free. And I do wonder if Sugar Free actually did some groundwork for that dive by forcing RuPaul to come down to the low ground and support the Tracer-Duel, because while you might be confident in Checkmate being able to take a Tracer-Duel against Sugar Free, at that point, when there hasn't really been an engage happening, you don't want to take that risk. You want to try and find a 2v1, an unfair fight. And this also gives us a little bit of time now to talk about the theory of the nano, because like you said, Punk's not getting as many nanos, and more are going over onto Aspire. So we got to think about what might be the stimulus for this, as my chair starts.
このまさかのポーズ。
And I think the stimulus for this is actually to try and create danger for RuPaul to respond to that nano. Like we saw RuPaul be taken away previously by the Tracer-Duel, and I think they're not nanoing Punk as much, because if you nano Punk and you try and dive the Ana, who's going to be your primary target because she doesn't have the mobility, they're going to get Suzu'd. But if you nano Aspire to try and respond to a someone dive, if that's going to get Suzu'd as a response to a nano, that requires RuPaul to TP in and then use the Suzu, and then RuPaul's in a super dangerous position next to a nano Cassidy. So I think that might be one of the things that's going into the overall calculus of why so many nanos are going over onto Aspire.
And Aspire is at least able to deliver that. He has about almost 1k more damage than Merit on the same role of Cassidy. The nanos helping out a lot with that. Punk's engages, though, are looking a lot more solid. We're just having some technical issues on the Titan side, making sure everything's okay, because they still got some pushing to do. I'm looking at a 104 time bank and point B still in the cards, and I think they just had to
デバイスイシューとかそんな感じかな。
reset there. One death for Punk, so not a lot of attention is going into Punk, and more about how they can support someone on the counter dive. And I gotta say, both teams have been able to trade out quite well. Honestly, by play-by-play, I get kind of lost because it comes down to these 3v3s and 2v2s and 1v1s, and it gets really close.
Yeah, sometimes the strategy and the analytics and everything we know about Overwatch, just a mechanical moment happens. And things are often just decided by a well-placed dink here or there.
バンマジで頑張れそうだから応援したくなるな。
Being able to find a close on one of those as well. And I think that we're likely going to see very similar stories on the defense of the Vancouver Titans as well. This is a really hard area to attack if you don't have a super vertical DPS, and while Tracer's fast, she's not very vertical.
No, it's also very hard playing the game with equipment that is just not working. So Titans are going to need an extra minute. So it seems like everyone likes these Overwatch League break bangers, music and stuff. So how about we toss you to that? We'll be back with the next attack.
Ah, メイヘムポーズ多いな。昨日もそんな感じだった。昨日つか一昨日か。なんかメイヘムの時ポーズあったんだよな。よいしょ。いや、こういうポーズはマジで話すことなくなるからどうしたらいいかな。あ、そう。じゃああれかな。昨日実は 新仮面ライダーを見てきまして、面白かったです。ただそれだけなんだけど、下手に話すとネタバレになっちゃうからさ。あれなんだけど。でも個人的にはなんか前評判はね、割となんか庵野監督が暴走したみたいな話を聞いて見に行ったけど、なんか個人的にはなんかウルトラマンの時より悪は少なかったように感じたけどな、俺は。今回の新仮面ライダー。新ウルトラマンの方がなんか悪強かった気がする。っていう感想だったな。あ、全然楽しめると思う。まあ、仮面ライダーという概念自体は知ってた方がいいと思うけど、俺もだって初代仮面ライダー知らないからね、よく。ただその初代仮面ライダーのその概要とかを知ってると多分楽しめるんだろうなとは思う。初代仮面ライダー俺未視聴だけど、設定とかはそこそこ知ってたから、設定とかそのどういう仮面ライダーが活躍してとかは知ってたから、どういう設定でっていうのは、いやでも面白かったね。まあ知らなくても全然見れると思う。なんか仮面ライダー1作品ぐらい見てたら全然そのままスッて入ってくると思う。別になんか普通にアクション映画として見てもおもろいと思うし。そして PV がかっこいいことで定評のあるバンクーバー。バンクーバーの PV マジでかっこいいんだよな。去年もそうだったし、なんかずっと言ってるなこれ。
Good old Crimso pause. That's our man right there on the Titans. Shout out to them. They're still fixing up some stuff, but hey, that gives us more time to brain out. Like, they, what you got?
Well, one of the stats I do have is that Sugar Free has the shortest mouse lifetime at the moment. Evidently forgot to charge it before the match. I would also like to give a quick shout out to how Sugar Free did have managed to avoid danger with the no look blinks out as a Tracer who was just using WASD to get away. But fine, I'll do some analysis. And one of the analytical points that we've got to look at here is the nano generation time from Crimso, and it's inherent in the duo from Faith and Crimso, which is the Brigitte.
まだ時間かかりそうですかね。
Going to be concerned with sending health packs over to DPS instead to maybe help them win a duel or two. But that means Crimso is essentially solo healing Punk, and the stats reflect that. I believe already about 6.5k healing compared to 4.7 from the opposing Ana, because the heal split is a little bit more even between a Kiriko and an Ana, but that does mean nano generation time is about 30 seconds faster, and that could allow for a little bit of a tempo advantage for Vancouver Titans.
I like that conversation about the different support lines, because Titans have run so many different things of Lucio Ana, Lucio Bab, and then even Kiriko Ana. This time it's Brig Ana versus the Kiriko Ana of the Florida Mayhem, and I think that gives Florida a lot of offensive power using the Kitsune Rush, the Nano. It's all offense all day, baby. But with Faith, you bring in a little bit of defense. But you saw how even either a fight ago or not, the rally didn't bolster Titans too much. It was kind of, well, the timing was off. But speaking of timing, we're unpaused, so that's great. Titans still trying to get to the high ground. Faith at least just getting a flail shot there to get the healing going. Sugar Free just got shot in the head though by Merit, so Titans will have to try and approach this fight. 4 seconds left.
まだシュガーフリー落ちてるから大丈夫か。
Kind of looking over. They're just gonna wait for Sugar Free actually.
I wouldn't mind seeing RuPaul actually save the Kitsune Rush to try and respond to the rally. Crimso being picked early. Oh, it staggers everywhere, Lemon. This is not going to be a pretty final fight.
It was an anti from Chorong too that hit the opposite high ground. Titans wanted to keep that so bad because it's been such a pain in the butt.
ブリーってやっぱ難しそうに見えるな。キリコなんかこの対面を見てると、まあメイヘムが勝ってるからってのもあるけど、キリコで良くないになる。やっぱああいう不意の不意に入ってくるビーンに対処できないのはこの対面きついよ。やっぱうわ完璧だ。うわーチェックメイト。
Chorong truly listened in to our little vent there and said, that's a lot of love for Crimzo. Chorong wants some loving too, you know. Chorong hitting some fatty nades. And honestly, one of them was for Stagger there onto Crimzo before this fight even started. Then the triple, as it was actually a really good kind of shepherding of Vancouver Titans as well. You keep them back by using the Kitsune Rush, forcing them to fight outside of that area of effect in order to try and mitigate the overall efficacy of any Florida Mayhem divers. But that also means they're kind of packed up like sardines in a can, and then you just drop the bath bomb into the can, and it's not a culinary miracle, I'll tell you that much. Florida Mayhem now, they've got themselves a clear win condition most of the way through B. But given that both of these teams are enjoying the high ground poke with a Winston Tracer dive core, B is not going to be easy to take. And honestly, Vancouver Titans capped A very quickly, so you know how difficult B can be. This is by no means guaranteed as an L for Vancouver.
I want to point out too that RuPaul has 0 deaths to the... Oh, I'll look at this in a second. Mainly, this anti-grenade was so disgusting. This was kind of at the end. And then Checkmate hits the double pulse bomb. That was tough, especially without Punk to start that fight off so rough. What I was going to say is that RuPaul has 0 deaths. Chorong has 2, to the total of 6 of Faith and Crimzo combined. So when I talked about this kind of defensive peel from Faith and Crimzo, yielding less deaths at the end of the day.
Yeah, it feels like we're not seeing as much control on someone as I would like. Maybe
相
I'm
当
just
きつ
missing
そ
it in my
う。
POV, but
あー距離的にはかなりメイヘムが有利だね。さあゆっくり展開してキリコがしっかりポジション取りしてる。うわーなんか毎度毎度瓶が入ってんな。一生瓶が入ってる。これチョロングがうめえのかバンクーバーがザルなのかわかんねえけど、ちょっといやでもバンクーバーがザルな気がするな。パンクがもうちょっと早めに飛んでればあのピンは入んないはずなんだけど、チョロングに瓶を温存させちゃってるからそこは問題な気がするな。でも早く飛んだら早く飛んだでパンクはきついんかな。でもじゃあいつ飛ぶんだよになってくるからな。あのタイミングで飛んでスキルトレードしないと結局きつくねって気はしちゃう。さあお互いにらみ合ってメインヘムはポイントに圧かけることで、まあ先にメインヘムに上から降りてきてもらおうっていう感じの展開で作ってるけど、こういうアプローチも高台へのアプローチをあえてしないで、その無理やりポイントをしてアドバンテージを取る戦い方も増えたね。本当にこれブリザードワールドでも言ったけどうわー耐えきれずピンどっかで使ってたからパル。まあ、カウンターダイブ的な感じでその多分メインヘムのバックラインを崩すような感じでやってるのかもしれないけど、かなり裏目に出てる気がするな。アナキリコだからそのキリコが前に飛んでくるタイミング、要はそのダイブするタイミングでバックラインに飛ぶとキリコがその前に飛べなかったりとかして連携が崩れるし、後ろに行ったら行ったでそのバブルがあるせいでその前線にヒールが全く取らなくなる、アナキリコだとっていう弊害が発生するから、 カウンターダイブするっていう選択肢は確かにその戦術なんだけど、それに対してのメイヘムの回答が、まあ、さっきから言ってる通り、その瓶を抱えて瓶プラスチェックメイト3話の飛び込みだけで処理してしまうっていう形だから、なんか戦術的にやってるのか意図的にその一緒のタイミングで飛んでるのかはちょっと判断しかねるけど、まあ同じタイミングで飛ぶメリットもまあ一応あるにはあるって話かな。あるにはあるというか、まああるんだよな、普通に。別にそんな一緒の時間に飛ぶこと自体は悪いことじゃないけど、このタイミングに限っては瓶を温存させるとろくなことにならんから、さっさと飛んだ方がいいんじゃねって思っちゃう。まあそれが分かった上でできないっていう可能性も全然あるから、分かった上で実行するのは難しいからね、結局ね。いやー、きついね。結構早めに飛ぶようになってきたわ、パンク。形、まあ防衛が攻めここ極端に難しいから。
Point at which you have to question if Checkmate needs to reassess priorities and do a little bit more cart trolling instead. Force Sugar-Free down into one of these duels to allow a little bit more space for Mirror and Showrong to only have to worry about a dive from Punk here. And that's why Punk's actually coming down to Sugar-Free, so they kind of move as a dive unit.
ちょっと辛そうだけど。
To get isolated into one of those 2 versus 1s.
Ooh, someone is so low and he needs help, and the anti from Trong was enough to ward away from Sugar-Free and get someone back on his feet. You cannot afford to lose him at this moment. 2 minutes left. Florida just trying to get any progress. Sugar-Free contesting as much as he can. Not sure if he still had the recall. There it is. It's gone now. So Sugar-Free will have to be uninvolved. This Punk taking a nap.
さあメイヘムチャンス。立った。ここは、いやパンクが取り切ったけど苦しい。いやーでも耐え切った。メイヘムも苦しんでるけど、あーチェックメイトがこじ開けた。チェックメイト。うわーこじ開けたね。
before Nano Punk goes in, or maybe preemptively use the shield to try and catch the sleep on engage instead.
Last fight for that box of victory, although Titans have closer respawns at this point. Crimso's very hidden in the bottom right.
さあバンクーバー今度はかなり辛い状況。高台の対処しなきゃいけない。ああパンクが。あでもなんとああ蘇我いい。さあラリーで返す。メイヘムとしてもここラストウェーブナノがないのもちょっときつそうかこれ。あ上からあスパイアウルトウルトウルトウルト。えアスパイアなんでウルトつかなかったんだ今の。ルパル怖すぎ。やってること怖すぎだろ。ここで使ったけどいやー横からチョロングが来てること気づけなかった。サポがここでダブルキルうまっサマー。いやーアスパイアあそこなんでウルト躊躇したんだろう。惜しいなでも惜しいなバンクーバー惜しいな。
Obviously, Chorong excellent sleep there on the Deadeye, really forcing Aspire to play in a much more cowed position, and the ability to have to peel for that Cassidy as well up on high ground. It split Crimzo away. I don't know how Crimzo ended up being by jail alone, but that was an easy dive for someone, and then it became an easy bully too. I really think that at the moment the Kiriko is almost indispensable, and I think that Vancouver found that out the hard way.
惜しいな。
spoilers. One of the match is, of course, Checkmate. His Tracer, his power levels are over 9,000, had like 3k more damage than Sugar Free, although it was a duel of a lifetime. Checkmate might die a little bit more often, but he delivers, because he'll walk away with corpses behind him when he does go in that deep. And the way he synergizes with someone, this is exactly why Florida retained someone in Checkmate on this roster. They work so well together. And it's kind of unfair to expect that from Sugar Free and Punk, who just began a team together, even Sugar Free coming off of a break, but Florida are looking like the masters of dive this season.
True, this early in the season, the existing synergy that someone and Checkmate have is definitely a huge boon to them. Here we go in the per 10 minutes, 11 final blows per 10 minutes, not too bad at all, and 4.5 deaths per 10 is not that bad, considering that you only have 150 HP to work with. And yes, Checkmate does die a fair amount from some aggressive dives, but he survives more often than you'd expect.
いやー、チェックメイトちょっとパフォーマンス高かったね。結局最後の突破口を切り開いたのもチェックメイトだったし、強かったわ。
With a tracer, but it can work out because of the viability of the nades for long-range healing from the healing of Fuda from the Kiriko.
So Florida go undefeated, which might have set them up for success to get out of the group stage and enter the bracket side. And Titans are still fine for now. Remember, only 2 teams from each group do move on, and Titans have met their match, their first Owl team they had to face, and they took an L, but it was a really exciting match, and I can't wait to hear from the desk of really what was their favorite play, and also an interview to see how are Florida doing after all of this. So we're going to throw it to a break, so that gets all set up, and we'll see you on the other side.
さあ次の試合はベガス VS ロンドンか。ちょっとワンサイドになりそうだなこれは。セインツロンドンが今日いっちゃんなんか熱そうなんだよなマジで。ショックは負けないと思うし、いやーNA4 位にはさすがにまあねやめてロンドン、そのウォーミングアップじゃ済まないかもしれないでしょう。そのロンドンも初手から全力で出さないとまずいかもしれないんだから。いやでもちょっとロンドン VS ベガスはちょっとね差ありそうだよねかなり。 あ実際そうなんだよな。正直まあ勝つ意味は薄いよ。実際それはガチでそう。まあ賞金は出るけどレギュラーシーズンに関係がないからね。影響がないから。
Your team support bundles are on sale right now through April 11th. Get Kiriko, Ana, Baptiste, and a weapon charm in your favorite team skin. All for just 350 league tokens. The Vega skin you're seeing on your screen right now. Vegas is coming up next, going up against the Spitfire. They certainly want your support. So, you know, support them with the support something. I don't know, there was a really good transition somewhere.
Yeah, there was something there. I can see it. Support.
There. I just didn't quite make it work. Who did make it work, however, was the Mayhem. Wow, saved it. What a flawless transition. In their game against the Vancouver Titans. Thank you, Danny. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Week is over tomorrow, alas. But I want to talk about the match we just saw because honestly, yes, this was the Titans' first loss, but I do feel like it was a quality one. And if we're looking at the Mayhem squad there as well, they once again managed to play their style. They played aggressive, which is what we discussed heading into this match, right, Costa? Like, can Titans actually punish this aggression? Do you feel like they got that done somehow?
No, unfortunately. The answer of can you deal with the aggressive nature of someone with Rupal following up and just checkmate, proving once again how great of a player he is. You know, someone's just running over the backline. I think the main person that really felt the brunt of that force was Crimzo. You can see him just getting bullied right now on your screen, and that's really the whole series. And Faith went over to that brig and they almost got away with it on the second point of Hollywood when they could play more defensive and play on that back high ground with Crimzo, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. So it was still a good look from the Vancouver Titans in my eyes, but just the sheer amount of pressure the Florida Mayhem are able to put onto them, they just weren't able to deal with in this series.
I am really honestly liking this sort of very aggressive playstyle that
トップクラスのトップクラスの大会の賞金とはいえ650万だもんな。日本だったらめちゃくちゃ破格なんだよな、650万。いやそういう大会日本でも開くことができればいいんだけどね。
Did you guys notice that when we saw his stats at the end, they got a new picture where his arms aren't up? I honestly don't know if I can support him if he doesn't have his arms up and when he wins player of the match.
Yeah,
so
like where's the lemur? Where's the lemur?
Yeah.
It all went with lemur power.
What
are you doing? Well, maybe later in the season, maybe for the Owl matches, the lemur is back. However, we now have an interview ready. So Danny, please take it away.
Thank you. So, yeah, all right. For the interview today, we got none other than Merritt here. Merritt, can you hear me? Merritt 선수 들리시죠? I cannot hear him. So let's give him a second. Hello, Merritt. Hello.
あれメリット。
All right, we got him finally. Alright, that scared me. Alright,
메리트 켜고 있다.
처음에 좀 한 몇 초 안 들려서 또 이거 잘못된 거 아닌가라는 했는데 다행히 들려서 다행이고요. Yeah, starting the interview off. I mean, Merritt, congratulations on the win. You guys already have 3 wins. Things are looking good for the Florida Mayhem. Now, I do have to ask you, you know, we were sort of talking about this before going into the interview, that Florida Mayhem this season has been looking very aggressive. You guys are playing aggressive. You guys are doing spawn camping, and it was just sort of a different look from previous seasons of Florida Mayhem. So, what's the thought process of adapting this sort of aggressive playstyle? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 제가 봤을 때 이제 저번 시즌도 그렇고 항상 좀 플로리다 메이엠을 봐왔던 거랑 좀 다르게 이번 시즌에는 이번 프로에다 팀은 조금 더 공격적인 플레이 스타일을 많이 선보이는 것 같습니다. 좀 이런 공격적인 플레이 스타일을 사용하게 된 계기가 있다면, 아니면은 좀 이게 어떻게 나오게 된 것 같으신가요? 이게 좀 그냥 자신감에서 나오는 건지, 아니면 이게 어떻게 해서 이렇게 좀 기용을 하게 되신 것 같으신가요?
일단 자신감도 맞는 것 같고 저희 팀 플레이 스타일이 그냥 공격적인 게 좀 좋게 다가오는 것 같아서 쓰는 것 같아요.
Alright, it's definitely one part is one of the big things is the confidence. We do have the confidence, so that's why we are adopting this aggressive playstyle, and also this sort of aggressive, forceful playstyle. I think it sort of suits our Florida Mayhem, our current Florida Mayhem team pretty well, and I think it's a color that really matches our playstyle as well. Alright, my second question for you, Merit, is of course I have to talk about Checkmate as well. You got your new DPS duo, Checkmate, who has been bumped up this Pro-Am tournament. So how is it like playing with Checkmate? 자, 두 번째 질문은 메리트 선수가 이번에 프로에도 넘어오시게 되면서 새로운 DPS 딜러 파트너가 생기셨죠. 다름이 아닌 체크메이트 선수인데 요즘 프로엠에서 메리트 선수와 같이 너무나도 좋은 모습을 굉장히 많이 둘이서 보여주고 있기 때문에
ワールドカップのオープントライアル1勝もできなかったベガスはこれから勝てるんですかね。いやーちょっと難しいんじゃない？正直難しいと思うよ。なんかウェストリーグのさ、ウェストグループの平均的なその戦力がさ、去年と比にならないほど高くなってるから、なんかそれも相まってバリアントに勝てないんだったらどこにも勝てないんじゃないのと思っちゃう。
Alright, that is it for the interview, Merit. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 다시 한번 승리를 축하드리면서 메리트 선수 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great to hear from him. And Danny, thank you so much for translating all there is to know. I love that the roommate synergy is going strong there. That can go the other way as well. You know, you don't always get along.
Maybe we should dominate together. You know what? Maybe we should all be roommates, all three of us too, so that we could build synergy.
Yeah, that sounds.
What a great idea.
Great idea, Danny. We'll circle around to that one after the show.
Yeah, we'll discuss. We'll keep that one floating around. For now, however, we're gonna put our eyes on to the next match. London Spitfire will face off against the
ベガス難しいよな、さすがにな。
Vegas. They need to. I cannot with the logo. You can't just keep that. I need to change it. Just for me.
Just flip it backwards.
Vegas Eternal. They played a little earlier today. What was our big takeaway from that match?
Just how unconventional I think that they're willing to commit to this game. Obviously didn't work in their match against Valiant. I think we would all agree that the London Spitfire should be tougher opponents. So I want to see if they're going to make any adjustments into their style or keep playing and leaning into it, because there has to be some upswing to them playing with confidence, playing their style, but we just have not seen it so far in the Prime.
Yeah, I think unconventional is a really good word, because like some of the composition they pulled out was a lot of question marks. But for London, I do feel like we're not gonna get a lot of question marks because we know what they're good at. It's whether it's the Winston dive composition or of course the Rhyme Brawl as well. So I'm expecting to see sort of those London Spitfire leaning towards those two compositions. And I do agree with Costa that it is going to be a tough fight for the Vegas Eternal.
Yeah, I agree.
And I mean, this could work out in Vegas's favor here as well, because if you're going up against an opponent which, I mean, all the cards are on the table here, right? Like you just know what to expect from not just London as a team.
ところで今年もじゃねえわ、今日もやっぱりなんか特に新ヒーローの情報は出なさそうですね。いや、新ヒーロー本当にシーズン4に実装するんか何も情報ないけど。いや、なんか下手になんかリークされてると逆にさ、盛り下がるからいいんだけどさ、リークすら来てないからさ、リークが出たという情報すらないから本当かってなってる。いやいいよ、リークがないことはいいことなんだよ。リークがないことはいいことなんだけどさ、いつもだったらこの時期ぐらいからリークあるんだよなと思いながら、リークの情報ぐらい出てくるんだよなと思いながら、もう2週間よ。
wasn't a horrible loss either because it was against a very strong team. So, you know, Danny, who you got?
Any guesses?
London.
No, London Spitfire. I mean, I believe in Chatty and the rich man's brawl.
The rich man's brawl.
Yeah. I think it's gonna take him. It's gonna get.
ああ、そう、なんか
Hey, you know,
そろそろ
they love to gamble out that way. I think they're gonna gamble. I'm not gonna gamble.
明日情報出んのかな、さすがに。
I got you guys in the first half. I did. But Vegas might try and gamble on their Farrakhan's with Malfoy. I think that's going to be their best run against this rich man's brawl of the London Spitfire.
What a great name. Thank you so much, Hardy. You really
当日発表の斬新なスタイルでユーザーの度肝を抜け。
about to get this one on the way and just once again remember this is all or nothing.
それやったら伝説だけどな。
They're losing this one. They will be
伝説になれるけどな。
don't have a chance of getting all that sweet cash at the very end of it, or even making it into the bracket play. So let's see if we get to see more of them, or if this is the end of their journey. It's all up to London Spitfire whether or not they're going to come in hot and get that W for all the action that
なんと今日から使えます。
they are standing by.
Yeah, Levigal, Peach Guy, we got a third match and maybe a third L for Vegas. At least they're hoping it's not going to be the case because that would be
情報欲しいけどな。
so we said. And the desk unanimously are around London. I'm sure you are as well, right? Like that, you got to back your home crowd.
Oh yeah, I'm not just backing them for patriotic reasons, also for brain reasons. It's do or die for Vegas Eternal, and the Preds on the desk did say die, die, die. And Nepal is not a fantastic place to meet London. On two of these points in particular, the Shrine and the Village, the Reinhardt composition is absolutely beautiful, and of course you're going to be likely to play
新サポ普通にオール開幕で使えそう。どうなんだろうね。いや、だからオール開幕には使えるようにしといてくれよとは思っちゃうけどね。なんか時期的なあれで。
Completely reasons, right? Am I right? You know what was on my brain? I was thinking that rich man's brawl, like we have poor man's brawl with Ram. I feel like the Reinhardt is more of like noble brawl. It's aristocratic. It's done properly.
実装初期はぶっ壊れかな。ああ、どうだろうね。なんとも言えないね。基本的には強くする、まあ強くするとは思うけど、それが実際どんぐらい強いかはなんとも言えない。ナマットラとか俺結構ぶっ壊れだと思ってたんだけどな。それで言うとまあなんか結局時期が悪かったの話になるんだけど、ラマットラに関しては。いや、ベガスはファラマ、ロンドンはソンブラ。てかこれこれロンドンさ、1戦目でさ、ベガスの構成分かってたから、構成と戦術分かってたから、それに対して最適化してる可能性あるな、これ。今の動きとかも、今アナノがあのポジションに隠れてるところとかも分かってそう。あー、ベガス何もできず。この構成相手にこれをソンブラ、キャスディ、ラインハルトよ。マジでしんどそうだな、ベガス。
And Malfoy's poke thus far has been a little bit lackluster, only 60% of the way towards a barrage.
Okay, well that first fight didn't count for Vegas. And now this is the real time. Malfoy is trying to just challenge London while trying not to be too greedy against Sparker, but Malfoy should be winning that considering Sparker doesn't have really a pocket, but does have to deal with Landon's hit scan too. Vulcan's resurrected back. Everything is fine. Rack attack is not fine. Could not fly up high enough. Backbone sneaks up on him. Now, London have all of the backup in the world. No way you're going to hack him off the map. Backbone is fine too. He almost dropped off himself.
I think Backbone's ready to have a little giggle here. A touch of trolling, a bit of tomfoolery perhaps from the old bourbon enjoying lad. Backbone though, close to the EMP here. It's likely going to be used to drag Malthus and Rakitak out of the sky.
バックも
Once again, he's
バルカン何もできてね
back to a drawing board again. One of the things I want to talk about here with the Sombra actually is the great information game the Sombra can play means that you can often scout out Lumino's location, and that means you can set up for rotation super well to get Hardy on top of that Ana if they are in an even slightly precarious position.
It's going to be a big ultimate fight, though. If Vegas just walk out of main, there's an EMP. Backbone's just in position now! And Vegas use their own ultimates. Valkyrie in the sky from Brack attack before the EMP keeps some of whatever is left of Vegas standing. But this was not as strong of a showing on Village as they did previously against the Valiant. But London is a much tougher team.
なんか1ミリもチャンスを感じなかったな。
is quite the statement to make.
It's also 11 to 0. London Spitfire haven't died yet. To reduce someone's hit points to 0. What a novel concept.
Yeah, break that down. How do we do that?
Alright, let's do the Overwatch 101. Every hero has a health pool, but also are known as hit points. And while you have a hit point, you are alive and can continue playing the game. When the hit points reach 0-11, your character is eliminated. You have to wait 10 seconds for a respawn.
I can get out of my gold
games
games now.
True! You too could use this information in your ranked games. It's educational content for everyone to see. Vegas, though, now we have a different dynamic. Moving over onto a Sigma, this is where Vulcan is at his best. Brack Attack, though, now there's no pocket for Dove like we saw previously on Blizzard World. Instead, playing the Brigitte, which is going to have a little bit of trouble.
さあ、ベガスは
If you keep your distance, you can maybe whittle down the shield.
シグマのポーク構成。マルサルここで草。すごいけど。やば。いや、よう耐えた。よう耐えてるけど。おー、ぶねはじ。いや、でもポイント強奪した。ああ。さすがにこのレンジ相手だと、ちょっとロンドンも分が悪いね。構成の。
And this gives a little bit more time for Hardy to respawn. You've got to be super careful with your rotations here if you are Vulcan, because you can be sped upon really quickly by the right hand.
Oh,
I would have loved this Amp Matrix earlier, but yeah, he was at 99%, just got it now, and Vegas got into cover, although that Amp Matrix isn't much better. Because they just didn't have vision around the corner, so as soon as they popped their heads out, speaking of Vegas,
ポイント取り切って隅取り返しが鮮やかすぎる。取り返し鮮やかだな。ベガスなんでこのマップでマーシーじゃねえんだろう逆に。このマップこそ別にマーシーアッシュとかでも良さそうだけどな。あ、でもバックボーンがきついのかな、そうなると。アッシュマーシーとかでも良さそうなもんだけど。おお、一気に仕掛けに行く。さあ、ここはスパーカーを倒しポイントをタッシュしていく。これはロンドンも苦しい状況。おお、なんかルークミノ倒してるけど恥。なんで
Of course, a really good pre-fire on the accretion as well to shut down the charge. Remember that it started. That really opened up the need for Admiral to try and reinforce that charge with the sound barrier. And then Vulcan managing to catch Landon up in the air. Malthus getting on top of the target that was needed to strip away that sound barrier led to a kill on the main healer here, following the Spitfire. Once more, though, we need to see Dove's poke shut down this engagement.
I love the YOLO charges, just walking past the shield, but trying to also get some of the words down with it. 3-man shatter for Hottie, and he's going for more. Swings onto Vulcan.
うわー、でもどうだきついかこれ、ロンドン。いや、さすがにきついね、構成。バックボーンメイじゃないんだなっていうか。メイとか使っていきそうな。 ところだけど、あくまでトレーサー。
Now, Hardy, do you want to try and force a fight on the point? Unlikely when Dove's got this much poking ability. And you can see that at the moment, Vegas Eternal, they're just trying to counter-rotate. And unless London can pull a fast one, Dove should have time to hit a shot here.
And Dove's Bob's going to be important just to anchor the point. London don't have any ultimates, and this is last fight for Vegas to force us into round 3. London have pillars control, they have access to Mega. Hardy charges back to the point.
マジマルサル倒して人数はイーブンだけどボブが基地バックライン終わらされてここはベガス取り切ってる。あ、黒さんありがとうございます。ミラケン取れました。取れましたというかいただけました。ちょっとプロアマだけなんで、プロアマのレギュラーシーズン入ってからは普通にツイッチに戻ります。Well-timed insertions from Malthal. But on the Spitfire, they really should not have been playing the Reinhardt composition here. Reinhardt is super bad at Sanctum because all of his rotations are super inefficient due to that central death pit. Here's Malthal managing to find that blade kill. Big moment for him. And overall, I think with London Spitfire, they're probably going to have a much better time here on Shrine. It's much better for Reinhardt. さあただこのマップはラッシュが強えんだ。バックボーンは相変わらずソンブラ。
Yeah, that's usually what Vulcan prefers when it comes to rushes. Though he did start more Rhine, but he's going for the poor man's rush. Gonna prove Hottie that this is the best way to go. Remember, Vegas need this win so desperately. They're just trying to poke around London through the side. Hottie taking a lot of pressure down to a quarter health, and some of the immortality of Landon. As the rest of London try to peel over, Vulcan might have gone too deep, and Hottie tried to charge forward just to take back.
最初にポイント取っていったのはベガス。さあソンブラちょっとバックボーン返されすぎてて全然ダメージ出してねえな。ランドンのウルトが早めに溜まってく。ただスパーカーがフィジカルで解決。ただバルカンがスパーカーを落としてさあバティストルトカウンター一旦下がって立て直し。バックボーン売ると全然たまらねえな。バックボーンこの構成のソンブラだったらなんか正面からハックかけに行ってダメージディールしないとダメそうに見えるけどなんか別にタイミングが合ってないんだよな。そのサイドを取るタイミングがサイドを取って隠しかけに行くタイミング。うわーくさ。
Hottie has to now reposition himself after going way too deep on that one. He's going to be assisted by Admiral. Now he's taken the grenade. He's dangerously low. Sparkles Deadeye to ward them away. As an EMP from London to strike back. But the annihilation makes London consider this twice.
溶かしきったけど、いや、ここはロンドン取られる。あれマジ？ロンドン？ロンドン？ソンブラはいらないんで。
Last fight, London used so many ults to not get nothing, but Backbone's on the May. See if they can isolate Vulcan. Amp Matrix from both sides. Careful cover being used.
流域圏返せないぞ。切れてない。いやー、ここでランドンをしたのはきちい。これ絶望的な状況だね、ロンドン。お、ただバティストがいないけど取り切った。まあメイですよね。なんでソンブラだったんだろう。いやでもこれ結構きついぞ、こっから 100% 守りきんの。 いやでもなんかウルトがロンドンすげえ上がってる。
ス
ノーボール仕切るかこれ。あ、スクリームだから実験してたの。試合なんだよな。
London want to bring the fight to the point. They got a blizzard and Vegas's name is on it. See if the house can put a bet on this. Hottie can also pop around the corner. One more fire strike or two. He could surprise Vegas. Vegas.
いやいいチャージ。いやー、溶かしきった。
Start off on match point, but Vulcan gets collapsed on. The Maywall comes up behind him. And Vegas now just going one by one, just not coordinated at all.
いや、残党狩りだ。
Have to retreat. London, they're not even done yet. They're going for kills.
いやー、綺麗な残党狩り。しかもノーウルト。ノーウルトでけえ。ウルト5対4。きつそうだな、これ。
Any real engagement power when you're going up against the Mei with the Ramatra. You basically instantly get eviscerated. You can get pinned out of your block so that it doesn't block any damage. Hardy really is able to win these fights quite easily by using the block into the ice wall, and now is getting some early scouting. Oh no, guys. Let's not be the content slam.
The big metal feet are very loud, so they know this guy is here. You'd have to be deaf not to hear it. So, I mean, Hottie just did some scouting, not going to surprise Vegas, although the shield play from Vulcan is going to be tough to pull off against the Shatter. Dove, Deadeye, zoning London back. Ton of ultimates as London, their hand will
さあ、お互いウルトトレード。シャターが来るぞ。うわー。
Shatter gets rack attack low, and I don't know if the sounder even went off. London unleash everything in their arsenal, and from a 0 to 100 comeback, London have done it and take map number 1.
メイ出してからは圧倒してたな。まあ、ソンブラ明らかに動き良くなかったもんね。
We saw these little sparks of brilliance, especially on Sanctum in particular, where we really saw some excellent rotations and proactive movements from Vegas Eternal that indicate a good comm structure. In the end, though, they simply weren't able to match the brawl on two brawling maps where London was always going to have a topographical advantage as a noble brawl team.
Well, London just also played conservative. We say chatty.
明らかにソンブラ機能してなかったもん。
But he actually played very smart and measured. I think he was dying a lot on Sanctum and had to kind of reel that back a little bit because they started playing more reactively around him. You saw that they let Vegas Eternal use their ultimates first. For example, zoning away from Luke Mino's Ant Matrix, or just waiting for Malthus to go in with Blade and then kill him and act afterwards. Then London came in with 5 ult. I mean, it was a 5 ult fight. London were supposed to win that. But the way they approached it wasn't too eager and antsy. It was very measured.
まあ一応ドゥーム読みで出してたかもしんないけど、まあなんかバックボーンがさっさとソンブラ変えてればもっと圧倒してたっぽいね。
Unfortunately, nothing you can do as an Nemesis form against the charge. You don't have any kind of counter charge. Your block can't work. You just get stunned out of it. The second you get picked up. So London will eventually walk away with that one. But I think maybe it was hairy. It was fear-inducing.
Was it you?
Yeah, that is a little bit of my style of Reinhardt play with a Sombra in it.
Well, Backwood's gonna have to work on that a little bit more. The May looked a lot better, and so do London, although it got close. On the other side of this break, we'll find out where Vegas Eternal want to go to next.
まあやはりと言うべきか何と言うべきか、これはまあロンドンが普通にスイープして終わりそうっすね、さすがに。 トイレ行ってきます。よいしょ。
Well, they had a lot to say. I hope I'm live right now, but I hope they had a lot to say up on Twitter. London tweeted this before the match even started. Chatty, I mean the whole team chatting it up. They felt very confident coming into this. I think every team should as well. Vegas have a lot to work on. You heard it from the interviews. They only had a couple weeks to scrim. But hey, that got kind of close to it like that. It was round 3.
Yeah, no Europe, no win, but going to map 3 was definitely a little bit of screams and confused Brexit moment. We got ourselves a couple of subs coming in. Sparker getting a little bit of well-earned rest. Instead, Lethal is going to be moving on in, and Scarippa, all 240 pixels of him, are going to be joining us here to play the double flex support. And this is filling a role that previously Backbone, or Boneback as he was known in that particular iteration, that particular version of him, used to fill the double flex support role. Backbone was the Zen player. Now Scarippa comes in as an actual flex support player to be able to fill out London's availability
フロリダ勝ちましたよ。
on some of these maps where it can be a little bit more prevalent.
なんかまたさ、ちょっと一回止めるね。ごめんね。またさ、ガビガビなの何？これ。またガビガビなんですけど、今日はなんかスカイリーパーがガビガビなんだけど、これ。どういうこと？今気づいたわ。なんでこれスカイリップはこんなガビガビなのこれ。なんかドット絵みたいな画素数になってるけど。ちょっと。
I spoke it into existence. I was like, man, if only they had a tracer flex, you know. God, yeah, Lethal is here. He's been a bright star on every team he's...
How they like to play Mercy. A pocketed Ash here could certainly do some real damage to London before the dives can come on through. I'd imagine Backbone's probably going to play a little bit of the Sombra here in conjunction with a Lethal Tracer, but honestly, London could bring out anything. On the other
ロンドンの
is that a real Swedish man?
洗剤はガビガビにするあれがあるのか。
From Vegas Eternal, this is certainly one of the comps I've seen in my life.
They played, yeah, we actually saw it earlier today when they played LA Valley. It was the Torb defense dub, this exact composition. Obviously, the desk isn't a fan, but we kind of all justified it as they're playing their comfort picks. And Maltho's always been that silly hero specialist. And it's if you want to justify the Torb as it is anti-tank, has range, and it is annoying for tracers.
It is really annoying for Tracer, and like it's a good read. You see him Lethal come in.
さあ、ロンドンはレッキングボール。レッキングボールゼニバティ。半蔵。ここ最近潜在の質悪い。そういうことなのか。そういうことじゃないと思うんだけど。元配信見に行ってほしいんだけど、元配信のあれやばいんだよ。あ、スカイリパがやれる。ベガスは半蔵、キャスディ・トール、シグマ、ブリバティ。ブリバティなんだよな。ここでさ、ベガス、ゼニバティを出せないのがさ、ちょっとラクアタックの弱いとこだよな。絶対この対面ゼニの方が強いんだよな。 絶対とは言わないけど、まあもちろんブリにはブリの強みがあるけど、さあトレード、バルカンがキルを取ってる。ロンドンもちょっと攻めあぐねてはいるな。
I think London might have just grugged out of their minds. Did they just get a single pick from Backbone and everyone abandoned the high ground to get killed by Vulcan, or did Vulcan wrap up behind them? Either way, lack of reconnaissance on Vulcan's location there, doomed for London Spitfire. You can't allow your Sigma to get a mirror against two characters that have basically unlimited vertical mobility between wall climb and exo boots.
Right, still waiting for London to start. Oh, jeez! Vulcan died mid-crab flux. Backbone delivers that in style. How about another? Oh, Landon kill stole that one. But at least that means London are going to be
ただロンドン突破。
I was getting a little worried there.
Yeah, they are going to be able to grab it here. I am still concerned about the fact that Backbone is very quickly removing himself from the high ground in many of these situations. That might become more of a problem on defense that could turn 4v5 fights into some
ベガスはこっからブリ、あ、じゃあバティス、お、早いタイミングで当たりに行くやつよ。ん、リサル？ このタイミングで止めるのは熱いな。
I hope there's a replay of that, but if I had to bet, if I was going to go to Vegas and bet on it, I think we probably stuck Rack Attack Shield and then Rack Attack Shield bashed it into lethal because there's no stun that could have kept the Tracer in that area. That's so annoying. Oh, the early ammo.
メック割れて苦しい状況ではある。メック切れそうだなでも。モルテン。
Rally being used. London are perfectly fine with this. If things start sucking, you just go back to spawn. So this is kind of a waste by Vegas, not gonna lie.
I mean, part of this you could answer if Hardy didn't have mines by swapping over to the
結構
line
きっ
and just
ちり状況になってんな。
through the stairs and removing anyone who wants to get on that high ground.
Hey, getting out of spawn challenge. Wasn't expecting to say that about London, and looks like Vegas are taking the initiative of sending Dove behind them. And still Vulcan is not in the healthiest position and has to get within pack range or even range of Blue Camino. Seems to be fine for now, but provides a safe zone for Dove. And it fires back into London's space, who are still struggling to get this card through choke.
I mean, the goofiness to a degree does mess with such a regimented team like London. Like, you have a plan for this. You don't know what to do when there's this silly, goofy brawl fight. Luke Mino's used Amnitrix somewhere.
さあ、いやー、ランドン。
Well, that was a situation that occurred.
なかなかロンドンも苦しんでるな。スカリパが落ちて。おお、バックボーン。
Hottie was in so deep too, didn't find a mega, so you just don't have initiative. You have Lethal able to maybe push the cart, and Backbone needs help getting to the high ground, so Vegas are very defensively set up right now.
In the most affectionate way possible, I think Vegas are dragging London down to their level.
ドラゴン？ドラゴンをかわしてるがスカイリパがまたやられる。ランドンもやられて、いやバックラインを崩壊させられてんな。
Healing. All you 1 in 12 Malthus stuff, shut up. He's at 0 right now, okay? So
ベガスやっとエンジンかかってきたか。ベガス覚醒した？もしかして残り1分。ロンドンさっきからずっとバックライン崩壊させられてるのきついな。
Some space, but not a lot of time. 46 seconds for London. Hottie can go up there and drop the mines if he want, or they could just anchor cart, but they gotta make sure that Lethal wins the duel against Dove if they want to get progress. Now the mines have to be used on the high ground, and so it is.
さあ、上を制圧して、いや、ただバックラインを強く見てる。スカイリパが落ちてる。いやー。
hits the pulse on the backbone, and they're chasing kills even more. The molten cortisone, London off their own high ground.
ディーバトレーサーのラッシュでバックラインがあっさり崩壊されちゃってる、させられてんの。きついね。ポイントには触れるが。あ、ぐるぐるしないでいいとこ。いやでもこれ。ヒルは起きず。交際で耐えて。
Out of whack, but Vegas thrive in that chaos. Up from behind, though, Dove assassinates Skyripa. Is going after more. Backbone.
さあ、1負け状況。あー、でもタンクが落ちるのはまずい。バックボーンが落ちて。3対3状況。いやー、リーサルが落ちて。第2半ばでロンドンはストップ。いやちょっとこれちょっとこれは
5 limbs and 3 deaths. So much constraint has been given over here by Vitorbjorn. Also, Dove's out damaging Vitorbjorn, by the way, which is super impressive because Tracer's not a high, she's high damage output in fights, but her uptime for damage is not incredibly high.
ベガスでもあれだね、得意ヒーローを使ってればこれぐらいパフォーマンスを出せるんだな。リーサルちょっと、ハマってないというか、なんか単純にパフォーマンス低そうに見えるな。
Pulsing the ground, and Skyripa said, "Anyone drop this?" And Landon said, "I thought you had eyes, and I didn't need to drop this." The immortality could have came out earlier, but obviously thought Skyripa saw that, but unfortunately backed into it. But the siege from Vegas was cool to see. I wasn't expecting the ultimates to be committed to the spawn camp, but it worked. So I'm confused now.
Another interesting note, Luke Minos actually out-damaging Skyripa in Kiriko versus Zen, which means that Luke Minos has been able to weave a huge amount of healing in here, considering how much Rack Attack is going to have to be responsible for the DPS, and Luke Mino would have been pretty much the solo healer for Vulcan for most of this. Blackbird's getting a bit of scouting in here. This is going to be super important for Hardy and Lethal to stage a good dive onto a vulnerable member like Luke Mino. No, continue breaking it down, Lemon. You break it down, Queen.
さあ、ベガス構成は変わらず。変わらずってわけだよねか。源氏、キャス D。いやー、これきつそうだな、ロンドン。いやー、瓶のタイミングが噛み合わねえ。いい瓶は入ってるんだけどな。穴ゼニのトレソンブラ。新メンバーも加入していろいろ試してる段階かなーって気もしないでもないけど。うわ、おお、よく生きてたな、ハジそれ。おお、ランドンがルークミンを倒して。おブリギってよく登ってきた。どうやったんだあれ、右のエレベーターから乗ってきたか。
This fight is far from over, Lemon.
If Vegas are on the defensive high ground, they've taken care of Lethal. Now they can just focus on capping the first point. I like where Luke Mina's position is. Dove is above into the skybox. But London have a re-engage available, especially with off of Backbone's.
ただ1ゲージ。うわー。いいブープ。いや、バックラインがきついな。すごいな。この構成なのにバックラインから崩壊させるんだな。 でもバックボーンのソンブラ怪しいのかもしかして。
London Spitfire, however, didn't want to invest ults into a losing fight, but they don't have control of the high ground either, so they might need to invest for EMP just to claim control of this and build up a defensive position.
Vulcan just brawling through the high ground. Backbone deep.
さあ高台完全に制圧してる。ロンドンはウルトあるけど。
Obviously, this is uncharacteristic from London because they're incorporating their, substitute players for the first time, trying out a comp for the first time. Vegas up above in powerful position.
まあでもコントロールと相性悪いんだろうな、そういう意味で言うとベガス。ルシを出せない構成を、おお完璧。完璧な EMP。ルシを出せない構成はね、今のルシを出さない構成は今のコントロール辛いからね。あって思ったらラックアタックルシを出してきた。ロンドンウルトもたくさんあるからここからスノーボールしていきたい。ベガスは龍拳あるけど龍拳が生きるような状況ではなさそうだな。うわー、そのパルスはうわー、リーサルも乗ってきたか。これでリーサルも乗ってきたっぽいね。
What they did do is force out the trance, which if you're going to swap as Malfoy anyway, is super important to do. And the Sombra is pretty great here.
辛い状況なのは変わらず。残り2分。マルサルここでソンブラか。EMP 貯めて一発決めたいって感じかな。
Spell death for a tracer. Vegas just have kind of this very mobile composition. Vulcan going back to his tried and true diva is another strength of his. That and the Sigma is Vegas.
わあ、これきついぞ。あ、ナノ使わないのスカイリップはそれ。
But Vegas, they anchor on the card. Once London dropped down without cooldowns, Vegas took advantage. Sound barrier and a self-destruct available. Hottie's buying so much time. There's only a few meters to go.
ナノゼにしてればって感じだったけど。
London have spawns right around the corner, especially Sky Rebel with Nano, but someone has to touch. And Vegas have taken a map against the London Spitfire.
That is big, but I want to highlight the one play that made it all happen, and it was absolutely tiny. It was
これはまずいね。まずかったですね。
through the elevator, it created a stress response in the Ana. Scarpa panics a little bit, thinking, okay, we can survive this dive. I just need to hit my nade. Vulcan comes up from underneath with the micro missiles, eats the nade with a defense matrix, and then Scarpa dies, assuming that he's going to have more HP than he actually does. And that means that the nano can't be used in that fight, so no one can survive on cart. A tiny thing from Vulcan, but was absolutely imperative to making that fight work.
ダブルフレックスしたい時のスカイリパー、ランドンって感じだったんだろうけど、ちょっとスカイリパーパフォーマンス出し切れてないっつうか、あまりにもちょっとファーストデスが多かったね。でファーストデスしてる割に、ファーストデスはまあ何度も言うから別にサポのファーストデスはしたらしたで、特にフレックスサポートのファーストデスはしたらしたなりにアド稼げてれば別に問題ないんだけど、なんかアド稼げてる感じもしないんだよな。そこが問題っすね。
Will the Vegas Eternals survive in the group stage? We'll find out after this break.
渋い負け方したな。今の感じだとガチで負けそうだね。今のメンツでいくと。
Not my circus, not my monkeys. Not my circus, not my monkeys. I'm not saying anything about the last map, but I think we're getting back into control of things leg day. I think we're going back to peace and normalcy. Roster changes coming in.
Yeah, we're returning to the tried and true for London Spitfire, but it makes perfect sense considering where we're going soon. Backbone's going to be returning to the roster alongside Admiral, which means that we can expect two things: Ice and Speed. Oh, yeah, Sparker's returning to the roster. I'm thinking about the return of the Mayor, so I do not want to... I don't remember who was in for last map. I don't remember who was playing the last map. I don't remember what last map was. I'm removing it from my head for my own sanity.
Me too. Honestly, that was just a silly... You know, as Doris said, a Mickey Mouse map. Let's go to Coliseo. Our first push map for both of these teams who have been 2-0ing or getting 2-0'd. Either way, we're going to find out if Vegas stays alive in the groups, because remember, going 0-3,
さあ、コロッセオ。
very bad. And London,
ベガスまさかの、
that would also be bad for them.
さすがにこれ勝てば金星だぞ。
See how this last map will end up.
まあちょっとロンドンが浮き足立ってるという話はなくはないけど。あ、本メンバーだ。ロンドン。これはラッシュですね。まあなんかラッシュ以外の可能性を模索したいっていうことなんだろうなとは思うんだけどね。もちろん。
Vegas Eternal. How are they going to deal with London Spitfire? Presumably playing what was an absolute barn burner of a composition from all of
さすがにロンドンこのマップはいけると信じてるけど。
is actually perfect on Colosseo for a huge amount of boost up onto high ground. The May wall is the perfect height, and London Spitfire. I mean, it could be real with the Bastion. The Bastion is part of the North American meta, and it really does strain the enemy's comms to try and figure out how you can pressure off angles when Bastion's out of his pressure cycle, which is when he's using his tank form.
And last season, London were one of the few teams that ran Rush on this map, which is very difficult because of how long the sightlines are. And Ryan is just so incredibly awkward to rotate with on the staircase part of this map. But Backbone even tried some Sombra back in the day. Like, the few times we did see Sombra was actually on this map. There's not a lot of great May isolation areas. As Hadi just went in without the team.
さあバルカン
There was a
マジ
memo that was
ハジが
missed,
潰
so
される
London did not get into the mailbox. And that was not coordinated.
ダブはここで新メトラダブが新メやるのか
That was really weird.
Oh, that was actually a beautiful play by Dove to play the Symmetra. While it might not be ideal in so many of these brawls, what it does give you is a faster roller. You can't usually do it on Colosseo because you don't get a good LOS for TP, and you have to walk so far back towards the Symmetra. Hardy did not expect that, and so he just rolled out alone, got walled off, 1v5'd, and Bob Sharunkle. London Spitfire now out of control, and Dove could try and control where the fight happened using both the TP.
うわースパーカーここで
Oh, that's bad.
Well,
いやーいい感じに囲い込んでるね
fun fact today.
うめえなこの辺の
London,
What the
at least able to fight back, and oh, spawning right on top of Sparker is the force of 1,000 suns, but it looks like he's able to just jump away, I guess. So Vegas got some initial mileage, but London are done goofing around, I think.
スパーカーが爆発した
Step back, son. Let the big boys handle this. Beautiful headshots to open up those angles, and honestly, there's going to be a lot of trouble here trying to deal with Sparky. He can access these high ground.
いやー今のエリア取りうまかったねスパーカーとバックボーンしっかりその正面を押すだけじゃなくてサイド広げて横からキル取ってたからな年季の差を感じるダブここでキャスディ
Sparker gets vision on Lucamino, who knows maybe an Amp Matrix could be in the card, so London are playing safe on pillars.
ああぐるぐるしないでぐるぐる わあなんかお互い1キルずつサバティストルトさバックボーンがマルサル倒してここは いけそうかハルトプライドバトルはハジが制すさあこれでしっかり返しきったロンドンリードも奪ってウルトは4つこれはさあこのウェーブ勝てば半分いける問題はどこで迎え撃つかだねさあ上取ってるなドラゴンわあバックボーンが落ちたいやーシャッターこれはロンドン不利逃げるしかないかハジが倒れるダブが倒れてただベガスがやや有利の状況3対4状況さあここはロンドン人数を揃えて次の戦いへ準備を進める形イーブンダウンダメージトレードしてメイウルトがある状況あーバックボーンウルト打てないバックボーンウルト打てずさっきからウルト打ててねえなバックボーンいやーここで負けるの痛いよいやマジかあーロンドンこれ半分いくぞ
How did Mouthful land that? Was that a big old yeet on the Blizzard? The lead goes over to Vegas Eternal now. And London Spitfire, they were trying so long to be able to save Hardy from a Blizzard with the sound barrier, but it simply wasn't there due to I think a wall from Mouthful.
まあここはダブをしっかり捉えて、綺麗に勝っていく。まあそんなに大きな差じゃないけど、次バルカンのシャター次第。ベガスはここ勝つとめちゃくちゃでかい差が作れるね。それ当てるんかい。うわー、スパーカー。ただまだ油断できない。シャターで世界変わるからな、これマジで。すごいな。うわー、3人国だ。危ねえ。いや、いいドラゴン。最高のタイミング、最高のポジションにのドラゴンが入った。さあここはしっかり勝ち切って半分進めるでしょう。スパーカーが救ってるマジで。ウルト状況も優勢、悪くない状況だねロンドン。さあこのタイミングで早めのバティストルトポイントに触ってくるのを前提。いやー、スパーカーしっかりここでキル取って、スパーカーの立ち回りが綺麗すぎるな。さあここでリードを奪い返すでしょう。ロンドンしかもウルト状況もいいからね、ここ。firing down from what is essentially a parapet upon the London Spitfire. There's plenty of cover available if they modulate their positioning well. Well, this Dragon Strike can be big to separate out. You want to use it to isolate, to divide, to conquer the Blizzard. メインウルトはしっかりなしてる。ああ、ただランドンが落ちる。もったいね。まあ。ここはクリーンに勝っていったベガス。ウルト状況。次ロンドンはここロンドンは勝たないといけないウェーブだね。ここ負けると一気に流れ持ってかれるんで、リードも奪われる可能性が高いし、逆に言うとベガスはここ勝つと大きく試合が有利に運ぶ可能性が高い。いやー、いいねドラゴン。いやー、うめえそのドラゴン。ドラゴンもうめえし、ドラゴンの使い方がうめえ。おお、止められるのがダブルキル。ドラゴン、バティストルトへのカウンターでドラゴンを使って、そのドラゴンに乗って前に出ることで、向こう化しつつ相手のエリアを大きく奪って、そのままバックライン到達って感じで、めちゃくちゃうまかったね今の。さあここで大きくリード広げれるのは大きい。時間も残り2分なんで、ベガスとしてはこっからほぼ負けられない戦いになってくる。1ウェーブも負けられないんじゃないかな、ベガス時間的に。まずここ勝たないとちょっと希望がなさすぎる感じ。バックボーンのウルトがしっかりここで刺さった。They're trying to contest it with everything they can. They'll reset as a team, but we're reaching 100 meters plus for London and a potential full capture on their first push mat in sight. Sparkgrass 14 final blows right now. Unbelievable. しかもここドラゴンがある。This is Sparker's map. We are simply renting it right now, and the rent is extortionate. It's too damn high, Lemon. Raxek might even need to use a sound barrier here just to. いや、ここドラゴン打たれるときついぞ。なんなら別にロンドンは負けてもいいんだよな、ここウルト打たせて。うわ、いいごっつんだけど、さダブがスパーカーを勝って、いやシャターは通らない。いやロンドン負けてもいいけどウルト吐きすぎな気が。大丈夫かこれ。 次メインウルトあるんで、マルサルが。次の1ウェーブはほぼベガスが勝つんですよ。そうなるとロンドン、いや結構怪しいぞこれ。結構怪しいな。ロンドンここ負けてもいいけどウルトの運用をミスると一気に終わる可能性があるね。まあまあ全然 OK ロンドンとしては全然 OK。 ただいやこれ一方的にバルカンのシャターが残ってるの怖えな。シャターは一方的に持ってるとワンチャン残り続けるんだけど、いやこれは致命的な、あまりにも致命的なメイウルト。さすがに勝ち切ったか。さすがに。いやでも結構競ったな。Mano a mano, I think if Dove had started off on the Hunter, it could have been very different as well. We saw Spark absolutely dominating on the off angles because no one can really deal with the Hanzo at that range. Because if you're moving your Cassidy over to try and deal with that, you are losing out heavily in the Reinhardt trade against a Mei Reinhardt combo like Hardy and Backbone, who are so well synergized to each other compared to Vulcan and Malthus. もしかしてフリーズってウルト最強格ですか？いや、ラッシュ vs ラッシュにおいては最強格。まあ対ラッシュ構成相手のフリーズは最強格かな。まああとはシグマのポーク構成とか。Fun to see London try out some new looks with some new players. Obviously, a lot of things to work on if they want to solidify the Winston double flanker. And with that, the Vegas Eternal are officially eliminated from the group stage of the Pro-Am, and London survive for now in the group. But we have one player who did exceptionally well today, the one who is bright and shiny. Sparker from the London Spitfire is your player of the match. まあさすがにここはまあこのマッチアップはまあさすがにね、まあ、逆にまあ順当な結果ですよこれは本来。Soft underbelly of Admiral and Landon Sparker had a real breakout year last year. Of course, he was for a long time stuck in age jail in 2021, I believe, with a London Spitfire, where he couldn't play until like the end of the season. And while he did show some prowess, that was a tragic season for London. Let's not lie. It was a season that left a lot to be desired, and a renaissance in 2022 had Sparker and Hardy at its head. Here's a quick look at the overall stats as Hanzo per 10 minutes. 14.8 final blows per 10. That's pretty spicy. 27 limbs too. Like, Sparker is involved, and he wants to be. And it's cool to see him on all these different hit scan looks, and that's so cool. Who made him do that? There's a weapon like behind Sparker somewhere forcing him to do this. It's just green screen out. London have always good content in store. And if you're a fan of the London Spitfire, they have another match today at the very end. They'll be facing the Saints to see if they can maintain the good record that they have, or will more contenders teams come to surprises. But before that treat, we have Timeless versus Shock coming up next, but we're going to throw it to the desk after the break to get an interview, to get analysis, and we'll see you there. さあそして次の試合はショック VS タイムレス。いやーショック負けそうだな。なんか負けてほしくねえけど負けそうだなって思っちゃう。眠いな。
Welcome back, one and all. This is Game Break. Zoe here, joined by Costa and Danny. And before we get into the nitty-gritty and all the details of that, quite frankly, a little bit more scrappy brawl game we saw there. I do want to once more talk about the Calling All Heroes program. We've announced some details for the 2023 season. We talked about the Challenger series as well as the Speaker series. Now I want to encourage all of you to head on over to callingallheroes.gg for more information, on how to sign up for the tournament from March 24th to April 18th. And of course, there you will also find out how to join the Discord community. It's a wonderful program, and I hope to see a lot of you there with us. Now, let's discuss what we just saw. And boy, was that scrappy! I didn't expect the London Spitfire to play into that chaotic energy we're seeing from Vegas thus far, which unfortunately are now officially out of the Pro-Am tournament. What are you guys' impression from this match?
Yeah, it definitely felt like Paris was pulling London Spitfire and be like, come down to our level. Especially on Hollywood, we got to get our first look at Lethal and Sky Ripper. And unfortunately, the coordination just didn't seem to be there. I agree with Jen and Harry, Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day, when they were talking about this Backbone Sombra. It had its moments, but it definitely wasn't as coordinated as you see the London Spitfire when they're able to just play their regular brawl with Backbone on that May. But I don't want to take everything away from the Vegas Eternal, sorry. They are a great team who have started to find their legs. You can see when they play that Sigma, they feel a lot more comfortable. Mouthful on this Torb was actually going crazy as well, so I like the Torb look for them. And you have to give a special shout out to Dub, who tried his darndest to try and pull this Vegas team to the dub.
Yeah, his back must be hurting.
Yeah.
He tried. He was so good. Dub on that Hanzo last map was crazy. I feel like, you know, that unconventional sort of playstyle that they had, or the comp that we're using, I think that really got the London Spitfire. I think it was like I felt like what I was seeing was London was sort of confused or like
London ロンドン何だったんだろうな。でもやっぱフルメンというか去年と同じスタメンならめちゃくちゃ強いというか、まあ去年と同じように強かったから、まあ、サブメンのレベルアップ待ちなんだろうなって感じはするな。
Yeah, Casa was not a fan of that, but you know, if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it clearly didn't work. But anyway, let's talk about this match from a more inside perspective. We do have, of course, one of our London players joining us for a winner interview. Sparker is with us. Congratulations on the big W, and thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat.
Sparker! Thank you, Zoe. Hi, Danny.
Of course.
Glad to be back.
It's so great to see you again. It feels like it's been forever, so it's wonderful to have you back with us. So let's dig into this. I announced this match, or rather the match recap, as it was a bit of a scrappy series. What do you think? Why do you think that happened? It felt like Vegas were a bit of the Chengdu in the Pro-Am tournament, and they dragged you into their zone with them.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing a bit of weird comps, like on Hollywood. I don't think we were expecting all those heroes to be played. And then on Colo, just like Symmetra rushing us, we got caught by surprise.
Alright, Costa, do you want to go first, or?
Yeah, sorry, no, I can jump in a little bit here. I actually wanted to talk to you guys about London as a whole going into this season because, you know, in the past, you've kind of were the underdogs last year and you were able to use that to fuel you guys. I feel like this year there's a lot more expectations on you to perform as a team. How has that changed your mindset heading into this season?
I think there's a lot more, I don't know, more pressure on us this season. People don't expect us to be the worst team in the league like last year, now that we ended 5th and 6th in the playoffs. So yeah, I think people just expect us to beat most of the bottom tier teams.
Right, I mean, today's, like, it's London Spitfire. You guys actually have another match, our last match of the day. You guys are going up against the Saints. How do you think that match is going to go? Do you think it's going to be an easy win for the London Spitfire?
It might be kind of even to this one, or just a 2-0. Depends on how it goes.
Alright, a 2-0, but can you make a promise that it's going to look a little less scrappy than what we just witnessed?
Yeah, I'll try. I can carry like last
You'll try.
time.
You know what? That's good enough for me. I'll take the try. Exactly. That's
Oh.
all you can ask for. I mean, you had a fantastic run. Loved everything we saw from you on that Hanzo and Colosseo. You were tearing through the enemy lines, and I hope to see a lot more of that. Sparker, thank you so much for taking the time. We hope you get some rest until your next game, and we wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Sparker from the London Spitfire. They are staying alive with that victory. They will go up against another contenders team a little later today. But first, we have another team, or rather two teams, fighting for their lives. Timeless and Shock.
タイムレスショック。
Oh boy, did I not expect to say that.
どうなるかな、これ。
San Francisco Shock, they had a rough start. According to Crossy, that is normal. Don't panic. But Proper and Friends really have to step it up. However, one of the critical points heading into this day from you, Costa, was that you didn't really want to see Max in that lineup again, but we just saw him on the starting lineup. What does that tell you?
Yeah, I'm not sold on it. You know, Danny and I were talking. It makes sense if they want to play that Ramatra style, but it's when we move over to other things. Danny, what do you think? Do you think Max should be their primary starter in these kind of situations?
I mean, in cases where they need Max in, like for a certain competition, yes. But like you were saying in a pre-show, you know, if Max is on a hero that he usually doesn't play, then that really doesn't make sense. So I think that's the thing that we really don't want to see, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And as you can see here, this is the timeless roster. They had a good first match against the Vancouver Titans, but struggled heavily yesterday against the Florida Mayhem, I believe it was. They look good playing this Ramatra Brawl style. Wub was a standout player. The Wub heads are rising, especially on that Hanzo. So I'm excited to see how they're going to do against, you know, a very weakened San Francisco Shock, right? I think so many of these players who are contenders they've watched the San Francisco Shock. They've watched how great these players are. Now you get an opportunity to play against them and also go toe-to-toe in a situation where you can potentially get a win. It's going to be exciting. I want to see what they pull out.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this. Now, of course, I do feel if we're looking at the predictions, it would still be madness to not pick the San Francisco Shock. Despite their initial, I'm sorry, but despite their initial performances, I'd still make a face if one of you picks anything but the Shock. I stuck with the Shock.
Oh, I really thought you were going to go for Timeless. That
Yeah,
whole setup had you going for Timeless.
No. That said, how funny would it be if the Shock loses?
True. What's up with all
Daddy,
these
what you
boring
got?
picks? Everyone doing these boring picks. I went with the Shock.
Oh, man. Yeah, we...
もうなんかショック実力的には絶対ショック勝つと思うんよけどさなんかさ変なデバフがかかってるせいでさショックだよねって言いづらいのなんなんいやしゃあないけどさこれいやちょっとピン高いのなピン高いからな
For me, in this match, I just want to see glimpses of what we expected this Shock team to be because so far they have not delivered that.
Absolutely. Now, okay, we're unanimously going for the Shock despite the first look we got to see of them. However, maybe we're just biased, you know? We're just so used to Shock being that big name. Maybe if we're handing it over to Dor and Hurix, maybe we see a little bit more support for the Contenders team. So let's bring him in. Thank you so much for watching our game break. We see you on the other side.
Appreciate it, Zoe. That's right. I'm Dor. I'm joined by my third favorite Mafia Don Hurix over here on my right side, and we're ready to get into the game. We've got two teams on the brink of death, and only one of them gets to sip from the chalice of vitality that is, well, one win at the cost of the other Hurix. It's going to be expensive.
Oh yeah, big time. It's gonna pay dividends though for the team that comes out on top. Obviously, you know, a team like San Francisco Shock, they're in the hot seat right now. Everybody expected, you know, some pretty decent things from this roster. We haven't gotten that just yet, but I expect things to turn around here as we're gonna get geared up, ready to go into Antarctica. And Timeless, on the other hand, man, if they could pull out a win and be the second Contenders team to really upset the Shock, I mean, that would be a big win. But obviously, the big story here, and it's already been discussed, and we all know it, the team that loses, they're just not going to see the playoff bracket at all. So obviously a lot on the line for both these teams.
Well, it's a double grudge match. Not only is loser out, but these two have collaborated on multiple things. The Timeless Calling All Heroes roster was paired up with San Francisco Shock. They did that together. They've done content pieces together in the past. That's something Timeless has done a ton. I mean, they're a model Contenders team for that reason. Done stuff with Vancouver Titans, but the main thing, right?
いやー、タイムレスには勝ってほしいけどな、ショックマジで。頼むショック。
It is not just a grudge match for staying in the tournament. It means something between these two organizations.
Yeah, of course. As you know, brought up on the desk as well, we do see Max in the lineup here, and against this Timeless squad that we obviously expected coming into the qualifier.
もし就労日じゃないヒーさんマックス準備なら同時に出るハイピン2人までもされそう。
We kind of anticipated that Timeless would be one of those dive teams. I mean, that has been Kuffa's history, but Kuffa has shown some versatility.
いやー、200ピンはね、プレイできるけどきついよ。プレイはできるけど、いやでもプレイはできないな。ショックはまだハイピンですね。さあ、ショックはラマットラ。まあなんか、マックス、いやー、それはキルされる。これはきつそうか
Now, an opportunity though to get back here as Timeless holding out on this high ground, but Shock, I mean, they need to get into a position on this backside with their Hanzo and their Ana to be able to actually support that team that's pushing in and trying to take away from Timeless.
I mean, it is so difficult pushing here Max is doing everything in his power, but it's costing him a health bar. Every cooldown
ポジションがきついよな
sleep dart is put onto Kuffa to at least quell the pressure that's being put onto the front line here for Shock, but they've made no progress.
Yeah, I mean, Timeless are kind of exposing Shock and abusing sight
プロパーポイント入って
with Shock getting control of the objective, things are looking okay for them. They can actually fall back, play this defensively, and now look to pivot and take control.
There it is.
さあ取り切った
Cal down, supports fall. It's another sleep from Finn that did it. Kuffa spent more
何人ハイピンなのかだよね。プロパーとかはさすがにもっとプロパーフィンはでもさすがに普通にアメリカにいるんじゃねえかなと思うんだけど、さすがにフィンプロパーが NA にいないことあるかって思っちゃうけど、まあまあ。
They still have to find these little pincers here, and they're going in for these flanks, and it's just not finding as much value as they really need to be able to get a good, strong opening in these fights.
This is a pretty decent opening. Annihilation pop
スリッ
for
プ
both sides.
さあお互いラマットラが殴り合う。さあカーファーちょっとポジションが良くなかった。ここは取り切ったのはマックス。全員じゃないの。フィン普通に最近韓国の風景インスタにある。いやでも就労ビザの問題だから。フィンとプロパーってもともとそのショックと契約してたから別に就労ビザは取ってるんじゃない？さすがに。わかんないけど。まあ韓国で練習してたから韓国でやってる可能性はあるけどね。まあその辺はよくわかんない。多分大丈夫だと思う。多分でも韓国なのかな。さインスタ上げてるんだったらちょっとわかんねえ。でも全員ハイピンだったら相当あれだけどね。シーズン始まるまでは韓国で普通にやってそうだから。ヒーさんがワブ倒して、ここは取り返していく。ヒーさんダブルキル。いやーここは取り返した。しっかり取り切ってったね。最初ちょっとアンラッキーな形になっちゃったけど
about that shift at timing, and of course the big thing here was the way that we saw Shock pulling out the ultimate from Cal as well, the nano boost onto Kuffa. As soon as we saw that, well, Shock just leave the fight completely, and they go ahead and they kite, and I mean it worked out beautifully for them as we see the replay of exactly how this went down. You can see he's saying on the flank. I mean, Wub didn't even see him.
Yeah, no chance at that point. The picks are so powerful in positions like that. That being said, that map tends to be pretty hard to flip, so things open up a lot, and the texture of the game is going to change a fair bit heading in.
Oh yeah, icebreaker, different type of map.
さあショックは構成変わらずだね。ルシアナ。タイムレスはワブがキャスインになっただけ。さあ一気に切り込んでダメージディール。
It's that minor off angle, but you can see both the Ramachas are playing within an inch of their life right about now. Cal and Finn's jobs could not be harder, but it's Finn's who made it impossible. Without the Ana, I mean Max is almost certainly going down here.
これは初動負けでしょう。いやー初動負けきついな。
finish off the Ramatra. Shock taking down Timeless first tick.
The thing that I mean, I gotta give some respect over to Timeless for is that they're doing so well in these neutrals. They're playing them really, really well. They're finding those opportunities. Doomed is pulling attention away from Shock, and that's against a team that has Proper in the lineup. So obviously with Proper, Vindime also trying to mark Doomed as he goes in and trying to pull that recall early. Timeless winning the neutral fight, that is a huge, huge win for them. A boon in their favor right now, down a round.
The defending team on Antarctica is at a significant
さあナノ
in a lot of these fights. Kuffa walking forward.
いやー
gets left here. Speeds passed onto the Hanzo. The pummels just aren't hitting. There it is. Finally takes down Heesang, but it gives Vindame time to pick off Doomed. He's given up the Hanzo. San Francisco Shock say screw Heesang. We don't need him. You can have him and run it Timeless his back line while Kuffa's busy with the Hanzo.
あ、それ起こしたらまずい。 いやでも取り切った。マックスいけるのか。マックスお前いけるのか。おお取り返した。マジこれ取り返せるんだな。これ返せるのすごいな。マジ
I mean, over 30% as I'm saying this, they're still in a pretty good position. They're still 1-1, Ben Dime to Neptune at about 87-88%. They do have that split potential with Dragon Strike. I mean, Dragon Strike is a much better ult than I think a lot of people give it credit for, especially here on Icebreaker.
Yeah, the rush matchup.
ワブがビンダイム倒して、マックス溶けた。プロパーがワブを倒す。ネプチューンが倒れてあるぞ。プロパー
Shock have fought back. The star DPS line of this team just can do no wrong. Proper's looking for one more to finish
DPS キャリー。
They'll cut the point back in their favor and take an advantage in percentage.
Once again, I mean, they kind of maintain that great spot they're in.
いかちい今の返すの。いやーでもウルトがないな、ショック。次。ウルトがねえのがきついな。
Shock should be in a great position to try to stabilize long term and kite away from Timeless. Even if they allow Timeless to get a flip mid fight, they can always go ahead and turn back around and get that fight going back.
ネプチューンがプロパー倒して1有利。これは返される。ショック次のウェーブが肝だけど。
Caught low, finally taken out by Wub, and Timeless's measured aggression is rewarded. It was a risk they needed to take.
And now you see, of course, Cup already with the Annihilation. A little bit off kilter is Max at 64%, so that's a huge advantage that Timeless can have in the brawl going into this next fight here. They're looking to go ahead and recapture the lead that they lost just moments prior. Have to be careful though, because fight timings are everything. If they do lose this next fight with a heavy investment of the 4 ults that they have, you see Shock right now. If they somehow get an efficient win here,
Timeless
are going for the bomb. He's got both the supports. Doomed has done it. He's glitched out. Timeless need nothing more. They'll throw in everything else because they know the map's over from here. But we're heading on to a third map. We're heading on to Icebreaker, and this is far from over for the team that's come up from contenders.
Oh man, Doomed Godoa, the man himself, he's done it.
いやーこれは嫌な予感がしてきますね。
I mean, genuinely, that would have been enough. And he winds up getting Finn as well. So realistically, the only shot Shock had was getting some value out of one or both of those support ults, and they both were taken out of the picture. Shock have been so good about giving opportunity, space, time to Heesang, to Proper, to be able to come out with some really clutch kills, fight turners. But without those support players in the mix, it's just not possible. So Timeless by themselves another opportunity, and now we're actually moving on to Icebreaker. I brought it up before.
It's all right. I wasn't going to correct you. That one's Labs, but yeah. this one's Icebreaker. And the only thing it's breaking is one of these teams' backs because it's got to break. Under the pressure, with all the lights on them, can Timeless keep up this kind of momentum? Kuffa looking to play aggressive into Max, bringing in the May of Doomed as well. A fairly experienced May player, I might add. Puts even more pressure onto the main tank here for San Francisco Shock. Neutral for now. As they push it in, the wall goes in, trying to LOS the heals away from Max. It's not particularly successful.
いやいい阻害。ただビンダイムが落ちてる。初動負け。おプロパー2人持ってったけど。
I mean, clearly that time that they did spend in contenders going through trials, fighting against teams like Trick Room, who did defeat the Shock earlier in this week. I mean, it seems like that has certainly helped them to a large degree. They look so good in these neutral fights. It's just about making sure that they can continue that pressure. They're going to have those walls still to help them do that.
And Timeless, such a momentum-based team. They can smell blood in the water when they know it's there. San Francisco Shock. Look weak right now. Max caught anti-nated out, is forced to back away. Timeless apply more pressure due to that. Now it's got Neptune. He's behind in the ultimate charge, but it's Proper who pays the price. San Francisco Shock still on.
チャンスだけどフィンが落ちる。
Timeless keep them at bay. They can't find purchase onto this point right now, Yurks.
Not at all, and here's Timeless
Yeah.
at 50%. They're doing a good job of just kind of juggling that pressure between multiple members of the Shock, where we see Proper push forward and then gets caught out. Wub just a great job of just marking him early in that fight.
これまずい
See what they
な
can do here. Wub clearly not playing those flanks that you typically see from a Cassidy, just trying to stabilize around Kuffa, who is asleep right now, but is very close to that annihilation. Should be able to get it before Max, but Max will have the help of the nano boost from Finn, should they choose to go that route and combine those.
I mean, the big thing, obviously, Neptune's got a sound barrier, dude. Vindame is... his is not here yet. He did not pay for 2-day delivery. That's all I'm saying. Neptune, sound barrier, engagement for Timeless. They play their trump card early on in the fight, but did they get the
So Vindame も落ちる
Vindame down. He still pops the annihilation. Shock think they
いやーダメか
but they simply can't. Timeless have rolled them on Icebreaker. They've clapped them so hard you'd think they were trying to turn the lights on in a 90s infomercial. Unless maybe could Proper kill them all. Could Proper possibly kill them all? Could last season's Rookie of the Year MVP possibly kill all of Timeless?
No way. No way. No how. How has he done it? I mean, I shouldn't even be asking. We know it's Proper. We know what he's capable of, but come on.
Dude, that's not reasonable. That's not human.
How do you come back from that? Timeless, you have so much time, but so much resources invested into that last fight, and yet one man alone
意味がわからん
through, I believe it's a 4K, the most unreal clutch I've seen. Now the wall comes up. Timeless trying to get control of this point. Something to take note of is Shock needs control.
パルソンも3回目か4回目ぐらいじゃないこれ強っなんでそれキルできるんだよ
Oh, Proper's cooking up something different right now. A first pick onto Wub. One more on. He looks away. He knows that May's supposed to be dead after he's taken that much health off of him. Looking for the next target. Oh, it's Cal in his sights. It feels like there's a lot of momentum going either way here right now, Hurix. When Timeless are going, they're going. When Shock are going, they're going. There is no in between.
Put a bookmark in that play.
あと2回かいやビンダイも落ちるのはね多分ねピン高いの多分ルシオにとって相当致命的だからだねピン高いとねルシオすげえ致命的なんすよいやーでもこれカーファのウルトが溜まるとラマウルトが溜まっちゃうと結構致命的なんだよなそうなのでヒーサ逃げたキルが欲しいけどウィンダイムが落ちるがカールが落ちてるワブ落としきりたい落としきった
Able to take down Wub. This fight getting messy now. Annihilation popped. Looking to clean everything up. Timeless. Can they find a fight win? 95% for Shock. We're at the end.
わあこのパルス
He just gets the Nemesis form up in time to save himself, but Kuffa will fall nevertheless.
勝つのかこれ
And Shock are gonna take themselves a map one.
How have they
すごっ
They used the
す
momentum
ごっ
behind a 4K hero moment from Proper. And they go 100 straight
これ勝つの
percentage points. That's 2 minutes straight in full control. They pull off the map win. What a way to come back for Shock. Hopefully, this is a good sign
やば
for
す
the rest
ぎ
of the tournament and not just the series for them. But man, Timeless did look pretty good in that one.
You know, they say you never want to be the team that plays the Shock the day after a loss. And I think Timeless are experiencing that right now because for all the heroics, for what has been really clean play from them execution-wise and decision-making-wise, it just is not mattering in the face of Proper. You look here at the first map. You look at the final map. Both decided by key plays from Proper and Heesang. Mostly Proper though. And to be fair, while Proper has put up some strong performances, it hasn't been the insanity that we were seeing last year. This map was the insanity that we were seeing last year.
Oh yeah, big time. And I mean, it's crazy to think too, that play right there with Doom, getting that double pulse bomb that helped them solidify that second round, and then it just got outstaged. A play that was that important got outstaged to where I'm not even sure anybody's gonna remember what Doom did there. I mean, that's how crazy that play was from Proper. Absolutely upstaged, but nonetheless, huge.
やば
Yeah, I feel like that's really the only name to focus on. There were some close ones. I gotta hand it to Finn. Finn was putting Kuffa in timeout more times than not, to say the least. Made his life a lot harder. But yeah, they know. They know
nothing less.
there's nothing that needs to be said other than that. Look, they brought one player through, and it's all they needed. Proper is the truth.
I mean, I don't even really want to go too far beyond what San Francisco Shock, you know, went ahead and tweeted. So we won't waste any time.
いやー、これがマッ
One map
プ
down.
が
Kings Row next. We'll see you soon after this break.
マップが変わってどうなるかだな。まあプロパートレーサーだったらどうだろうね。それはちょっとわからん。いやー、タイムレスにはさすがにタイムレスには買ってほしいなという気持ちが強いんですが、ショックさんどうですかね、その辺。今日は勝てそうですかね。
Is a generational talent. He's going to be in this league for a long time.
Look at this guy. He's running down Bernard. Then he just charges the Sigma. Completely uncontested, tearing through. 갑니다.
Indo tried his best, but it's not going to be enough. Finn is feeling himself. Look at him.
Shot that only affects him. Rampage going to catch on a two from Kellerman. Proper is there. Oh my. 여기 깔고 또.
Welcome back, everybody. This one's just heating up as Shock have taken map number 1 with what I'm hearing was about as close as you can get to a deadlift without it actually being a deadlift on a win from Proper. Obscene scenes from this guy who has just turned it on after Shock start going 0-2. This is what they needed to start the comeback.
Oh yeah, big time. They had to have that there. I mean, 41 total final blows. Of those, 20 came from Proper. We'll see if that continues. However, there is going to be a shift in the roster coming into this second map here. Of course, Shock already up 1-0. Well, guess what? They're going to be bringing Junbin into the mix again. So Max out, Junbin in. Of course, what this means is likelihood of some of that kind of well, Ball Winston probably is going to be in play here. I think maybe a little bit of an exit from the Muramacha to a degree. We'll have to see, because we have seen some success from that compositions, specifically on King's Row, which is going to be map number 2, especially from a team like Timeless. I think this has been somewhat of a comfort pick for them, actually, because of the nature of Ramatra, that tempo style of the rush that we've seen in the past from Ryan obviously loves as well.
A huge option for Wub, but what do you do if you're Timeless in the face of what just happened to you? Do you have to shake it off? Like, it seems like a lot of what they're playing, a lot of the comms, a lot of the play itself was just off the back of momentum, right? When they start playing hot, they continue playing hot, but all of that got shut down. They have to rebuild all that momentum now, and they've got very little time to do it. These BO3s, these first 2s go way too quick.
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday we had one with Timeless here on this map. I actually need to throw you under the bus so people don't think it's me. That little like noise towards the end of that Mayhem push, that like slurping, that was you, man. It wasn't me.
You know, I was just feeling the same exact pain that the main tank on the receiving end of it was. That was a double spawn camp. There's just not words to that.
Okay, fair enough. I'll give you, yeah, that's fine. All right, well, let's focus in on this one. Let's see if Timeless can maybe turn this one around here, and we'll see what can be done about this. Of course, a little bit of a different look from them. To a degree. Obviously, we are used to seeing a little bit more of Timeless playing the Ramatra as of late, but when we came into qualifiers, this is probably the expectation you would see from them. Cuff on the Winston. When we talk about comfort picks, I mean, there is nothing better for Kuffa specifically, and for this team, they should look good on this dive, but against a team like Shock, it's a lot to prepare for. We'll see what happens.
And that's always a tall order playing against the Shock, but two teams have done it prior, and Wub looks to make it 3. He's saying down.
さあ、ワブ、まずはヒーさんを倒す。トレ、フィン、ネプチューンを倒す。半蔵結構好んで使われてるよな。もしかして半蔵ってジェネリックジェネリックソジョーンだったりする？半蔵って実はジェネリックソジョーン。いや今ふと思ったわ。縦軸移動もできて横移動もできてワンパンを持っててユーティリティも1個持ってる。あれ？もしかしてさあポジション入れ替える形にはなってる。ワブがいい位置取ってんね。え？それなんで降りたワブ？ワブさん？ワブさんなんで降りたの今？ロールミスった？さあまずはプロッパーキルを取って、あーでもカーファーがダブルキル。マジ？もったいねえショック今の。
Off the back of a lost fight already, though, so let's.
Yeah.
We'll give him credit, but
I counted the same number of players, dude.
Okay, fair enough. But nonetheless, Shock. I mean, obviously their patience was so good there. They're looking to try to expose that Lucio pick and try to counter dive. everything that Timeless throws forward, they answer it in return. Unfortunately for them, they were a little bit too patient. They weren't able to take that advantage and do something with it. And unfortunately for them, Timeless just had enough opportunity to find some picks, but not this time.
No, Jumpin has the freest primal rage of all time. He's got him stuck in a small hallway and put in the wrong side of a
さあただフィン、いやショック一気にキル取ってった。
Shock, Cape.
Took a little time to get there, but here they are. San Francisco Shock. Now, I mean, really just without Jumpin's ult here, whereas Timeless obviously, in order to get into this pretty decent position, had to spend Kuffas, they had to spend Dooms, Cows, so obviously economy certainly favored for Shock, especially as they're postured so far up here. And it's going to take time for Timeless to actually push through and get into a position to fight, and in the process, he's saying can actually diff by having these long sight lines and finding these kills on the Hanzo.
Is it diff or was he just shooting at a corner? Like sometimes it's just sometimes you're just playing Hanzo.
Pick diff.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we got a Cho wrong moment here. Okay. Does this remind you of yesterday? Are you going to make that sound again? Don't do it, man.
If I have to watch an Ana sit on the cart for 2 minutes straight again, I might just. I might just have to suck on the microphone again. We'll see. Kuffa back on point though. Timeless doing everything not to remind me of yesterday. Has all 5 players on point. A sound barrier for the engagement and a Kitsune rush on deck. That's tough. Shock have everything available here.
Posted up on the high ground. This is a great spot for them to fight from. Unfortunately, it cost them the entirety of this second section of the map. They didn't really get to take any of those fights at all. But we do know that Shock like to play these very patiently. So we'll see if they want to instead this time leverage these ultimates and try to do something with them.
Papa's got pressure on Wub. The Suzu's very nice. Neptune though pops a sound barrier, maybe a hair early. Following the Suzu, Jumpin now looking to pressure players out as the sound barrier wears off. Position still good for Timeless, but they haven't managed to find a player to jump onto yet. To sink their teeth into Heurix.
ほぼ攻防入れ替わる形になったけど。
So as soon as Finn gets into a good spot, oh, they have to be so careful. Wub is just so well known at this stage for finding these early picks. Do get away from it, but they do still have that Kitsune rush. I'm surprised they haven't actually found a good time to expend it yet. They're still holding it.
Timeless has been pretty spread out. Oh no,
さあホールドはできてる。さあ、
お
怖っ。うわーフィン。いやーでもしっかり仕事はしたワブを倒して。倒しきった。準備がダブルキルして裏をカファが荒らしてるけど。うわースリープ。
sleeping on the ground, unable to help with what is inevitably a second point cap for the Shock.
粘り強いな、ショック。本当にハイピンかと思う。本当にハイピンなのか。
Try to, play that aggressive style that we saw a lot from Mayhem, right? I mean, that was the play style that we see Mayhem have that has been so successful with this composition. And instead, you're seeing Shock just kind of biding their time, looking for opportunities, but Timeless is just simply not giving them any.
And biding their time has brought them down to 2 minutes on the last point, so it's not a massive time bank to work with. They do have plenty of ults to work with, and that's what Jumpin's banking on. He knows he's got that primal rage, he knows he's got a nano boost on the back.
しかもショックウルトめちゃくちゃ潤沢にあるからこのウェーブ勝ちウェーブだぞ。
Timeless who stare up at it in awe, simply unknowing what to really do about it. Cal forced back. The Suzu's already out. Primal Rage comes through, and it's Neptune who's caught in the sights of Jumpin, trying to juggle him off into the pit, but a great boop actually.
ああ、溶けた準備。マジ？
Fantastic peel by the backline of Timeless. Now they need to strike.
なんか噛み合わなかったのかな。
I think that they're going to do that exactly what they've been doing the entire map. Don't even press your luck.
いやめちゃくちゃもったいなく見ちゃう。おお、なんかドゥームで戻ってきた。
They do exactly the opposite, and because of that Shock, they do exactly what they've been trying to do all game, which is take those opportunities and expose Timeless for them. You see now the Doomfist coming through. They're trying to find some lethality here late.
Maybe they get it on the Kuffa? I'm not gonna lie, the Doomfist has been subpar. That of what we've seen of it thus far. He's hit about 2 abilities, but that's okay.
一気に起こして。
Jumpin does manage to get out at least from the Kitsune rush, so win all in all for Timeless, or for rather Shock.
残り1分。
On the clock though, so they're gonna have to transition that into something A little bit more than what they got there, but they got the bubble out, almost got the kill onto Kuffa, but that bubble could be huge. Still though, Kuffa has that opportunity to dive forward, go for the reset on the Primal Rage, and he's going to do exactly that.
And honestly, if nothing else, denies the high ground away
お
from Heesang.
ー、ヒーさん落ちて。
There's nothing you can do. The pulse bomb from
リンダイも落ちてる。これはさすがに苦しいか。次のウェーブにかける感じだな、これは。
And one fight left for the Shock.
Shock are just struggling to find a way in. This is a very tough section of the map. Admittedly, a lot of teams soar through those first two sections in this meta and then just hit a brick wall once you see this little S curve right here. Teams just get stuck constantly. We saw it so much throughout the qualifiers. The meta is just, it doesn't bode well for teams trying to attack through this section. We'll see if Shock can break through though. Now that they've made these swaps, they do have that extra little front-loaded pressure. Heesang proper, Sombra, Tracer respectively. They're looking for those opportunities. You can see that, you can hear that target calling, but
Wait.
Always look for the door.
Kasha.
Ooh, the shot almost hit. Payload under a lot of pressure, but Shock, like you said, biding their time. Pulse bumper proper needs to connect. He's looking at Wub.
いやー、取り切ったプロパー。
Capacity's down. Now Shock look to move forward. They need to strike now. Kitsune rushes out for time.
キツネラッシュ。いやー、ビンダイムがやられるけど EMP が上がってる。あー、でも無敵でさばいた。いやー、ドロップザビート。いやー、ヒーさんもやられて、プロパーもやられて。タイムレス耐え切ったね。ショック結構なんとかなりそうなとこまで行ってたけど。
They felt so comfortable with things kind of slowed down, kept it to a pace where they could really kind of control things defensively. Shock with a few opportunities, especially early in the series where we saw them losing a lot of time, not having, you know, plenty to work through that final section rather, as we have a pause coming in for Timeless. You know, I think that actually, to Timeless's credit, they kind of exposed them for that. They took full advantage of the fact that they know that Shock plays pretty slow. We saw that throughout this tournament already. It's been something that a lot of people have already kind of talked about, that Shock, they tend to play very patient, and some teams have kind of taken advantage of that.
Yeah, and I mean, another big thing at the end was like Junbin got stuck on that Doomfist for 3 fights, 2 fights at the very least. It was not particularly coordinated. They tried to swap the Sombra to redeem it, and it didn't quite work. We saw the kill on the Wub go down late, but it felt like kind of just a take-home prize more than anything else at that point, because the dive went in. It took forever to get that pick, and by then they'd already put themselves in a position where they don't have any cooldowns. They're 10 meters deep in the opponent's backline. They've got nothing to defend.
いや、まあ攻められるかどうかだな、ショック。攻めはまあ第3まで行ったからまあ9台まあって感じだから。あとはまあ防衛がどうなるかって感じだよな。
That was 15 seconds faster. It's about a 60-second EMP charge. 15 seconds faster than the average from last year's season. So obviously incredibly fast. He's saying, I mean, so many people have been talking about him coming into this season. That's a big reason why. Now it's going to get unpaused here. Diving back in. I'm preparing themselves. They know exactly what they need. Mine is on the stand. 9.5. But man, Shock, you're gonna make them work for it. And if you've already seen throughout the series how they have made them work for it, maybe Timeless can get something done here.
They set themselves up to win, but I mean, finishing off a team like the Shock is no easy feat. You take a look at that pulse bomb as well from the end.
準備そういう死に方してたの？ピタゴラスイッチみたいな。
That's okay. He's got the defense now, and at least he can swap back over to that Winston.
ピタゴラスイッチみたいなデスだけど。
Could put a wrench in the works, to say the least.
Yeah, I think that's why people have kind of left the Doomfist behind to a degree. It's so hard to get value out of. I mean, so much relies on your team's timing and also just landing every single punch. So difficult. Now Shock, they go back over to that Winston composition, that double flex support setup, Finn Dime on that. Timeless gonna be going back over to the Lucio, which is interesting here because that's something that Shock were looking to try to take advantage of. They just couldn't get that prime opportunity. Now we'll see if Shock can do that. This time on the defense, we'll see if maybe that offers up a little bit of disparity here as they're going to counter dive once again.
The counter dive is mildly successful, but Timeless gained a lot of space with that initial engagement. This is so far going swimmingly for the contender side. And looking to connect an important shot onto a Tracer, but is unable to. The anti-nade also misses Timeless. Pull back, reset the health bars, and look to re-engage.
So Timeless just kind of get pushed back, warded off, as Kuffa is going to look to dive back in. Check to see exactly how they actually counter. And this time, they're going to do something different. Shock actually not following Kuffa. They're looking for that backline.
結構がっつり下がってんな。
Look for someone like Wub, Neptune. Those could both be targets that they could go for outside of Kuffa, who they have been chasing around.
Kuffa is low though, and Wub's being
ああ、プロパカファ落としきって、プロパ
The whole house of cards bound to crumble following that. Timeless need
あ
to
の
get
さーみたい
start recouping.
な。なんでだい？なんで
Right here is just a compositional difference that Shock are just. I mean, they know all too well
プロパすげえな、マジで。
they have, and they're just leveraging it constantly with that Ana just being a massive difference that they're taking control with. Obviously, they don't necessarily have to dive on someone like Neptune because you have those boops. Why not just follow Kuffa, who can't, you can't get anything off of you as a Winston. If someone's jumping on you, you just have to take it.
It's a sad life, that's for sure. We've already got a recall out of Doomed as well. Proper can just exist in this backline. Nobody's really looking at him, which I kind of get. Like, how else are you going to deal with this guy? There's no properly dealing with him, pun intended there. Timeless look to dive in, still ignoring the trace that it's dealt hundreds of damage at this point in this fight. He's killed Doom as well.
プロパは珍しいな。エイムイシュー。珍しいエイムイシューだな。さあまあとはいえ守りきって1ゲージを渡してるものの守りきり。次はまあでもショックウルト4つだもんな。全然ショックのターンだな。タイムレス、でもタイムレスもウルトあるからな。なんかちょっと微妙なラインだな、でもここ。でもどう？さあ先に仕掛けていったのはフィン。パルス。このかわしてる。うわー、ビンダイムさすがにそれは救えない。いや、フィンも落ちて、これは突破されるか、さすがに。カファ。カファレイジうめえな。2回目はなさそうだね。いやでもあるか。いやでもありそうだなこれ。あーここは強っプロパー。マジワンチャンあるのこれ。マジかよこれ。マジかよ。マジかよ。
And remember too, who put that graphic up? Don't remind them. Come on.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That's messed up. But yeah, loser of this match does get eliminated. So Timeless need to find a way through this Shock defense. Unfortunately for them, he's saying 15% away from this EMP. And they need to
フィンがワンチャン作りに行ってるけど、あー何も起きない。強っ。いやでもさすがにこれどうだ。タンク落ちてるときついか。フィンが落ちて。いやーさすがにか。
So a lifeline granted to Timeless by themselves. So that, I mean, that works out in their favor, obviously, but still, though, they had to go through so much just to get into this phase of the map here, and that time bank does not look good.
残り2分。ショックはどうさばくか。ビンダイムがまだ復帰中なんでちょっと無理はできない状況だけど。
I thought it was a late swap for them, but I suppose not. Maybe did he swap to it to maybe stagger out that point at the end? I'm not 100% sure, but they've got the Sombra to go with it as well, and if he's going to charge up another one in 60 seconds, by God, stay on it. Timeless, though, want the engagement because they've got that sound barrier. Kuffa not quite able to go in early, taking a lot of HP damage. Just building up Cal towards the Kitsune Rush. Maybe they want to layer up those Sport Ultimates. It's something we saw a ton in the qualifier, but no, just a sound barrier to answer. Cal's going to save the Kitsune Rush for a rainy day. Timeless look to use the sound barrier as a trump card, and they do. Vindame down for doom trade. They'll take every day of the week.
しっかりキル取って。
There's a recall forced out. He's got to play more careful
ポイ
now.
ントワブが取れてるけどどうだこれ。
Respect given to Wub there, but they're going to land the stun and in that timing.
うわー、カファ。カファマジでうめえな。プライマルレイジ。いや、サポ2人が復帰中なのか、ちょっときつそうだな、これ。ショック。とはいえ、ウルトは揃ってるんで、人数さえ揃えば次のウェーブは勝てそう。さあ、ウルトが溜まった。
I mean, it is a minefield of ultimates they're walking into. They've got it.
Finn, are they?
Dodge the EMP. They've already got themselves an early win here. Heathing's got that EMP. Does he pop it? No. Translocates out. This is Timeless. It's time to strike.
Now
falls, though, a trade they don't want to see any day of the week. Heathing down though means that there's no EMP on the back end of this Timeless.
今のフィン、もったいねえ。マジか。これ負けんの、このウェーブ負けんのか。フィン今の落ちんのか。
And now Shock make yet again another swap. This is one that we have seen from Jumpin before. The Diva entering the mix. However, that EMP still available here for the Shock, but it's not the last fight anymore for Timeless. They obviously got to this last section, but they awarded themselves more time in the process. So even if they take an L here, which is possible as they don't have any resources,
準備ディーバになってる。
might not spell defeat for them just yet.
とりあえずインビさあワーブが倒れてドゥームドも倒れる。まずは一部取ってショックウルト的には勝てそうだけどカファーのウルトがあるよな。あ、やべ、これヒーさん戻ったタイミングまずいぞこれ。ポジション取られてる。いやこれビンダイも落ちそう。キルが欲しい。いや彼を倒してプライマル自爆メックも切れてショック有利状況。さあここドロップザビートだけど
But no access to the high ground for Timeless. They've got no damage pressure. It's just stabilization off the back of the Lucio's ultimate. A Deadeye.
うわーそれはでかいけどなのも間に合った。さあどうだここでキツネ。いやー EMP が間に合った。今度は間に合った。
Not making it through any further. They still have another match that they have, to maybe play spoil to we'll see what happens with that one, but nonetheless,
ヒヤヒヤしたマジで。
they're able to move forward, but what a series that was.
危なげはあったマジで。
Put him on the ropes.
It was everything up until the very last moment. They had all the tools to finish it off. It just came down to mechanics in those final fights, and he's building up another massive EMP to clutch things out. I mean, the guy Sombra was doing a lot of work that was just going unseen, and for all the trades we're seeing, all the messy fights, at the end of the fights, it was one of those two DPS for the Shock that was staying alive and really clutching out.
まあ 2-0 だけどまあ危なげはあった。めちゃくちゃ危ねえ試合だった。
Player of the match should be no surprise, especially after that play that helped to turn everything around. You see it here. This time, it's the POV that we were looking for. Just avoiding all of those looks. I mean, like you said back on King's Row, it felt like he was just cloaked, like nobody could see him. And he was just
ignoring him, dude. I think they're just like, we can kill everybody but Proper, and then maybe we'll take down Proper after that. Which is, I can't even say that's the bad way to take it. Like, it's Proper. What are you gonna do? The guy doesn't die. His movement's so good.
Think about the impact on the server.
バンクーバーに勝てばワンチャン。いやバンクーバーも弱いわけじゃないからな。ただ今日めちゃくちゃプロパーエグかったな。
Yeah, that was unfortunately some spaghetti on the floor, but not for Proper. Behind him and his play, As
ロパー本当にエグかったな。
Look, they've levied the storm a little bit. They're able to move forward. They still have a shot, but man, there are still things left unanswered for sure.
Yeah, this is a team that is not out of the woods, but we talked about it. You never want to be the team that plays Shock the day after a loss, and Timeless was unfortunately just on the wrong end of it. They played almost definitely better than they did. I mean, such a good team. They'll get their games, though. They've got more to come. The Pro-Am, as do we, because we're sending it to the desk.
いやーでもとりあえず安心した。ショック勝ってよかったーマジで。さすがにめちゃんこデバフがある。めちゃんこデバフがある状態でもさすがにやっぱり勝ってくれたな。さあ次は今日一番熱いマッチアップじゃないかと言われていたりするセインツ VS ロンドン。楽しみだなこれ。あ、でもその前にインタビューか。
Welcome back, one and all. We're here joined by Danny and Costa, and we unfortunately had to say goodbye to the first contenders team leaving the Pro-Am tournament. Timeless is done. They put up a valiant fight, but unfortunately it was not enough. Or rather, Proper just didn't want to make it happen. Proper was just like, nah.
He's back.
Not today.
Not today. No, yeah, I've had enough of this. I've had enough of losing. I refuse to lose to this another contenders team, and honestly, pulled his team across the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he did. He did put in work, and then again some. So let's take a look at actually some of the proper action that we got to see there. There he is.
Oh, there he is. We missed you.
There he is. We did.
This is the 4K that Proper did with his team dead. Max Heesang and Vindam dead. He takes down Neptune, then gets doomed, cleans up the Cassidy as well, just out of nowhere, and then takes the 1v1 with an Ana, just able to live through it, takes down the Ana, and then Kuffer just doesn't have enough health, can't get back to the point. The team resurgence comes back because they'll die so early after killing the whole team, and they go on to win this map. If they lost this map, anything could happen in this series.
But I mean, Proper, like you said, he said, no, I'm not gonna go down here. He single-handedly carried this fight, and then they were, if you're looking at it, they were 0 to 99, and then after Proper won that fight, that's when they started to, go be on a roll.
I do want to jump in before we just hype Proper up for the entire time like we usually do. I do want to give a special shout out to Heesang, especially on that Sombra. Looked very, very solid on that King's Row, was one of the big proponents. Like, his EMPs were enormous, but I still have questions about Junbin. He doesn't seem to want to play that Winston. Didn't like much what I saw of the Doomfist, so a lot of questions still going around the Shockers. This match was quite close. Timeless pushed them right to the edge, and a special shout out to my Australian brethren as well. Kaffa played a great game on that Winston. Honestly, against the elite backline of the San Francisco Shock, he did a lot of work and was honestly probably the best tank in the server in this series.
Timeless for sure put up a really, really good fight. So, send them some love on the socials. We had a real blast watching them play in the Pro Am. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye early. But let's take a look at our winners. Finn is standing by with an interview with Danny.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Finn, can you hear me? Finn 선수 들리시나요? 인사 한번 해주세요.
네. 반갑습니다.
Alright, Finn just says hello. It's good to see you back, Finn.
Finn,顔が
Congratulations on getting this win. Now, I do have to start off
顔が切れてる
by asking you this question because, it seems like San Francisco Shock right
フィン
now
自宅っぽいな。これやっぱフィンもあれだな。
it's a different sort of
フィンもハイピンなんだな、これ多分。
I was used to watching
鬼滅映っとる。
sort of struggling. So I want to ask you, what are some of the difficulties that the San Francisco Shock is facing in the Pro-Ams currently? 첫 번째 질문은 어떻게 보면 좀 아픈 질문이긴 하지만 솔직히 말하면 어떻게 보면 센쇼기 지금 프로엠 토너먼트에서 좀 이렇게 힘들어하는 모습이 보이는 것 같아요. 그래서 핀 선수한테 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 좀 어떤 어려움이 지금 현 상황에 센쇼기에 좀 있는 것 같으신가요?
일단은 지금 저희가 합숙 생활을 안 하고 있거든요. 그리고 솔직히 핑 문제가 이제
スポンサーに怒られないか心配。それはマジでありそう。
핑도 좀 높고 그리고 아직 팀업을 맞춰가는 상태이기 때문에
スポンサーに怒られるは結構ありそうなラインやな。
Alright, I think some of the notable things are, of course, currently we're not living everyone together, and also, of course, I do have to bring up the fact that we are playing on high ping as well. So, of course, because we're not living together right now, we're not in the same team house. It's really sort of hard to build that team synergy, and we're sort of trying our best to build our synergy as we go along, and this is sort of our start of the season as well. So I do believe we will definitely get better with time, and I do also believe that as well. As we're seeing, you guys did get the win today against Timeless, and I do see the improvements in the team synergy. So my next question for you, Finn, is what can we expect from the San Francisco Shock in the Pro-Am tournaments moving forward? 자, 방금 말하셨다시피 어떻게 보면 이제 팀워크나 좀 이런 면들이 제가 봤을 때도 좀 이렇게 좀 나아지는 것 같습니다. 어떻게 보면 이제 핀 선수가 보셨을 때는 그럼 이제 남은 프로엠 토너먼트 저희 또 센쇼의 팬들 또 이제 많은 분들이 센쇼를 보면서 좀 어떤 모습을 기대하면 될까요?
180핀でトレーサーはね、やばいねマジで。
솔직히 저희가 막 그렇게 막 잘한다고는 이제 할 수 없어가지고 지금 초반에는 성적이 좀 안 좋을 수도 있는데 무조건 일단 한 6월 이후로는 진짜로 엄청 세진 이제 샌프란시스코 쇼크를 보실 수 있게 될 겁니다, 여러분.
5월, 6월이라고 하면은 이제 저희 정규 시즌에 들어가게 되면
네. 그때쯤.
알겠습니다. Alright, so currently right now, I can't say that we are the best. We don't really have the best looks as the San Francisco Shock. So we could be at times, you know, struggle during the Pro-Am tournament, but I will make sure, I could say this right now, when the regular season comes in during April or May or June, during that time, I do feel like we're going to get back into shape, the shape that everyone knows.
めっちゃ雨降ってる。
Alright, Finn, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 핀 선수, 감사드립니다.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Finn. It's great to hear from Finn from the San Francisco Shock. Congratulations to him and the team. Finn and Proper, of course, the two veteran guys on that team this very season after having their rookie season last season. Just to say season 3 times now. Actually, we have a tweet for you as well coming out from the San Francisco Shock about the 180 ping Warriors. That's right, aren't out of the fight yet. And Proper had some fighting words there. Going to go back to being that guy, since they all seem to have forgotten. Proper, we haven't forgotten.
Well, others have forgotten. We never forget. Others might forget. Other people like to call it excuses, but Proper still proving he is that guy. And that was a great interview, Danny. It was awesome hearing from Finn. You know, obviously he's going to cite ping as an issue. It is an issue, but one that he really highlighted was they have 4 rookie players on their team. They aren't in person. It is very difficult to sort of build that bond as players in a team, even though they have previous history. So maybe once they start playing together as well, they get, you know, in the same region and location, they'll be able to start improving in that way as well.
Yeah, it really makes a world of difference in a game such as Overwatch. Now let's take a look at today's schedule to see where we are at, as we're almost through with all the matches on day number 3, not 2. We're gonna see the Saints going up against Spitfire in our last match of the day. Spitfire, I mean, the first match they played today against the Vegas Eternal, that was a scrappy affair. We talked to Sparker right after that, and he didn't promise that it's gonna be less scrappy. He didn't go that far, but he said he will try. Well, let's see if the Saints will allow for them to play it a little bit more smooth. What do you want to see from the Saints?
I just want to see them keep playing their style. I think they have like a very not unique, but just like normal style that they can play around. They can pull false in to play that Ramatra ball if they want, but they're
さあこの対面どうなるか。
just keep leaning into that and keep playing. If London Spitfire play anywhere close to how they played against the Vegas Eternal, then they should have this one in the bag. King has been going absolutely crazy on that Tracer, and if Tree can start having better games in this Pro-Am, I think the Saints are going to be a hard team to deal with.
I also agree. I think this is going to be a close fight, but remember when we're talking with Sparker,
あ、ロンドン今回は全部画質がいい。マジで何だったんだ。
So I think if Saints don't really have that sort of weird comp, then I think London would be put in a good position.
We did see London try out a few new things, adding some other pieces, some of their new pickups to their lineup. Didn't work. They switched off very quickly after that. Do you want to see them experimenting more with their roster, Costa?
At the end of the day, it is the Pro-Am, right? These guys, the most important thing is getting these players comfortable on stage. This is, you know, kind of a pre-season for a lot of these Overwatch League teams. Give your players some reps. Even though it didn't look great, that's great. Get that first match jitters out of the way. Give them more reps. I would love to see them again.
And you know what else I want to see? Support bundles being on sale, as you can see on your screen right now. London Spitfire, if you want to rep their support bundles, getting the Kiriko, Ana, and Baptiste, and as well as a fancy schmancy weapon charm, then you can do that now for just 350 league tokens. That's right. Now we are getting ready for this last match of the day, but first things first, we want to take a look at the predictions for this one. Saints, once again a reminder, they are the #1 NA qualifying team from the contender scene. But is that enough?
これかなり難しいよな。なんかどっち勝ってもおかしくなさそうなんだよな、ガチで。セインツ vs ロンドン。どっち勝つかマジでわからん。
Alright, so what is it?
Sorry, what are you doing?
I'm buying time because I couldn't remember which one I picked.
I was doing the same. I was like, I'm looking forward to see what Zoe did.
London, of course. Today my brain is mush. I am terribly sorry. But yeah, London, That's my pick for this game. Honestly, I feel good about this one though. I do think that unless London Spitfire once more let the opposition drag them into some weird Chengdu zone, they should be fine. They have the right pieces. They have been playing together for quite some time. You know, they have the synergy. They have the understanding, and clearly the capabilities to play the current meta at a high level. I think they've looked good on their Rhine Brawl. There is no reason to not go for the London Spitfire.
I also went with London, but I'm not too confident in my pick. I'm sort of worried about the King Tree duo. It was hard. I just went with London because I think it was a safer pick.
I submitted my picks at the beginning of the day when I was extremely confident in the London Spitfire. I am no longer don't throw curveballs at them. London should feel a lot more comfortable and be able to get this edge. So London Spitfire need this. If they win this match, they will clinch their position into the bracket, into the next stage, which is going to be important for them as well.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if that... And for all the action, I'm going to hand it over to the lovely Door and Hurix.
Appreciate it, Zoe, but I gotta break down those predictions one more time because Zoe's over here like, oh man, I'm just not in it today. I forgot my prediction. I think Zoe's for. They submitted at the beginning of the day, but it's been so tough, and it's looking like a tough one right now for London Spitfire, who have their work cut out for them against Saints.
No, kuru kuru.
Do it one time, right? I was bound to do it one time. But yeah, this is a little bit of a recurring storyline, right? Especially when we look back at qualifiers, because Saints, we constantly had that discussion of, okay, Rhine comps versus the dive comps, right? That was the big discussion. What was it going to look like when we get into the actual group stages and into this tournament here,
LT から
qualifiers as we're gearing up for Lijiang now. Now we're here ready to look at that exact same conversation again. I mean, Saints are going to be probably playing to those Winston-style compositions, Hammond-style compositions. London, on the other hand, they have obviously picked up, you know, right where they left off from last season, playing those Rhines. And in the qualifiers, Saints did kind of come out on top, and they certainly steered the conversation more in their direction of those Winston-style compositions, maybe looking a little bit better. The synergy and the execution. Now London, I mean, that's a different team, right? That's a different beast in its entirety.
I mean, it's tough, right? They cut their teeth up against the likes of Trick Room in that qualifier, but it's only getting harder. And I don't think it's a better map to actually test that Rhine versus Winston. Then on this map in particular,
ロンドン2試合目、今日本日2試合目。
You know, Control Center maybe a little bit less so for the likes of Saints here.
So getting things started here. I do like this pick here. London Spitfire opting for something that I think, I mean, it just bodes well for them. You know, there's a lot of great opportunities to take full advantage of the Reinhardt compositions and really force some pressure, especially when we're getting started here. I mean, Control Center is, I mean, is there a better map for this composition to start off on against the Saints? However, I like this is a wrinkle here for the Saints. They're going in.
さあ、ロンドンはお得意のラインハルトラッシュ。セインツは最近珍しいオリサだね。ソジョントレーサー。どうだろう。まあ、セインツ側の方がややポーク寄りに戦うのはそうなんだろうけど。
Yeah, I mean, let's be real, Theorissa, it is a proverbial bending of the knee to the chatty, but yeah, it makes enough sense, right? You don't want to mirror Hottie in a Reinhardt battle, or Backbone in the May, to be completely honest.
ランドンがまずはキングを倒して。
So much for that flank. Saints now have to take this one from really only one angle, and Tree can hardly build up a railgun. Mikey's already running out of cooldowns here. It's not looking too hot, but the first railgun does connect. What charge Tree can get, he makes work.
Mikey's still staying alive. Saints doing all the they can to get that value there.
Wow.
And man, I mean, Spitfire took control of
the objective.
All they really came away with that 14% Saints taking control of the fight. So now they have that positioning to their advantage yet again here. And again, this is going to be
いやーまあツリー上に陣取ってるツリースクイッとベガを落とせなかったのもちょっと渋かったね。あそこの3人をどうにかどっかのタイミングで下ろさないと正直まあ未来がなかったから。
It's like it plays itself as long as you use your cooldowns and keep them reasonably spaced. But Mikey's a player that could take those cooldowns that are straightforward and make them even worse in the face of a tank player who really wants to get on top of him. Willing to take this swing damage in the face of the
invocation.
Tree gives it right back to Backbone. Custer was talking earlier, we have to see Tree show up in this match. We have to see him show up, most importantly, early on. He's been slow to start in the beginning maps of series thus far. Not this time. Comes out 2 major opening picks in 2 really important fights.
Yeah, that's just so important. You can see again that pressure applied to Hadi. It looks like...
dude, Hadi's getting fun police right now. Yeah. This guy doesn't get to play Overwatch. Oh god, that's
うめえな。ラッシュのさばき方がマジでうめえ。ロンドンなんとかそのマイキーを詰めたいんだけど、ツリーとスクイットがうまくサイド展開してるのと、それに対してキングがさらに後ろから圧かけてるから、なかなか思うようにプレッシャーかけられてない。おお、吸った。マジマイキー、それすごすぎ。いやーでもここでしちゃった。さすがに。ただツリーが枠も倒してキングだけ。さあロンドンやっと取り返せたが、ここからどうなるか。オーバークロックがある。怖っ。いやーでもマイキーが耐えきれない。
Charging up another one. He's been sent all the way back to the London Spitfire spawn, which technically made a bit of space, but I'm not sure that's what Saints really wanted out of that play.
さあ守りになってしまえばどんどんしっかり戦えてる。3さすがにソジョンがきついと判断したのか。キャスディだね。おお、溶け方えぐ。さあウルト使ったのが見えた。わあ、即死ファイヤーストライク。
Critical fire strike onto Squid, 78% now. Saints have to get out.
Yeah, not a lot of time left at all here for Saints, and you can see actually swap once again. Squid trying to figure out exactly what they need in this situation, just opts to go back to the BAB. They still do have that immortality.
しっかりクリアして、キングは裏に回ってる。パルスで世界が変わるけど。
All the way behind them here, and he's got to turn their attention, and he gets a touch too.
Gets the touch, holds the pulse for a rainy day. Hadi trying to hold the rest of them off the point. Knows there's a touch inbound. Pulse bomb out.
キルが起きない。
Immortality field from Lane. The tools now dwindling for the Spitfire. As are their health bars. All down to half.
あーバックボーンが落ちるけど。
Getting to flip as the first bit comes through the shatter uncontested. Hits on a Mikey and Tree. Tree kept alive though by the Immortality field.
いやーハジここでシャッター。きっちりシャッターを通してった。あ、ただスパーカーが落ちて、いやちょっとわかんないぞこれ。あ、でもさすがにか。
With King down, there's just not enough DPS to find the picks. London Spitfire hold on, albeit just Yurix.
Oh man.
ハジ最後にシャッターでシャットダウン。
Saw that touch coming in, and unfortunately Saints weren't able to do much after that to be able to get that fight in their favor. We saw a couple of picks. I think critically it was just all about that Earthshatter that came in from Hadi. I mean, absolute massive play. As soon as Saints turned their attention the other direction, Hadi is able to just find that opening and took full advantage. Something that Saints have to bear in mind. They just don't have the ability to block those. Yes, they can apply all that pressure to Hadi. They can make sure that he's not getting a lot of opportunities, but when he gets them, he's going to make sure that he gets value out of them, and that's exactly what got them that first round win. And now you see another map here pulled that just, I mean, it kind of just does favor Spitfire to a degree. We'll see if Saints, though, with this newer composition, Winston, they're going to swap it up. They're swapping it up. Yep.
Ball dive. All right. Tree. Yeah, there it is. That's what I wanted to see.
いや、セインツここでファラマ。
We've known to play far that aren't from EU. Tree is certainly
ファラマレッキングボール。
And yeah, I mean, it does a lot of work. Of course, we've seen it.
Something that we saw a lot of EMEA squads pulling out. A little bit more, I think, some Diva that came in here as well, but nonetheless, this is a composition that absolutely works in this meta. Just applies so much pressure, and it's actually really strong against a lot of these Rhine teams.
うおー、ハジよくそれガードするな。
In the past versus goats, but there's the res coming out as well on the tree.
It's a res the price for Saints right
いや、ロンドンよく対応するなそれ。
We're happy with their one pick. Let's see angle here though. Sparker's bodyguarding Tree right now. He's not letting him go anywhere. The shots are accurate.
うわー。
Bombs even more so. Vega and Tree taken down from the sky. The hit scan offerings from the Spitfire just too strong.
Yeah, Spitfire just doing so well.
いや、ハジの判断がめちゃくちゃいい。ファラの位置正確に、ファラの動き正確に予想して、致命的な一発防いでるもんな、常に。さあ、ツリーここで、ファラは下げる。キングか。あ、ツリーか。
I mean, they take a dive. Mikey's taking a lot of damage. Tree even more so. It's starting to seem
フューリーはどこのチーム？あれフューリーどこだ？フューリー
They were proficient at it yesterday.
フューリーいたっけな？
As well, but it's just not really been the connection you look for. Squid finds the pick though, and with Immortality Field down, the re-engage will be strong.
Yeah, I mean, without backbone, that is their wall. I mean, an absolute.
フューリー未契約じゃないか今年は。
But Saints won't have King either. It's in a shot for Squid, trying to stabilize here.
スクワットランドン倒して、さあここは一発。ただ人数トレード11。
It is getting messy, folks. Keep tracking the kill feed because I've lost count already. Squid looking for the pick. Spitfire are in charge of the point. Saints are just looking for an opportunity. They're just waiting for Mikey Teleport to get back up, and now they've got the mines.
Oh, Earthshatter ready from Hottie.
いや悲しいっすね。 悲しい。いやまあちょっとリーグはね、選手の入れ替えがやっぱり激しいから。昔からずっといる人もほとんど今いなくなっちゃったからな。ロンドン。コントロールセンターは結構ちょっと怪しかったけど、その後。
getting through and dealing with that flank, with Tree, I mean, really not even flanking, just kind of having that side lane control.
その後はきっちり取り切ったね。いや、コントロールセンターな、セインツめちゃくちゃうまかったけど、取り返しにすげえ苦労してたな。やっぱポーク型というか、その遠距離からスパムしていく、遠距離から攻撃していく構成の弱点というか、一回エリア取られちゃって制圧されるとそのエリア取り返すのに時間かかっちゃうから。
And I think a lot of that comes down to where they were putting the pressure. Most notably going on to Hottie initially from the Saints and then
なかなか難しいですねという感じだな。あとハジのね、シャターのセンスが良すぎたね、あとは。単純に。
Of Hottie, and then as soon as that didn't work, it was just okay. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's figure out what we got to work in the past, and even that struggled. We'll have to see what kind of adaptations Saints make now, though, as we get prepared for match number 2. We'll see you then after this break.
さあインターバルが終わってどうなるかどうか。まあでもセインツ結構手札はあるからなんというかあれやなコントロール以外のマップだったら対ラッシュに構成寄せてもかなり面白そうだけどな。
Welcome back. We got one team on the brink of being knocked out, the other team on the brink of making it in. It is as close as it gets here, and we've got a couple important changes coming in for London, especially following a win in map number 1.
Oh yeah, big swap in. We're gonna have Admiral and Skyreaper together here now. Skyreaper, a player that I've been following for so long.
Oh, I
watched him in Contenders. Yeah, I mean, big time playmaker for so many different teams that we saw him in Contenders. Obviously, saw him a little bit already as well. But as we move into Blizzard World here, I'm expecting some big things. I mean, obviously, London brings in 2 high caliber players into their roster just to bolster things a little bit, right? I mean, obviously, London ended that last season real high. Expectations then followed in suit, high as well, into this season, and they're really making sure that they round everything out. They've got Lethal now, and they've got Skyreaper as well, and that's someone I'm excited to see. However, it's Saints' opportunity to spin this match back up on its head. We're going to be moving into Blizzard World to see what they can accomplish there.
It's a litmus test, right? Like, I think this is definitely something Saints are more
자,
comfortable with.
Blizzard World.
They're winningest maps throughout the qualifier. But on the other hand, I mean, Spitfire should be able to play pretty comfortably here. They're going to bring a Winston of their own, but I don't think that's going to offer up too many problems, right? We've seen it out of Hottie. He's got a solid Winston. It's not, right, the Hottie Reinhardt craziness that we expect, but certainly might be able to go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, I mean, this, and even if we look back at qualifiers too, this is a map that Saints have proven that they've had a lot of comfort with. I mean, we saw them look very, very successful on this map. And we'll see if it pays off here against a obviously very successful Spitfire team as well. But a different look here for them as they're looking to try to take full advantage of this map with a Winston
さあキング構成を見て、ロンドンはまあデフォだね。セインツはトレソンだからかなり勢いよく飛び込んでいく構成だけど、まあ、ロンドンが受け型の構成、受けもできる構成なんで、まあ、初手でアナかキャス D しょれないと結構きつい。セインツ慎重だな。
Saints are going to have a hard time diving onto it without taking that much damage. So as the dive comes in, take a look.
しっかり差が上がって、
Immediately, it's a magnetic grenade. It's
おお、
ripping shots, taking down Vega, and dissuading the likes of Saints from being able to move in, navigating the dive perfectly. Spitfire are going to claim an A without so much as breaking a sweat.
うまく誘ったね、ロンドン。
Excellent play to start things off. Landed that biotic onto Vega, set up the kill, and then also sustained and avoided the kill that could have gone onto him. I mean, Skyreaper got packed in that last fight. Clearly was the focus target, and you would expect as much as well as the Ana in this composition. But already off to a hot start there for Skyreaper. Have to see though if he can continue. This is certainly a great way to open up some momentum for Spitfires, and obviously something that is kind of necessary against this Saints composition where you clearly can't give anything away.
Okay. But they've given one away here. So I'm starting to see
さあお互い1-1トレードだけど、スカイリーパーがここで落ちる。マジも落ちて一旦ホールドするのはセインツ。いや、この早い段階で止めれたの大きいね、セインツ的には。
We can see a better opportunity for them, especially as we get closer to that EMP from King. That could certainly help them turn those fights around, especially if they continue to focus on that back line.
ボストンの DK とストライカーとバード、誰が選抜だと思いますか？選抜はワールドカップの選抜って話でいい？どうも。あ、ボストンから誰が出るかって話か。いや、難しいな。
They put themselves in such a good spot here because they still have all those, you know, we want to go first options where obviously with Spitfire, they're looking to try to make sure that they can deal with Saints pushing in, but Saints when they do are going to have
今のメタだったら全然ストライカー DK もありえるから、なんかストライカー DK で最初やって、なんかメタ的にちょっともっとピック幅欲しいってなったらバードリング出てくるって感じじゃないかな。いや、わからん。いろいろ試しそうな気もするから。一旦ストライカー試すんじゃないかなって気がする。ディケイにヒットスキャン任せて、あ、でもな、バートリングも別に、バートリングもヒットスキャンだしな。なんとも言えねえな。ピックかぶりすぎなんだよな。そう。いやびっくりしたわ今。ウィキペディア見て、そういやシグネチャー何なんだろうって思って。そういやそうだよなと思って。
bait the same dive that Saints did earlier after Hadi went in, and then use the nano boost to leverage a win onto Mikey. But Mikey's not down. They did force a primal, but it's not a win cleanly for the London Spitfire. They still have a sound barrier, but they have to use it. The health bar is dangerously low.
ここでやっと突破ロンドン。まあちょっと時間はかかったけど、まあセインツとしては十分な時間稼ぎができた状況。
Great fight plan actually there for Spitfire. I mean, teed it up perfectly actually there. Just, we know that Spitfire, they want to react to those pushes coming in from Saints. They don't want to push early, go first, and then leave their backline exposed. They need to be able to answer the call. If Sparker or Skyreaper are a target, they need to be able to turn that and protect their backline. And they did such a good job of that in that fight, and Saints are back at it again.
They don't have a nano boost this time.
いやー、一気に押しつぶしていくね。ポイントは結構進んだ。次のウェーブがかなりロンドン大事になってくるね。いやーでも、キングがウルトたまにそんなのか。ちょっと渋いな。
So down now to about, well, almost around 90 seconds here, but well, Spitfire did get a pretty decent push going for themselves, so they will have a couple of opportunities here. Unfortunately, Oh, it looks like they did actually catch King there. That is a
No, they're fine. They're fine. He's just getting the last bits of EMP.
That's good though, because King is going to have EMP, and that position would have been dreadful for them. This is a little bit better now.
EMP out, catches both the backline members of the London Spitfire. I think, did Admiral get Ajax by the EMP? I think he did. Oh, that's just
スパーカーダブルキルしてそのまま、いやー、トリプルキル。ここ取り切ったね。
Oh boy, okay. But just 4K today, kind of just the trend. I guess everyone's doing it.
Yeah, Spitfire got just enough value out of that sound barrier. Just got them into position so that they could.
Did it land? It didn't get hacked. No?
It did land. It did land. Yeah, they got just enough out of it. Just creeped out just for a few seconds there. Now Saints backed up to their final defensive spawn. They're getting close to the sound barrier, but I think a little bit of reliance on Tree is going to be necessary in what is to come. Maybe they get this kill on the Sparker. Not going to happen.
They forced out the nano boost. I think you're happy with that trade if you're Saints right now, but how do they find a re-engage in this fight now that the nano boost is over? And King's gone. Spitfire have a small opportunity window here where they're 4v5 and I think
いやー、ドロビでそのまま取り切っていったけど、トレードとしてはどうだろう。ロンドン次勝ちウェーブになりそうだな。
For him to come online. And now, Saints, I mean, they're doing a good job of stabilizing here, but they need to kind of start stringing some of this stuff together. And this is a good position in the map for them to start doing that. One thing that they're going to be having to be wary about here, though, especially, is the fact that Backbone is coming up on this pulse bomb to match trees, and we'll have to see who's going to get.
うわー、すげえ解け方。
It's Saints. End of the day. Period.
あ、次 EMP あるし、どうだろう。セインツとしては逆に EMP 使って粘りたいから、ロンドンのアドミラルがウルト打つまで待つかな。多分 EMP で仕掛けることはしないんじゃないかな。多分ここ速攻で終わらせちゃうとネクストウェーブがあるから、多分割とゆっくりなテンポでセインツ当たるはずと思うけど。そうだね、仕掛けてるの待ってんね、これ完全に。ビート打たせた。いやこれで、あーでも偉すぎバックボーン。バックボーン偉すぎそれ。やばー。マジで偉すぎ。これキングが戻ってくる前に倒しきりたい。ツリー倒して。EMP でスパーカーが落とされるけど、スクワット倒して。スパーカー早く戻ってこい。ナノもあるぞ。ナノイン。いやー、ただスカイリパが落ちる。いやー、バックボーンキャリーですわこれ。バックボーン偉いなー、あのバックボーンマジで。さっきのウェーブ、セインツ側としては時間が結構まだその2回目の当たり合いがある状況だったんで、早く終わらせちゃうと。だから EMP スタートはしたくなくて、だったらその最初に、まあ、ウィンストンとか相手のウィンストンとかに負荷かけて、でそのやばくなったらアドミラルがウルト切ってきて、アドミラルかスパーカーがウルト切るはずだから、その後にそこにウルト EMP かぶせて有利なトレードをしたいっていう思惑があったんだけど、まあもちろんその前線で負荷かけるってことは、まあキングってかソンブラが戻る可能性も高くなるわけで、その一回その圧かけられて逆に戻るっていう可能性も高くなるわけで、そこをバックボーンが見逃さなかったって形だったね。でもなんかキングミスったんじゃないかな、ロケーター。なんかロケーターなんかあの状況ってもうアドミラルがビート切ったから ロケーターインで EMP 使いに行っても悪くはない状況なはずなんだよな。だからなんかミスったんじゃねえかなって気もするけど、わかんない。なんか普通にまあ戻ってもおかしくはない状況だったとは思うけど、でも体力満タンだったしな。なんかちょっとすげえ微妙なラインだなって思う。まあでも、まあどちらにせよ戻ったから、そこに戻ったところに対してバックボーンがきっちり反応して、とかまあ待ち構えてたのか反応してたのかはちょっとあれだけど、対応しきったのはすげえな、あれマジで。
Looking a little different this time around for sure against the Spitfire team that just seems so prepared for them. King though getting into position. There goes the hack.
ワールドカップ韓国代表。プロパーは入りす。多分確実に入るだろうなと思うのはプロパー。当たり前のことを当たり前のことを言うようだけど。あとはね、7人考えなきゃいけないからな。まあ、コアメンバーをどうするかだけど、タンクどうなるんだろう。タンクスマーフかマックスだと思うんだよ。多分ね。さあスパーカーツリーをしっかり受け切って、ちょっと韓国代表どうなるかの話は予想はちょっとあれだな。そうだ、ハンビンもいたわ。ちょっと後でこの試合終わったらこの試合最後だから、この試合終わったらインターバルでなんか新しい情報ないか聞きつつちょっと話すか。落ち着いて話したよその話。
Admiral, I mean, everybody, including Admiral, in such a good spot here. 2 minutes drained from the Saints here. An opportunity to actually straight up one-to-one the EMP. I mean, King's going to get into position here, but Admiral can answer that very cleanly. So can Sky Reaper. Whoever that target is going to receive a ton of support. Oh no. He caught him.
It's tough. They got to reposition. It's not the end of the world. Not everybody on Saints was ready for the dive following that. The EMP actually might be better. Admiral's hiding, doing a fantastic job of it, and he got the beat off, and it manages to catch all 5 members of the London Spitfire. Saints run like cockroaches away from the light that is Sparker with the Deadeye right about now. And I would too, if something like what point B happened to me. They've got control of the point though. Saints have the advantage. Sound Barrier used, re-engagement found. Hottie the first to go. Spitfire to fall afterwards. We will see.
いやー、これはさすがにロンドンきついか。セインツがしっかりポイント内制圧。
It does bode well for them that Spitfire spent just as heavily into that fight as well. But again, Spitfire can get positioned. They can get set up exactly like we saw on point A. And we've seen how that's proven to be a little bit of a struggle here for Saints, trying to rotate, get into position themselves, and not have King actually get spy checked, because Backbone, Hottie, they keep finding him in his rotations.
He's playing Frogger, right? He's trying to cross the road without getting hit by all the flying projectiles. It's a more difficult task in Overwatch, though, than it is on a 2D platformer. Does manage to make his way somewhere, but how much EMP charge being built? Instead, just moving the cart forward for Saints, and the recall being taken out of Backbone should actually just mean more space on that cart for Saints if they manage to hold this neutral.
Oh, a great job taking that pack. Forces the recall early. Tree no longer can take that duel. Backbone, I mean, that's a little bit of a victory for them.
おお、マイキー落ちた、マジ。すげえ阻害だったね、今の。おお、ナイススリープ。
Uh-oh. Well, unfortunate. Oh, King's going back to spawn. One-way ticket.
Yeah, that's 2 real quick ones. 100 to 0'd. Out of the mix there. 2:15 on the clock here for Saints. They are coming up on some necessary tools they're going to need. And again, that same problem that we saw from before, opening up their attacking phase. It's rearing its head yet again. Just can't get into position to even take a fight, let alone win one.
そう、ここでハック。いやー、一瞬で落ちた。ただトレードはできてる。勝ってるなロンドン。3対2状況。サポートがいないけど、おおマジロンドンウルト5つ残り1分半。セインツとしてはEMP でとりあえず1ウェーブは取れるけど、ロンドンとしては前目でペイロードしっかり止めて、負けたとしても次がしっかり展開できるような位置でゲームがしたいよな。ペイロードあんまり進められたくないのがロンドン。あ、でもゆっくり戦うな、だいぶ。ピン使ったの見られた。あー、バックボーン。これ止めるのちょっときついけど。セインツは EMP で打ちたいけど、先手で打つとドロップビートだったりいろいろカウンターがあるから。いやー、いいタイミング。後打ちビートだったね。逃げる方向に待ち構えといてのビートだったから、これは対応できない。入れないんじゃないかロンドン。おー、バックボーン決めるけど触れず。まあまあまあ、ちょっとロンドンとしてはもったいないウェーブにはなったね。おはようございます。最終試合です。そして下手したら最終マップです、これ。ちょっと最終マップの雰囲気があるで、しかも。
in these coming fights, especially without the worry of an EMP and a big sleep in Biotic onto Mikey as well.
Mikey's in trouble. Spitfire have ultimates, and I'm gonna be honest.
マイキーここでレイジ使っちゃって残り1分半。おお、端にめちゃくちゃプレッシャーがかかってる。さあ、キツネラッシュに対して返していく。スクワットスカイリパーを落として。いやー、キルが起きねえかロンドンきついね。ただキングが落ちた。パーカーが落ちるけどマイキーも落ちて3対3状況。いや、バックボーンしっかりポイント止めてるの偉。これでまあ2回目のアタックも余裕が持てる。セインツは残り40秒。 EMP が上がればって感じだけど、まあ上がりそうだな。そうなるとロンドン返しのウルトがないから相当きつい。前目で止め切りたいねロンドン。あー、スパーカー最強。おお、いや、これのディレイキルでかっ。あー、でもセインツ速攻仕掛けてくるけど、ここで速攻、いやー、早めに仕掛けてったロンドン。打ってみろって感じだな。あ、でもバックボーンが落ちた。 EMP 打って人数はトレードしてる。スカイリパが落ちるけど、いやー、しかもここでプライマルレイジか。うわー、これ端落ちるとまずいけど耐えた。いやー、これどうだ、ウルト状況的にはほぼ五分だな。パウスは避ける。うわー、いいフォーカス。ただベガも落ちる。イーブン、マジでイーブン状況。ただこうなるとドロップザビートの差がのしかかっていく。アドミラルが落ちて、いやー、スカイリパーがこのタイミングで落ちるか。きついなそれ。おー、バックボーンベガ落として。おー、マジそれ。あ、ロールミスった。あー、スパーカー嘘だろそのロール。4対3。いや、ウルトはお互い上がんねえけど、ツリーのパルスが、バックボーンが落ちる。
from Squid. The remaining members dressing, searching for any opportunity and pulse bomb out. The card on the line. The
さあ膠着状況。
overtime burns down.
ああ、
My God, Saints have made it.
And guess what? This
C
might just count. C9
Cライン。
It might actually count there on that one.
いやーでもロンドンもったいねえタイミング多すぎちょっと。
Oh man, the dream is still
めちゃくちゃもったいねえ
Contenders team
ロンドン。
remains in the mix, at least for the next minute or so. Spitfire, they're gonna attack first, but man, you gotta catch your breath after that one. What an
We
incredible
only
ride.
get a minute more of this from either side. I don't want to see this game end here. Like the best of threes have been great for when the 2-0s are quick, but if Saints are to go out 2-0 in this, it will have been painful knowing what it could have been.
What they could have been as well. Obviously, we've talked about it already before in this matchup, as well as in previous matchups that Saints have had. I mean, CJ, clearly a loss for them. Squid has come in and really, I mean, stepped up to the plate in a big way. They just haven't had much time with them.
BO3 でもドローあるんですか？一応ある。あ、BO3 はドローないね。タイブレイクが用意されてるんで。例えばこのマップで、どちらも1ゲージも取らずに、負けてしまうとその時点でドローが決定するんで、その次のマップでセインツが取ると、あれです、取るのが、タイブレイクマップが発生します、ね。4マップ目をやることになります。
Pressure's on. I mean, Saints, the onus is on them. They've been having to dive the London Spitfire time and time again. The Spitfire now having to capture a point of their own. It's a much more difficult task. Saints re-dive onto the back line of London Spitfire. The counter dive, not as successful as it has been in the past.
さあロンドン、ここは何としてでも一撃。おお、ドミラル。ここで1キルもぎ取っていく。
They need to get back in here as quickly. I mean, they cannot allow
Vega
to push through them. They can't allow this.
Where's he going, dude? He's trying to run into the ocean, go anywhere.
さあ一応、いやでもこの時点でベガ落ちるのつらいな。トレサが入るけど、さあ3人でしっかりフォーカス合わせていく。いやースクワットして、ツリーも落ちる。いやーこれでかいね。
You know, obviously off kilter already. You can see that continuing here, but Spitfire are going to get so much free progress out of this.
This is where that Overwatch League experience comes in. Spitfire have been in these situations before. They've been on the brink of knockout.
さあこの後はロンドンはどこまで進めていけるかどうか。セインツとしては、いやただ足がかりとなるウルトがねえな。まあ普通に純粋にハックからのフォーカスで1ウェーブ取りたいけど、スパーカーがマイキー、スパーカーがおおダブルキルして、あー3キル。いやこれまあでもセインツここでウルト5つ溜まるんで、まあ何が何でも止めに来るとは思うけど、いやーバックボーン狙ってるね。ハルス狙ってんね。さあナノキャス、デッドアイ。いやーでもベガが落ちた。スカイリパーも落ちるけど、うん、ここはでもさすがに、いやここはまあまあ EMP あるウェーブなんで、まあしょうがないですね。まあ事実上のロンドン側のタイムリミットだったから EMP が。
Just in the clutch moments, we've seen that from Squid in the past, dating back years as well. In the Path to Pro scene, came back recently with Kiriko, and oh man, what a performance he's had to stop that push. Unfortunately, though, Dor,
a push is a push.
The damage I worry might be done, unfortunately for them, but still, an opportunity for them is on the horizon. They still have a shot here.
And all thanks to Squid right now. I mean, that 2K was as big as they get. take a look back. I think we get the POV of Squid here, yeah. I mean, look at this guy. The damage output. Just stop worrying about Suzu. Stop worrying about healing. This guy seems to be where most of the first picks are coming from. And it's such a messy fight as well.
That's where you like to see the Kiriko as well. And then the follow-up from Tree. This team just connecting together so well. Shout out to the replay team as well. That was just beautiful. But here we go.
All right.
I gotta say, Door, Saints, it is, I mean, it feels like everything is against them right now, but they gave themselves an opportunity. Their backs are against the wall here. We've seen them claw themselves out of these situations in the past. That was against contenders teams, collegiate teams. Can they do it against an owl?
取り切れるかこのマップ。
Oh man, what a story that would be.
It's the best of the best on the other end. The London Spitfire have been stalwart in their defense. Saints, one dive. You have to imagine Mikey, who's been to the very top, is leading the comms right now, telling them to be calm. The hack lands onto the Ana, booped off the high ground as King. Can they find another target? No. Saints fail on their first dive, and we know what happens following that. They usually lose.
いやー、スパークはマイキー落として。いや、この時点で相当苦しい。セインツ、そう、もうすでに相当苦しい。残り15秒。いやでも復帰待ってる。ギリギリまで粘れそうだが、あ、このブープはまずい。おお、嘘だろ。やばすぎ。いえ、これまずい。ロンドン嘘だろ。やばすぎ今の。そんなことある。いや、しかもベガこれでさウルト溜まってるからさ、キングのウルトが溜まるまで時間稼ぎ十分以上にできるんだよな。うわー、クリティカルなハックできるの待ってる。来た。ただダイバーできない。ロンドンとしては意地でもここで1回止めて EMP 吐かせたいんだよな。おー、スパーカー強すぎそれ。いやでもどうだこれ。EMP 打たせた。あとはハジは1回倒れるだけでいい。ここは全然倒れていい。そうそう、それでいい。ロンドンはそれでいい。ウルト3つ。まあセインツとしてはアドミラルから落とさないと絶対にダメなシチュエーションだね。アドミラルを生き残らせるとドロビーが来るんで、逆にそのロンドン側としてはハジがウルト持ってる分割と雑に動けるから。アドミラルだけは絶対落としちゃいけない。あー、ベガが落ちた。うわははは、ハジうますぎそれ。あ
Oh man, they've done it. London Spitfire are moving on. They've solidified it, and in one of the toughest groups, certainly, objectively, in this tournament.
GG。 いやー、すげえ試合だったな。あのブープすごかったな。しかし。
That'll be just to see if they can play spoiler to someone, or maybe just to, I mean, they can't even really do that. There's already 2 teams locked in, so they can't even really do that, actually, Dor.
I mean, man, we have gotten 2, at least you and I, insane 2-0s. Yesterday was like, stop 2-0s. You really cannot put into words the level of match we've gotten today, despite the scorelines. And of course, we've got a massive player of the match right now, and it's Hadi. Insane communications with the team. Leveled them up massively, and I think the biggest thing about his play was how measured it was. So much aggression being thrown at him, being able to change when it was being thrown at his backline, understanding when to be aggressive, when to peel, and when to sit with the space and trust players like Sparker to do what they do best. It's that ability to change at any given point in time. It's that versatility that makes Hadi such a weapon.
Yeah, Backbone obviously stood up and had some great plays, but Hadi, I mean, just throughout this series, just incredible. I mean, all that focused pressure to open this entire series up and yet still maintained that composure, was able to deliver some, I mean, killing blows in a big way. I mean, earth shatters abound, and then when we saw that go over to map number 2, that's where he really took things over on the Winston. You can see the stats there, clearly a major factor in this victory, and well fought by Hadi and the rest of the London gang.
じゃあちょっと新ヒーローの情報が出ることを期待しながらちょっと雑談しますか。まず韓国代表、オーバーウォッチワールドカップ韓国代表どこになるかお話ししていこうか。マノずっと過大評価されてたと思いますけど、どう思ってましたか。まあ過大評価っていうことはないんじゃない。まあまさしくパイオニアだったと思うよ。ただマノはね、まあ、結局そのマノのウィンストンを攻略しようっていうことでどんどん攻略が進んで、で結果その攻略とそのウィンストンの開拓っていう部分が進んでいった結果、そのマノがその競技シーンから落ちてしまったっていう流れなんで、過大評価っていうとちょっとちゃうかなって感じはしちゃうかな俺は。マノのウィンストン何が強かったんですか。言語化が難しいな。なんかそのまあ、俺も当時のその競技シーンというものをちゃんとその見てたわけではないので、具体的なその言語化はできないんだけど、まあその今のウィンストンがやってるようなテクニックとかその運用理論とかをもうその感覚で体現してたって言われてる。ただどこまで行っても感覚派だったとは言われちゃってるね、逆に。あ、マノか。ミロ、ごめん、ミロだったわ。ごめん。マノか。ごめん、マノとミロがなんかごっちゃになってた。ごめん。それ話噛み合わねえわ。過大評価、いやでも過大評価ってことはないんじゃない。マノか。ごめん、完全にミロとマノを勘違いしてたわ。ごっちゃになってたね。その話噛み合わねえわ。この大会の続きって明日。まあまあでもタンクってそのフィジカル部分だけでは評価が決まんないから、タンクって基本的にタンクってね、そのチームの動きを決定づける役割があって、ってことは結構その VC の部分とかそのめちゃくちゃオーダーをするっていうのが非常に大事なんですよ。なんで、まあ、そういう部分の評価も含めてっていうところだったのかなって気はする。まあでもフィジカル部分だけ見ても まあ完全にトップクラスだったかって言われると、まあちょっと怪しい時期はあったと思うけど、まあそれでもやっぱりフィジカルだけ見てても全然そんなに、って部分なんで、なんとも言えないっすね。ちょっとマノのプレイもね、完全に風化しちゃってる俺も、正直。細かく。まあ、ちょっと俺はあんまり答えられないな。ただ、まあ、過大評価ってことはないと思うよ。そこは。別にそのトップクラス、その当時のトップクラスのウィンストン、てかまあメインタンクの一人であったことは別にまあ変わんないと思うし。まあ、トップオブトップかと言われると、まあそうじゃない時期もあったから。もちろんね。で、新シーズン告知なさそうだね。このリビューのところのこの項目のところにないもん。じゃあ韓国代表を予想する雑談やっていくか。とりあえずリッププロパー、ここまでは俺確定だと思う。リッププロパーまで確定。まあ、7人だからリッププロパーで組むとプロフィット入りそうだな。リッププロパープロフィットとかじゃない？ DPS。いやでもウィドウがいねえのかな。ウィドウスペシャリストがないのかな。ボイド、バード、イザヤキ、ディケイ。イザヤキは入る。イザヤキは入ると思う。イザヤキはサポ枠で絶対入る気がする。だ7人なんだよな、ロスター。7人ロスター難しいよな。正直ベストなメンツを組むんだったら、タンクに、タンク2、DPS3、サポ3が、まあ、ベストなそのロスターだと思うから、7人か。メリット、フローラ、ハッピー。いやでもウィドウはね、プロパーが結構できるんすよ。7人なんだよね、ロスター。超むずいと思う。でも DPS を多分ね、DPS は3人いないと無理なんだよ。ほぼほぼ。対応できないメタが絶対に来ちゃうと思うから、DPS は3人必要なんだよな。最低3人 DPS は。DPS4 も全然あり得る。サポートはね、ペリカン、アルファ、EMNS。いや、そうなんだよね。いや、でも俺は今言った3人かな。プロパー、リップ、プロフィット。いや、俺プロパー、リップまでほぼ確定で、もう一人誰入れるかってなった時に、プロフィットなんじゃねえかなーって思うな。アルファイの可能性もあるか。アルファイもあるな。ペリカンもあるんだよな。いや、悩むな。あと一人悩むな、めちゃくちゃ DPS。そうなんだよね。プロフィットなんで今まで選ばれなかったんだろうね、逆に。でもプロフィット、でもワールドカップがあったのって結構前だからもう。まあ、その時は時期じゃなかった。去年、一昨年とかないからね。去年。フレタのせい。でもフレタのせいもあるかも。なぜか上海でタンクとして登録されてるフレタ。 あ、でもフレタもあるか。いやー、もう一人難しいな。さすがにでも、フレタでもちょっとでもさすがに旬じゃない気がするな。言い方ちょっとあれだけど。あ、てかスパークルもいるわ。そう、スパークルもいるわ。フレタはね、なんか2年前とかだったら絶対フレタって言ったんだけどね。ちょっと今、全盛期過ぎちゃった感あるよね。いやプロパーがさ、オールラウンダーすぎるから、フローラ過小評価。まあ、チームが悪い。チームがね、フローラチームに恵まれねえからな。弱いとは思わんけど。でもな、フローラな、ハードヒットスキャンだからな。ちょっとここ最近のオーバーウォッチだとその居場所がなかったってのもあると思う、あんまり。スパークル微妙かな。まあ俺はでもとりあえずさっき言ったところかな。プロパーリップでもう一人がプロジェクタイル中心にピック幅広いプレイヤーだから、まあさっき言ったペリカンプロフィット、まあ、スパークル、まあでもスパークルちょっとピック幅という点で言うと微妙か。サポはイザヤキが入ると思うな。イザヤキはとりあえず入るでしょ。イザヤキ、まあ、8人でロスター組むとしたらで話していくか。ちょっと7人ロスター難しすぎるわ。いやでもな、イザヤキ、チオ、シューなのかな、ウルトラバイオレットなのかな。イザヤキ、シュー、バイオレット、イザヤキチオは、俺、ここまで確定かもしれん。イザヤキチオまで確定で、あと一人を、フレックスサポ誰か一人入れたいってなった時に、バイオレット、シュー、バイオレット、シュー、フィールダー。あ、でも、イザヤキもな。まあ、でも、イザヤキも強いからな。でも、イザヤキだな。うん。シューもいるんだよな。サポ、わかんねえな。いや、もうメインサポというか、その、ルシオプレイヤーとして招聘するなら、俺はチオかなって気はする。まあ、チオはほぼ確定。だから、フレックスサポはあと2人。強えの2人って感じかな。リージェゴン。まあ、リージェゴンも確かに。リージェゴンもいいよな。でもリージェゴン、タイプがな。でもでもどうだろうな。サポわかんねえ。サポは相性の側面もあるから、結構候補は上がるけど、なんか確定はできなさそう。なんかサポはマジでサポ同士の相性もあるし。なんかフィジカルだけで言うんだったらやっぱバイオレットシューは入ってくるから、 結構やっぱりね、そのサポはね、相性があるんですよ。特に去年のダラスとかは、ダラスのチオフィールダーコンビはなんで強かったかっつったら、やっぱその攻撃的なルシオをするチオと、その、まあ、パッシブなフレックスサポートをするフィールダーっていうので、兼ね合いがめちゃくちゃ良かったっていうのがあって、まあ、それがそのプレイスタイルによるものなのか、その戦術的にそういう風にやってたのかはちょっと分かんないから何とも言えないし、言えないけど、なんかその辺を考えるとマジでね、サポートはね、相性の側面があるんで、そうだね、バイオレット何でもできるから、バイオレットとりあえず置いとくのはね、全然ありな気はする。戦闘力だけで言ったら、バイオレット、シュー、プラス、メインサポ、チオ、リージェゴンとかその辺になるかな。この辺、まあなんかいくらでも候補上がりそう、あと。サポート。やっぱサポートマジで強えんだよな。いや、チョロングもな、チョロングもいいんですよね。チョロングも結構強いんすよね。ちょっとわかんねえな。サポートわかんねえや。タンク。スマーフハンビンとか。2人選ぶんだったら俺スマーフハンビンな気がする。タンクは。ベストオブ、なんか何来てもマジで対応できそう、スマーフハンビンは。ボイド、フィアレスも、いやー、その辺もか。マックスどうなんだろうね。めっちゃ強いけど、なんかどちらかっていうとオールラウンダーとしての評価だと思うんだよな、マックス。確かに O2 でめちゃくちゃ活躍してたけど、リーグでの実績とかも踏まえて考えると、まあ、まだちょっと、どうなんだろうって感じがしちゃうな。ボイド、フィアレスも確かに呼ばれそう。いやでも俺はスマーフ、俺の完全な好みで言うとスマーフ、ハンビン。ここかな。いや、スマーフちょっと怪しいかもしれない。今一番強いメインタンクって誰だろうな。でもフィアレスなんかな。カリオスマグはちょっときついんじゃない？カリオスマグはちょっときついと思う。いやでもやっぱハンビンスマーフな気がするな、俺。ハンビンスマーフかハンビンフィアレスだね。多分。大好きだったフューリー入れてほしい。ちょっと、現役じゃないので。まあ、ハンビンスマーフかな。って感じです。じゃあちょっと、今日はこれで。ショースターツインって書いてあるけど、あ、これあれだわ。もうなんか、びっくりした。これ一周してるわ。じゃあ、ということで、じゃあ今日は、お疲れ様でした。明日もね、待って。ディケイどうですか？いや、微妙じゃない？現状は。現状は微妙な気がしちゃうな。プロパーリップから枠奪えない気がする、俺は。DK 現状。プロパーリップがさ、結構ハードヒットスキャンもできちゃうから。あ、ヤキもいるか。 あ、ちょっと判断つかねえな。まあ、もうなんか、結論出なさそうだから、俺の完全に好みの結論の話をしちゃうと、まあちょっと、あれだな、8人、7人絞るのはむずい。7人絞るのはめっちゃむずいんで、8人で話をさせてもらうと、タンクがスマーフ、ハンビン、DPS が、プロパー、リップ、プロフィット。プロフィットだな。うん。で、サポートが、チオ、シュー、バイオレット。強そう。強そうじゃない？うん、こんなとこかな。って感じっすね。ちょっとサポは諸説ある。サポタンクはちょっと諸説あると思うけど、明日はアメリカの先発の話したいです。OK です。まあ、ちょっと、合間を見てやっていきましょうか。アメリカ先発はでも結構簡単に決まりそうだな。てか、ほぼトロントになる気がする。正直な話をすると。多分ほぼトロントになる。アメリカ代表。トロントプラスダンテとかになるんじゃない？うん。そんな感じかな。ホークとダンテどっちですかね。2人入れていいなら2人呼ぶ可能性もあるし、まあ、コルジが入ってくる可能性も全然あるから、ちょっと難しそうだね。じゃあちょっと今日はここまでにしましょう。お疲れ様でした。また明日。